and welcome to the EWC Spotlight. We're here on the Boulevard of Broken Keys, and with me, I've got Banks, Danny, and Glitter. Explosion! Was that a good enough explosion?
Oh, that was really impressive.
Right?
You could go and do the stage hosting right now.
I know. I should kick Ian out, right?
You can replace him anytime.
Do you think I could beat him in a fist fight?
Oh, yeah, he's skinny.
Wait, how much are the tickets? I'm in.
Okay, we can sell tickets. It's going to be on stage 5.
Yep.
Sponsored by... we need a new sponsor for this now.
John
EWC Boxing.
John EWC. It's always
Oh,
John
okay.
EWC.
There we go.
Absolutely. But, I mean, we've seen so much action happen so far besides maybe selling tickets to this
Yes.
thing. STC Arena, we managed to avoid going into a potential overtime, but what did we see over in CS2?
We saw a lot of craziness to start off our round of 16. Obviously, reaching the playoffs, getting a huge amount of fans come in and show love. The one we were just watching back then was getting to see Furia go toe-to-toe with an Aurora that has got a lot of new players, a lot of change. They went from being an all-Turkish lineup into international with an in-game leader who has a very different style from what they're used to. So they had some growing pains. I think, okay, even though they lost, it's a result they can be proud of. But Furia right now within their top half of the bracket, they are supposed to be the favorites. I would say a little bit shaky after that, where maybe it's not so guaranteed for them.
Do you think that there's any guarantees for Mr. Who's
Oh,
right now?
for the Vitality
With,
side over there?
Maybe a little Vitality love?
Vitality Love, they are in the bracket of death, we were going to call that. It is not great to be a Vitality fan right now, but if any magic can happen, it is your boys that can pull it off, Danny, that's for sure. They've done it time and time again. And also, you got the French crowd, man. You're in Paris.
Yes.
This is exactly what you need. No one can outmatch you here, surely.
100%. And the fans by now are used to be in the bracket of death. It happens to us in every single game. So, no, I'm looking forward to all the Counter-Strike matches. And, I mean, we have a team in every single game. So
You're stressed beyond belief, right, in many of these situations.
Yes.
Yeah. Danny, just because we do have you here and you are the CIO of Teamfight, what is a CIO?
That's a Chief International Officer.
Oh.
So you travel the world
Absolutely.
fancy.
just for esports? I love this. How can I sign up and take your job?
Which game do you want to play first?
Bruh, do you guys have a Marvel Rivals team yet?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, he said yeah.
So there's an opening. All right. Oh, wait a second. I have to ask you questions. Otherwise, I lose this job. No, but Vitality, you guys have 17 teams competing at EWC. How do you manage such a huge operation while making sure that every single team gets the support
Not
that
sleeping.
Not
sleeping at all, right?
Flying around the world. I can tell you it's a hell of a job for sure, but it's so rewarding. Like the players that we have, amazing human beings. I enjoy so much working with every single one of them. And then everyone coming together here is so beautiful because all of a sudden you can also do the cross-team promotion. You have the fans behind every single team as well. And then you see like the Crossfire team hanging out with the Counter-Strike guys. Pack, who has never really watched esports before, gets to learn about Counter-Strike. And it's just such a joy to work for Team Vitality.
Can I glaze him a little bit
Please.
as well? Danny selling himself, maybe not so much here, that he was a professional player and a champion one time himself, way back when. It was the SK Gaming days, right? And you were dominant. So he's the right man for that very fancy title and job he's been doing, because I remember young Danny being a star.
Yeah, my biggest prize was a BMW M6. When I was 16 years old, I didn't have a driving license. I was playing for SK Gaming. I made a name for myself because all the Counter-Strike players back in 2007, they were pretty jealous of the car. And that was pretty a fun time for me. But in I think like 2012, I called it a career, went to management, and now I enjoy it from the other side, which is a bit more stressful than actually playing myself.
Right? It's like the more you work in esports, the less games you get to play. But we do have, guess what? A question for the chat and everyone watching. Chat, this is a question for you. Who wins the Vitality versus Falcons showdown in Counter-Strike 2? What do you think chat is going to say right now, Danny?
I mean, my question would be, are they even getting that far?
Oh!
I'm ready for this.
I like this.
Who knows?
I do like this. I enjoy this a lot, but we are going to let chat answer those questions while I get to ask you another one, Danny. With Vitality competing across so many games, are there any crossovers between... I mean, wait, you already talked about this. You covered question 2 with the answer to question number 1. Next question. Ziwu and Apex have both extended their contracts with Vitality until 2028. How important was it for the organization to secure 2 of its biggest pillars for the long term?
Yeah, not important at all, right? Like,
No.
we have so many players anyways, like 1 or 2 more or less is like, no, I like because Neo, our CEO, keeps actually saying that Ziwu is our real CEO. If he shows up on a server, the company is doing well. If he doesn't show up, well, we're struggling a little bit, right? So keeping him around, and on a real note, like having a duo in Counter-Strike together for 10 years.
10 years now when that
It's
ends.
insane. I've never seen this before. And I, as we just said, have been around esports for a long time. And that is also a testament for Vitality to keep players in our lineup, to have them happy, and especially proud to represent the club as well.
Amazing. All right, now on a different note, Vitality have had a difficult run in CS2 recently, including the loss to B8 here at EWC. What needs to change for the team to turn things around in the playoffs?
We take it game by game. It feels like, and you know, there's this saying, you don't want to poke the bear. Well, it has happened, so I hope we get into the face match with a whole different mindset, ready for the playoffs, have to take it game by game. And yeah, there's, I mean, no easy opponent from here onwards, and the guys have to definitely lock in.
I think it's a good thing you guys lost the bait, because I saw Apex's face afterwards, and that is the thing that really kicks him up, you know, and gets him fired up and ready, because he knows it's not good enough and not acceptable. So it's probably done them some favors to go into this playoffs like that, and also have the crowd where the guys always deliver.
Glitter, I need someone to glaze me as much as Bing glazes Danny.
Honestly, you have been a staple in esports from the entertainment side and the esports side at the same time for a decade, okay? Everyone knows who you are. You are amazing at what you do, and everyone loves working with you.
And I saw you driving a Ferrari, which was kind of nice than a BMW.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I set a world record. I'm not sure if you saw. It was for the
Slowest?
It was for the world.
I thought,
slowest.
yeah.
It was for the world.
You were driving real crazy in that as well. I watched the clip and I'm thinking, okay, that time was kind of long. And she goes, I'm just going my own pace.
I'm going over here. I'm going over here now. Okay, but finally, last question for you here, Danny. With the club championship race potentially going down to these final days, you know, how much pressure is there across the organization? Because I saw you walking along before we started, looking at all the keys and going, oh no, Vitality.
And many crushed keys in the graveyard. No, look, we had high ambitions coming into the Esports World Cup. We always said we want to be finishing top 3. That's still the goal. Internally, we were dreaming about also winning it all, right? But now we have to be realistic. It's such a long shot. I think EWC put out the statistic that says we have a 0.3% chance to still win it.
Still a chance.
I guess it's still a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
We take it match by match. If that happens, I don't know. Like, we have to go crazy in Paris for sure. But no, we want to definitely take the top 3, and every single player still playing for us knows the pressure that is on the club, on the players, and I hope that they can show up and make us proud.
Amazing. Well, we do have some other games that we need to talk about. So, Glitter, you know that I'm coming to you next.
Sure.
Over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we saw some other cars go racing by in Trackmania. What did we see?
Listen, we're going to start kind of tying Vitality into a lot of these storylines. Okay, this is how it's just going to play out when it comes to the CC side of things. If we're talking about Trackmania, we are keeping our eyes on Falcons with Carl Jr., 7-time champion in the game. So already, I think some pretty high expectations of Carl for Falcons. I think they're going to be looking to get some points on the board for that. However, both Gwen and Binks have made their way through for AGAL. And Vitality was the #1 seed with Pack coming into this and are expected to do very well. And there was a big surprise towards the end of their round here where Muda ended up in the lower bracket. And I think when we start to see further matches into the competition, those surprises actually completely shake up the expectations for the top side of the bracket. I think it's not going to be as easy as people thought originally for Falcons and Trackmania.
Well, we're going to move straight on over to the Qiddiya City grid because we had some Fortnite. I know that you're always over there for all the battle royales. Me and Barney were taking a look at some of the POIs
How'd that go?
around Paris. Barney kept trying to jump off of things.
Crazy.
And then he kept trying to say, oh, look at the Eiffel Tower. Look at the mats on that.
Did you trust that?
I should I not have?
You might have needed to pick a better duo.
Okay. Will you be my duo?
I don't know if I'm an upgrade from Barney, but I would do it for you.
Will you be my duo in
Yes.
telling us what we've seen in Fortnite so far?
I absolutely will. Group A. All right. Group A is how everything kicked off. And this was actually a big one. We've got 4 CC clubs that we're paying big attention to when it comes to Fortnite. 3 of them are in Group A. And when Group A wrapped up, Aurora at the top make their way through, followed by Falcons in 4th, Vitality in 6th, which means it wasn't about the points. It was about getting into that top 7 because that guaranteed them the spots in the finals. So those 3 CC orgs have done what they needed to do. They just get to lie and wait now and see what happens with Group B, see what happens in the survival stage as well. But when we get to Group B, that's where AGAL are. We're going to have to see how they're able to perform as well.
Okay, well, finally, our final game over at the Allianz Vault. We have some Crossfire. And shots were fired, Glitter.
They absolutely were. And Crossfire is actually quite a far ways into the competition. Top 8 already has been secured by AGAL and Liquid. So we're going to be paying attention to them, but also have Falcons, Na'Vi, and Vitality, again, in the lower bracket semifinals. And when it's coming down to those matches, Vitality and Na'Vi are looking like they can absolutely pull through in these lower bracket matches. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Falcons. So another opportunity to get some points for these other clubs.
Okay, so we have one more question for chat. Who do you think will finish in the top 3 of the club championship? And if you don't say Vitality, Danny will hunt you down and find you. But we'll yes. He's pulling up the database, being I see you. But Glitter, as we let chat get their potentially wrong opinions in, we do have to talk about the club championship rankings as they are right now. And who's at that tippity top?
Well, I mentioned AGAL had made it into top 8 in Crossfire. That means that they have closed the gap a little bit at the top between them and Falcons. It's now only 100-point difference, which is pretty much nothing. However, we have to see how everything is going to play out across the rest of the titles because Vitality can shake that up, AGAL can do well and shake that up, and Falcons have to really fight to survive here if they want to get the 3-peat.
Banks, can you talk about every single game with the same level, compassion, and dedication that she just did?
Yes,
because
he could.
Holy.
The games I'm passionate about, sure. That is my easy answer to get out of this.
Well, I was, actually, here we go. We have the rankings. And they're, as you said it, only 100 points behind. But we keep talking about this. And I know they say, stop beating a dead horse. But this horse has a little bit of life in it. Team Liquid at number 12, when before they were just 0. Actually, Danny, for you, we've seen Team Liquid 2nd place, last 2 EWCs. Was it surprising for the other orgs to see such a strong contender just fall?
Great question.
Yes, I was shocked. I saw them as a favorite in MLB. I saw them as a favorite in EFC as well. I kind of expected a Falcons Liquid final in EFC. And then everything changes. But it generally feels like this year's EWC is unpredictable. So many upsets, so many rookies also winning and becoming champions. I think it's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
But it also showcases top 3, which we want to be, is not easy either.
But that 0.3% of a chance.
I'm German after all. I want to be realistic.
All right, well, we could just have our fingers crossed. But listen, as we wrap up this Spotlight show, Banks, is there anything that you want to say before we get into those next couple of CS2 matches?
I want to say that the CS2 is only going to get more crazy, maybe more difficult for a lot of the teams here. We've obviously got some of the very best teams in the world facing off in this round of 16, and especially in that group of death, I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 more upsets. Hopefully it doesn't go the way of Vitality in that one. We have some potential for some banger matchups. I'm a little bit worried about team spirit for them. It's a team that everyone had at the beginning of this year, beginning of the season. They can be so dominant, they're supposed to deliver. But in last tournament, they were supposed to win it. They lost to a team that, in many's opinion, is beneath them. And now this opening matchup is against Bait, who already upset Vitality, and they've got nothing to lose in this. So I'm looking at that one as like maybe that could be the big upset and change things massively.
Ooh, we do love upsets. Glitter for you?
I just want to see some shakeups. I'm ready to see some insane performances out of Vitality, out of AGAL, even out of Navi up there. I want to, because we know that this is going to be a tough fight at the end of it all.
Danny, finally, for you, anything that you want to say to all the Vitality fans who believe in that 0.3%, who want to see the squads come out on top in all of these different games?
I finally, after 3 years, want to win this lovely silver plate at EWC. Because so far we have only won MLBB Women, which has a lovely trophy, but it's not the EWC trophy. So this week, it has to be the week.
I love that.
Oh, I love that. And yes, everyone wants to bring home that beautiful dinner plate. But everyone, thank you so much for joining me. For everyone else, this was the EWC Spotlight. We're a little crazy, but we will see you next time. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Joined with Yuma and Koyoda here and our lovely translator, Marie. Thank you very much for joining us as well. First and foremost, I wanted to go ahead and come to Koyoda and ask him kind of how it feels to be compared to some of the top players around the world like Peter Bach.
はい、今日はお二人をお迎えしています。コヨタ選手にまずお伺いしたいんですけれども、ピーター・バーのような、トッププレイヤーと比較されることに関して、そしてこの会場にいらっしゃった今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
彼はやっぱ世界で一番うまい選手で、自分もリスペクトしている選手なので、比較されるのはプレッシャーにも感じるけど、とても嬉しいことです。
Well, Peter Bar is the strongest player in the world, and of course, I'm glad that I'll be compared to him, but I feel tremendously pressured as well.
Okay, I would be able to relate to that. And Yuma, I want to kind of come to you. You guys have obviously had an incredible year. I mean, 2 major wins in Fortnite Battle Royale as well, kind of carrying over that momentum into the Reload Elite Series here at EWC. Any pressure with that?
はい、2回に大きな大会で2回制覇されていらっしゃるんですけれども、そのような、勢いというようなものを EWC にも持ってらっしゃってるんでしょうか。そして何かプレッシャーのようなものも感じていらっしゃいますか。
プレッシャーというよりもやっぱ今までのやっぱその期待度的にも自分のその実力をちゃんと出してやっぱ勝っていきたいと思います。
Well, yes, rather than feeling pressured, we'd like to get the huge expectation on us to be strength and momentum to keep us going, to keep on winning.
Perfect. And one last question for both of you. Representing Japan, how does it feel? Any extra pressure there?
それではお二人への質問です。日本を代表して戦うわけですけれども、そのことによってプレッシャーがより大きいですとか、どのようにお感じていらっしゃいますか。
プレッシャーは大きいですけど、やっぱ自分たちが日本トップのプレイヤーだと思ってるので、期待に応えれるように頑張りたいなと思ってます。
Of course, we have a huge pressure. However, that we believe that we are representing Japan and we are the top players representing Japan. So we'd like to do our best in order to be able to meet their expectations.
Perfect. I'd love to hear from Yuma as well with the same question.
はい、ユマ選手、同じ質問にお答えください。
日本代表っていうプレッシャーというよりもやっぱその世界でやっぱ1位を取りたいっていうそのワクワクの方が勝ってて、やっぱそうですね、やっぱその世界の方でやっぱ活躍できるように頑張りたいと思います。
Well, rather than feeling pressured representing Japan, our excitement to be able to compete in the world stage surpass. So we'd like to do our best to be able to do our best.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Yuma and Koyoda, and our wonderful translator, Marie. What's going on, guys? Vivid here, going to be joined with Khan and Faded. I actually wanted to go ahead and pick your guys' minds on being uncontested and contested for half of the competition today. So I think you guys are kind of expected to be contested on the Slurp Rush map. How are you kind of feeling about that?
Yeah, we just play our game. We're splitting 20 chests, and yeah, we see if we play aggressive. If not, we will see.
Okay. Now let's talk about kind of when you're going to be uncontested. Is it going to be like a different approach?
I mean, being uncontested helps a lot. You know, you have a lot more loot, a lot more to play. So I think we're just going to try to be strategic about it. If we can make plays, we're obviously going to go for them. It's not just because we're uncon, we're not going to make any plays. And then we just make the best out of it.
Okay, let's talk about coming out of the group stages, right, and actually making it to the finals. Top 7 for that. How confident are we feeling in that?
I'm confident because we're playing EU, and EU is the best region. And I know the Middle East and the OCE guys are not good like in the EU finals.
Okay, so confident in making it to the finals. If you guys do make it to the finals, I want your prediction. Where do you think you guys are going to place?
I mean, if we stay uncontested like we do in the group stage with like half the maps, I can see us getting like maybe a top 7.
Okay, cool. Con and Faded feeling very, very confident coming into the week. Good luck, guys. Vivid here, going to be joined with Gon and Knight here at EWC. Gon, I want to come to you first. You've been on the big stage before, right? Kind of leading up to the event here and this week in the preparations. You feeling any nerves, or is the experience kind of helping you out with that?
I'm not nervous at all. I think now they even know my first one because I always think that I'm prepared for it, so there's no reason to be nervous at all.
Cool, Gon. And Knight, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I am not nervous too because I played Summit this year too, and I think I'm chilling at all.
Cool. And talk to me a little bit about the format, guys. Like, how you guys feeling coming out of the group stages? Do you feel like you're going to get top 7?
Of course, we play for the win, so we need to get the top 7, and we're gonna do our best at the finals for Brazil. You know.
Sweet, yeah, for Brazil. And if you guys make it to the finals, I need a prediction out of you. Where do you think you're going to place?
In the finals?
Yeah.
I think like top 8, we are good. We are looking for it.
Okay, cool. And then, of course, I want to give you guys the opportunity. You mentioned it, representing Brazil. Got to go ahead and give you the floor here, man. Say whatever you want to the fans at home.
Can I say it in Portuguese?
Of course.
Muito obrigado por todo o apoio que vocês me dão. Eu tô muito feliz de estar aqui mais uma vez e desse ano eu vou representar vocês e fazer o meu melhor e o Knight também.
Cool, thank you, Gon. And Knight, you as well.
É só agradecer a geral que torce pela gente. Pode ter certeza que a gente vai dar o nosso máximo aqui. E a gente tá muito confiante e vamos pra cima, velho. É isso.
Cool. Gon and Knight representing Brazil. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Monster D-Face here, and I actually have the pleasure of catching up with JoJo, Fishy, and EWC. Now, this is pretty exciting, guys. I've been casting over them for quite some time. They might even be some NA names you recognize. But EWC, let's just start with you, bro. This is your first major land. It's actually both of y'all's coming in from the East Coast. What has that pressure been like? What does it feel like?
Haven't felt anything. It's been all calm.
Yeah.
It's like I'm playing from home.
Hey, I love that. That's a little bit of confidence. That's what you need for a LAN event. What about yourself, JoJo? What's it like?
It's been fun meeting the players, and just being here in the practice room is fun.
Okay, does it feel kind of surreal? Like you're going from this online world now to the LAN environment. Is that anything that has kind of set in on you yet, or are you just still processing the moment?
I think it's set in. At first, it was kind of scary, but it's fun.
And what about yourself, EWC?
I just try to make it to like a point where like it feels like I'm playing from home, and just like all the background noise, how to focus on it.
Yeah. Love that. Well, guys, you guys are obviously playing out of your group stage. That is the first big hurdle. I got to get your opinions on just where you're trying to make it here as far as your goals as a competitor for this tournament.
Well, the whole goal is to win.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And yeah.
That's it. All right. Anyone you looking to target, or, you know, as far as your draw spot, are you guys uncontested? How's it looking?
We're conned on one of the maps, but I think we'll be fun.
Okay. Do you know who you're conned by yet?
Yeah, Inact and Salco, and then Sky and Scroll.
Whoa, you got some big dogs, some big hitters. What is that pressure like?
I think it's fun. It's just everyone's on the same thing.
Okay. Well, guys, it sounds like they're confident. They're representing for NA. Let's see how they play it out this week.
Vivid here, joined with Acorn and Bolts. Obviously, the hot topic about these guys is going to be they are champions. That momentum, Acorn. Do you kind of feel it coming into an event like EWC?
I mean, you got to feel it. Like, you can't not feel it, of course. Like, coming off a win, we're feeling primed, we're feeling ready. Feels good.
Sweet. And Bolts, how are you feeling, man? That win's got to be feeling good to get that under your belt as well.
Yeah, of course. I'm feeling great. You know, 2 times FNCS champion, so I'm ready to win EWC as well.
All right, nice. Now, Acorn, it's been a conversation for a long time now, but I feel like this win in particular a couple of weeks ago, it's even kind of exaggerated that conversation. Best IGL in Fortnite history. What do you have to say about that topic?
I mean, it's going to come eventually. If it's not here already, it's coming soon. So that's all I got to say.
All right, Bolton, playing with a guy like Acorn, he's so good. Obviously, that conversation as well. How does that feel?
It feels really great. I always feel like I'm in safe hands, and there's never a gamble to the game when I'm with Acorn.
All right, now turn the conversation over to Reload. Predictions for this week, coming out of your group or particularly into finals. How you guys feeling for that?
Feeling good. Obviously, we got some more work to do, but I'm liking how it's kind of like a heat system. So you kind of warm up into the tournament, get a feel for it, and then it'll make us more confident going into finals. Obviously, it's a different game mode, so some little practice will definitely help.
Cool, and obviously, Acorn's very, very experienced. He's used to kind of playing in these finals. You yourself, you have the experience as well, but a little bit newer. Are you starting to kind of feel some of the nerves, or are you feeling pretty confident?
No, I'm definitely feeling very confident. It's nowhere I've never been before. And of course, I'm playing with the best IGL in the world, and we've been refining our end games a lot, so that's basically what Reload's all about. So you guys will see.
Acorn or Bolts, feeling confident? Good luck, guys.
What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and we're catching up in the media lounge right now. This is really exciting. We have the Major 2 champions of Sky and Scroll. What's exciting about this is you guys get to bring in the momentum, being champions now, to this LAN event. Sky, I'm going to start with you. What does that feel like? Do you feel like you have the pressure lifted off your shoulders now that you're winning everything?
I think it's very good with confidence, but I also feel like it's going to keep the pressure, and I think it's going to make us even more focused.
And what about yourself, Scroll? Competition obviously continue to get fierce, but you guys are dominating on Europe.
Yeah, I mean, we just do hard work all the time. We do it as a team the whole time, and yeah, I just feel confident in the team.
Love that. Well, again, we're setting up for a LAN event. You guys obviously got to dip your toes in the water. What are you taking from your last LAN event experiences now into this one?
I think we learned a lot from backstage and stuff like that, so I think taking that from Summit to this is really going to help.
Yeah, and what about yourself? Coming in from Summit, obviously you guys probably had some tough lessons learned there. What's that going to do for you here at this LAN?
I think we learned a lot of good things, but the most important thing was to communicate as a team, and I feel like we've mastered that now.
Love it. Well, I also have a little bit of baseball now, a little bit of background knowledge. I got to catch up with Peterbot and Boyo. I had asked him, I said, hey, give me your honest opinion. What's a duo that you're actually afraid of? Peterbot had one opinion, Boyo had another. It was Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll. You guys are clearly at the top of some of the, world's best. Does that make you feel different about yourself? Does that make you feel better? Or do you feel like, man, maybe I got a target on my back now?
I mean, I could say the same thing about them, but I feel like that's what all the the game's about, and I think it's exciting and fun.
Yeah, what about yourself? You find excitement in that?
Yeah, I feel like it's fun to compete against the best I've watched since I was not that good. So I feel like it's fun to be up with them now.
Well, you guys have had an incredible journey. Congratulations on how far you've gone, and of course, best of luck.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Barney, thanks for meeting me.
Nice beret.
I like it too. It's because I've become quite Parisian over the last 6 weeks, and I thought it'd be a great opportunity for me to show you around some of my favorite spots in the city.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, Barney, this is my favorite restaurant.
Ah, yes. Glitter, it's closed.
We'll just come back later. It's fine.
I'm really hungry as well.
This is my favorite bookstore. Can't understand a word of it, though.
That's because it's Portuguese.
Okay.
Oh.
Barney, you've got to try this. This is the best ice cream in Paris.
no.
Me, welcome to the Esports World Cup.
No, Glitter, come here. This is the Esports World Cup. Exactly, come on. Get in. The players are waiting, come on.
Sorry.
Okay, let's do this.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais thé, jamais film. Gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Welcome to day 2, EWC 26 in Paris. This is the STC Rewind. We're catching up with all the action from day number 1. It's Monster D-Face, Mini Minor. We called a bunch of stuff yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Group A was absolutely electric. It was fantastic to see so many of our top teams performing. Shark and Teeny in particular, 4 victory royales for them. I think they need to turn down those celebrations a bit there. They're getting too mad.
And then, of course, Peterbot Boyo, what it meant for Falcons, the club championship points on the line. Talk about a slow start, but then you leave it to them. They turned up towards the end.
They always do, and that's just what this team are all about. Booga Bradeswell not quite making it into that top 7. Remember, that's a team now that are going to be playing in that survival stage, and we did have 3 teams that actually didn't make it through as well.
Hey, we got to talk about them there because at the end it was Tomas, Mofu who wanted it the most. They end up popping off, taking that dub, pushing another team down and into the Key Crush ceremony. Do we even call it a ceremony at this point? Like, who wants to celebrate getting kicked out?
Nobody wants to celebrate. Another couple of teams as well. Alex and Reckless got kicked out. Epic, Well and Pump got kicked out. Rainy and Nalu, those were the 3 teams. Just couldn't quite make it happen on the day.
And then the ones that did it, Shark, Teeny, front of the stage, hit the button. Barney was there. We all see it. They seem to enjoy that moment. That was day 1. Today, day 2 is Group Stage B. And we know we're going to see a whole bunch of more action.
Thanks so much for that update, boys. Glitter Explosion here with Jacob and Kelly, and we're about to dive into all things club championship related before we get into our action, because yesterday we have a couple updates that came through in relation to our other stages. Specifically with Counter-Strike, they are finishing out their round of 16 here today, which means we're going to be getting into top 8 by the end of the day. We'll have a better idea of which clubs that means, but there is a bit of a bracket of death that's going to be happening today. We've got Vitality in there, Na'Vi in there, Falcons in there, so it's going to be a really big day. Then when we look at Trackmania, we had AGAL, both of their players now through to the top 8. Falcons, Carl Jr., best in the world, 7-time champion, also making his way through, but Pack for Vitality also through. I mean, there's a lot going on these stages when it comes to paying attention to which clubs are going to be doing well. And then, of course, we have Crossfire. Their lower bracket semifinals are happening right now. The big squads we're looking at, once again, Na'Vi, Falcons, and Vitality. Vitality actually just won their lower bracket semifinals. They stay alive, qualify through to top 8 alongside Liquid and AGAL, who have already claimed those spots. But now that we have that recapped, what does that mean for us here in Fortnite? Let's talk about these CC squads. Specifically, we'll start with yesterday because we had Falcons and Vitality in our Group A. Talk to me a little bit about them, Jacob.
I mean, honestly, if you guys were watching those games and you guys are a fan of the Falcons, it looked scary at first. Peterbot and Poyo playing like a shadow of themselves. Only 3 points throughout the first 2 games, but they were able to pick it up, kind of alleviate some of that pressure. The same thing with Vitality, Chino, and Pablo Wingu. These guys played phenomenally online. Maybe a little bit of a slow start, but they ended up punching their ticket anyway.
No, I think Levin put it best. That the reason that we were kind of not looking at Team Vitality is that they were just kind of playing boring Fortnite, which honestly is the best way to play Fortnite when you want to make it into the finals.
It's a little bit conservative, right? You have to make sure that you at least get the first step of the competition out of the way, because it wasn't about the points. It was about qualifying for finals and not having to be in survival stage.
Yeah, and that was the biggest thing. Honestly, I had a chance to talk to Pollo after the day was done, and he looked like he lost the tournament. And I had to tell him, bro, you did your job. You qualified through to the next stage, and honestly, it kind of made it scratch my head. It's like, he wants it that bad. He wants it so bad.
That reminds me of the Summit 1 LAN. It was the same thing. He literally gets back-to-back solos, almost gets a third solo clutch as well, and then you see him in Faxy's stream at the end, and he just looks distraught. He got second place. He just won hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he does not care.
You know, a third team that's also in the CC was Aurora Gaming. They had a really strong performance yesterday as well, Jacob.
No, they definitely did. Shark and Teeny. I think everybody coming into this event, we're looking at Peterbot and Pollo, Shark and Teeny. Well, I know it's only group stages, but I think that debate has kind of been squashed. Shark and Teeny. Shark specifically, the only player with above 2.0 damage ratio, most in eliminations, most in overall damage. He tore up the field.
Listen, there was definitely some blood in the water yesterday, and he went on a tear. And I know that we're going to be seeing a lot of that in the finals, but of course, Peterbot and Pollo, what they like to do, and I know I'm talking about Peterbot and Pollo, I'm from NA, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
But listen, I think that they're going to make a comeback. I think that they're going to be studying what Shark and Teeny did. And of course, we also have some big teams to talk about that we're going to be watching today. And for me, that's got to be, of course, some of the big names that we have in Aurora Gaming. And no, I'm sorry, ALAG.
Yeah, AGAL. I'm glad you brought them up because we're talking about Group B, and they are currently fighting at the top of our club championship leaderboard with Falcons for that top spot. They have been jockeying back and forth across the last 6 weeks, and this could actually be a pivotal game for them. Talk to me a little bit about their chances for AGAL. Could they be one of our top squads?
I definitely think they could be one of the top squads. They just came off FNCS Major 2 victory. They almost won the FNCS Major 1 Summit LAN, and they got in their own heads. And I think if you're one of those teams to where if you make a huge, crucial mistake like that, it eats at you, but it eats at you enough to where you're just able to remember it and never make that mistake again.
I fortunately got to interview Sky and Scroll just before and during media days, and honestly, I know that they had that little bit of disconnect during the Summit 1 LAN. Although they were performing so well, you could tell at the very end that that wasn't the performance that they wanted. But just listening to the confidence that they have, the synergy that they had, I was actually told by some of the other talent being like, listen, they're a little quiet, they're a little shy, they might not be that, but they did not seem quiet or shy to me whatsoever. They seemed locked in and ready, and they're here to prove themselves.
Which would be amazing because we did just see clips there of M. Zubair winning in Tekken 8. That was a huge boon for AGAL when it comes to the points on the CC leaderboard. And they're going to need something big like that across any of the titles we have in this final week if they want to continue to fight with Falcons and leapfrog them. But the same could be said for Vitality, for any of these teams that are in the top 4, really, because a win is 1,000 points, and that is a lot. So predictions, just whether or not they make it through to the top 8 for AGAL here today, straight into finals or top 7?
Well, I don't want to give a prediction. I'm going to give you a promise.
Oh, okay.
I think Sky and Scroll
Okay.
make it into the top 7. They're going to the finals, and they will be a threat.
I'm giving them first place. From what we've seen out of them. Listen, I know Cold and Rapid are here. I know we got some big names from all around the world, but they have been looking so good, so strong, and they don't have the big contenders going up against them. And that might throw them for a little bit of a loop, but they seem like smart players, and so I think if anyone's going to come out in first place, Sky and Scroll.
I love that. No pressure for the boys, and we're going to get into all that action in just a little bit. Before that, we do that, though, we're going to send out over to Zeke for some player interviews.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Here we are, EWC. It's Group B. You know we had to talk to them. It's Acorn, it's Bulls. Guys, what's going on? Front of the line. Here we are, EWC, day number 2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
That's it, just great. Just locked in like that, huh?
Locked in. I'm locked in.
That's good. Let me get over here in between you guys. How are you feeling? I mean, is it the same? Are you just locked in, doing more of what you do?
No, I'm feeling good. You know, it's always like a good feeling to come to these LANs, play in front of everyone, see the lobby for yourself. Like, feels nice. Yeah. Feeling confident.
I love that. I love that. Obviously, big day. You guys got to watch yesterday. Do you feel like intimidated at all by the stage, by the crowd? Or, I mean, you guys are so experienced at this time, at this point, Bull. It's like, is this going to be another day in the life?
It's definitely just another day, you know. We've been at many global championships before. I wouldn't say this changes anything. If anything, I would say we're more prepared than ever, and we're ready to put on a show for everyone.
Ooh, ice cold, ice cold. Okay, Acorn, we got just a bit moment here. Anything you want to say to the fans as you start kind of getting in the mindset of today?
I hope you guys enjoy watching. We're going to try to put on a show for you guys, so thank you guys for the support.
Love that, guys. Best of luck. We're getting ready right now. We're making our way into the stage, so we're going to head through here. We're going to cut you guys loose. Good luck out there. We're going to be making some noise for you guys. It's right through here. So as we get ready to head on in, we wanted to talk to maybe another duo, maybe two if we have the opportunity. You guys go on ahead. We've got a couple other names here. We're seeing players coming in, kind of the similar situation, right? They're all so locked in. Oh my gosh. God. Sky and Scroll, listen, can I pull you guys over here for just a second? Come here. Oh my gosh. So listen, this here, some high profile players here. We got Sky, we got Scroll. Guys, here we are. Day number 2 of EWC. How are you guys feeling? Is there any nerves at play right now? Or are you guys pretty locked in?
I think we're just locked in, ready to play today.
I love that. How are you feeling? The same thing? Are you locked in and maybe a little bit of nerves?
No, I'm just locked in, a little bit sick, but yeah, hopefully it won't be too bad.
That's okay. That's okay. Look, I believe in you. Obviously, we guys saw you at the summit, and you had that kind of heartbreak. So we had that moment where, you know, you guys kind of fell off spawn, and it kind of cost you guys a little bit. You've had time to bounce back. Here you are again on land. Is that moment in the back of your mind anywhere, or have you guys used that moment to kind of like really fuel you for this moment?
Yeah, I'd say we learned more from it than we lost. But yeah, I think we're gonna take what we learned, and yeah, hopefully it won't happen again.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think the same. I think we just learned a lot from it. I think we locked in and we talked more about things like this, and we got stuff ready for this time.
Yeah. Would you guys like to say anything to the fans out there who are clearly cheering you guys on and want you guys to win? Because I feel like at this point you deserve it.
I mean, I just want to say, I appreciate y'all, love y'all, and we'll try our best.
For you?
Yeah, I'm just happy that people follow us and they keep rooting for us. So yeah, thank you all.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Best of luck out there. I'll let you guys head on over. Get yourselves ready because it's EWC time.
Thank you, Zeke, for getting all those great answers out of these players. And a big shout out to Glitter, Kelly, and Jacob for just filling in and giving us a countdown and just pretty much a rundown of what ended up happening in day 1. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and this time we brought along Vivid and Levin. Vivid, how are we feeling outside?
Oh, feeling super, super good. I got to tell you, 7, I got to tell you, 11, an absolutely beautiful day out today. Very, very excited to kind of jump into the competition. And 11, man, it's very, very hard for us to actually look at the camera right now because, I mean, dude, come on, man. How can you beat that?
I'll tell you what, mate. Yesterday, I didn't want to go back to the studio. 7 had to drag me back there. Today, 7, you might have to just carry me back because I ain't leaving this beautiful scene here. Of course, we have a beautiful day.
Can I actually?
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I don't think I can, brother.
I'm immovable.
I was thinking about it. I don't think I can.
It's the immovable object, brother. It's the immovable object. I think the unstoppable force we're going to see today is these Group B teams who, after watching that first day, I mean, you're going to look at the rest of the competition thinking, we got to step the game up. We got to bring a new level today.
Yeah, because of that Sony story of the day. Welcome to Group B. And those teams, I mean, especially one that's currently contending for the club championship, AGAL. That squad has been popping up, and a lot of expectations coming into this because of the club championship.
I'll be honest, if I'm an AGAL fan, I'm looking at the Falcons' performance yesterday, and I'm thinking, hey, there is a door opening for us to sneak through and really lock down the whole club championships here in Fortnite.
Yeah, would love to see Sky and Scroll do a performance like we are used to them kind of seeing, right, Levin? I mean, I do want to go ahead and pick your brain a little bit here, though. Sky and Scroll, I feel like they have kind of picked up a reputation of being a very formulaic team, one that might be a little bit too repeatable. What do you think about that?
I think you can say that, but we like things, repeated. I think you probably have the same routine every day, right? You don't just switch up which side of the bed you sleep on. You know exactly which side you like. You know which way you like the pillow facing. You know which way you like, to eat your breakfast every morning. They know how they like to play Fortnite. And guess what? It works for them. So why switch things up? I mean, Sky and Scroll, of course, they're going to have the pressure. They're going to have people expecting consistency out of them. But I think you underrate potentially, I think not just you, right? But I think the world of Fortnite potentially underrates their ability to get big games like some of the other teams we saw yesterday.
You had me thinking, do I ever switch on the bedside? But I'll tell you what, mate, sometimes I do end up switching, especially here at the hotels, because one side's usually colder than the other one. One team that we're actually going to be keeping a close eye on is going to be T1, because they do have some Polish players there, and I know the Polish super fans are going to be watching. Shout out to Patty the Baddie, because she'll definitely be watching and expecting them to perform well and end up being in the top 7. Is that one team, Vivid, that we are expecting to be in the top 7?
I mean, Darman Namish, we were actually having a ride over here over towards the Eiffel Tower, and me and Levin were kind of going back and forth. Who do we think's actually going ahead and qualify in that top 7 spot? We disagreed on this one. I actually did not have T1 actually jumping into that top 7, but Levin did. And I feel like the reason for that is going to be even coming into Summit, which happened not too far ago, was I expect a lot more of that out of them.
He's saying we had a conversation. What it was is Vivid was actually just rage baiting me the whole journey. He's just saying, yeah, no, I don't think Darman Namish, T1 have really any chance to get a top 7. I think you know very well the expectation for that duo should be top 7. Whether they get it or not, I think depends, because to be quite honest, their performances so far this year in EU, they've been a bit up and down. They've been a bit inconsistent, right? So I don't know what version of T1 we're going to get today. Hopefully for the T1 fans, it's the best one.
It also comes down to what kind of consistency we're going to be seeing out of the other teams. We saw yesterday what Aurora was able to do with those 4 victory royales, but there's a lot that's going to be going on here in Group B. And talking about a lot, there is some French players here, and I think Luti got a chance to talk to some of the fan base.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, second day of group stage now here. We are ready. Fortnite Reload is like on point. I will have some French people to speak with them, because like yesterday we saw some French player, we saw some insane gameplay as well, and we have some favorite today. So I'm gonna start with these two guys. I think they look good, like the Havoc stuff. I'm gonna ask them for some French question and then I'm gonna translate for you guys. Salut les BG. Bon, deuxième jour, vous êtes là les 4 jours vous?
Ouais. Évidemment.
So I asked them if they are here the 4 days. They say obviously we are here. So who is your favorite basically?
Yesterday, je serais pour Pixie Squeezie parce qu'ils sont super forts en fight et ils sont très constants.
Okay, so I'm going for Pixie and Squeezie because they're really strong in fight and they're really like, they have a consistency. And you, what do you think?
Même si j'aime bien Sky Scroll, on reste pour Avoc, Pixie Squeezie évidemment, et les Français, même si Sky Jump. Mais voilà, si les deux peuvent être top 1, top 2, mais Avoc en premier évidemment.
So you say Avoc first, of course, but I root a little bit for Sky and Scroll because they look really good as well, and all the French players. But you think like basically Avoc and AGL are the favorites of this group?
Yeah, oui, évidemment. Évidemment, ouais, ils sont trop forts.
Just say obviously they are so strong, they're gonna dominate. What do you think about yesterday's performance?
C'était Sharktini trop fort. On a vu un comeback aussi de Peter Poyo, c'était mal parti. On a vu aussi Bouga, dernière game qui a pu performer. Et même l'ambiance et tout, les Français en top 1, c'était incroyable. Franchement, c'était incroyable.
Yesterday was insane. The French teams just one game, yes, with Orchid, and of course we saw them back to back. They were like looking insane. We just can't wait to see them in the final now. And so for today, like Avoc first, of course. And I think there is a lot of Avoc fans as well. Look at this, they are ready, mesdames et messieurs. Ça va les fans d'Avoc, faites du bruit! I think we are ready to go on stage in a few minutes, mesdames et messieurs, du bruit! Est-ce que vous êtes chaud? We're ready to go, guys. French crowd is crazy. Here we are for the second day of group stage.
Merci, Luti. Always getting the crowd hyped, especially when he gets a chance to talk in French as well. But for some of the other squads that we were actually mentioning, let's talk about Acorn and Bolts, because that's one squad we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, I myself already had the opportunity to talk to Acorn and Bolts just not too long ago in a little bit of an interview. Absolutely looking cool, calm, and collected and confident. One of the things that I like about EWC is that carrying over the duo that you have kind of been playing with throughout the year in the normal duo side of things, Acorn and Bolts have that. They're off of a fresh FNCS win. Feel like they're going to be feeling pretty good. But on the other side of things, Cold and Rapid, kind of like the opposite of that conversation. They're not duos anymore in the Battle Royale game mode.
Of course, you know, Cold and Rapid, they represent Twisted Minds here this weekend. So obviously, all the Twisted Mind fans are going to be hoping that they show up in their best form. Maybe not playing with each other all year long is going to actually help bring them together in these games today.
I got a question for you guys. We're talking about predictions usually, and fans are being able to actually go into the EWC Play app to do the pick'ems. What is your guys' predictions to finish in first place? And while you guys do that, I'm gonna get something off screen.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll probably agree. I mean, he's talking about first place specifically. I feel like Sky and Scroll, first place, probably without a doubt.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say Sky and Scroll, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the boring pick. But if I want to get a bit spicy with it, we're not there yet, but I know the lovely, French fans in the building might be there. Skyjumper Mumsy, make some noise for Skyjumper Mumsy. I mean, these guys obviously, they always... Okay, I'm farming a bit too much now. Let me relax a bit.
Well, we'll see who's going to end up actually getting those predictions and those pick'ems right. Because whoever ends up getting it right, you'll get a chance to get this amazing croissant while looking at the Eiffel Tower. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talk. It's time to get started with Group B of Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à toutes et à tous pour notre deuxième jour de group stage ici à Paris sur la compétition Fortnite Reload Championship à l'EWC. Ça va tout le monde?
Today, 20 teams will have their chance to shine on the Gadia City grid. Teams who are hungry to make a statement and dominate the leaderboard.
Aujourd'hui, même scénario qu'hier. C'est le groupe B qui vient cette fois-ci, pas le droit à une deuxième chance. Les 7 meilleurs seront qualifiés en finale et les 3 derniers seront éliminés après seulement 10 games, Barney.
Like we witnessed yesterday, 3 teams will have their keys crushed along with their hopes and dreams of glory at the Esports World Cup. It's brutal, but we love it. And so, coming to you live from the Port de Versailles in the heart of Paris, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage, starting with Gon and Knight. They are Furia.
Sky and Scroll, they are AGL.
Yuma and Koyota, they are Zeta Division.
Josh and Eondo, they are Elite Esports.
Khan and Faded, they are S8UL Esports.
Snow and Mohamed, they are Al-Hali Esports.
Vazen and Anon.
Enact and Salco, they are Fnatic.
Cold and Rapid, they are Twisted Minds.
Seven and Achadas.
Mini Pio and Fukun.
Sweezy and Bixie, they're Team Avon.
Acorn and Bolts.
Aoxy and Jojo Fishy.
Oatly.
Yassine and Salvatore. Victor V and Canada, they are Dignitas.
Skyjump and Monzi. Dom and Dibush, they are T1.
And finally, Yapko and Panzer, they are Geek Esports. Ils sont parmi les meilleurs joueurs du monde. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas de deuxième chance. C'est l'heure du deuxième jour de Group Stage de Fortnite Reload Championship.
Ask yourself, are you here to be eliminated? Are you here to simply survive? Or are you here to dominate? Let's find out.
They need to remind everyone who they are, and they do. I don't know how they managed to win that one, but they are still in this tournament.
But the shot still lands. Vico somehow, someway wins that game. Izzy and Nosif do it for France. As only hopes go to the backside of zone, and it's NA West that takes him down.
Day 2, Fortnite family, and it couldn't have come at a better moment. 10 fresh new games, MDF, that we're about to see getting lined up to see who exactly pulls out from Group B to that final stage, or who's going to have to keep trying to duke it out in Day 3's competition. But the standard was already applied. After we saw yesterday's competition, it's tough to say what's going to actually take place here.
I'm going to be honest, you know, at first I was looking at the Day 1 Group A stage, and I'm like, man, this might be the most difficult, but then this walkout here might have fully convinced me otherwise. Looking at the
difficult scenario that so many of these players and duos are naturally going to try and contend with, but it's 10 games.
Yeah,
They
10
have
games.
so many to work with.
There's a lot to play for here, you know? 10 games, you saw it yesterday. The map rotation, that halfway point really does cause a shift as well at times, depending on the player's kind of overall performance and preparation coming in. And then just a different dynamic as well. Different draw spots being claimed, different strategies at play, and that can shift your tournament.
Plus, you never know exactly what is going to happen, just because teams might actually be looking to utilize some of the strategies they saw working out well for others in yesterday's competition. Maybe if they can hope to try and keep things a little bit more tight to their chest. They don't want to reveal all their secrets just yet, but Monster, it's always just so much fun also knowing the kind of mini competition that is just scaling at this point, because we are looking at that club championship feature too, and for so many of these teams participating, Sky and Scroll have certainly got some pressure on them for AGAL.
Yeah, that's right. It's the game within the game here. You know, you're coming in, and at first you think, hey, this is my chance. It's another Fortnite LAN tournament. You know, this is where I perform best, and then you have this added expectation of you. Oh, wait a second. Looking at the EWC, there's much more at play here for my organization, who, by the way, have a very much vested interest in you doing the best that you can, because it does play a part into this entire ecosystem here.
And of course, one of the best parts about it all, MDF, is that we get a chance to be even more direct with seeing some of the mindset behind these players involved, especially those from AGAL.
We're almost at the end of the Esports World Cup, and the club championship is heating up. Things couldn't be closer. There's 2 teams currently ahead of the rest. Team Falcons and AGAL are both standing with over 4,000 points. Looking towards Fortnite, 2 teams with a strong chance to come out on top are Sky and Scroll on AGAL and none other than Peterbot and Poyo from Team Falcons. Both teams qualified to the event in their first qualifier of their respective regions, and both have had strong results across this year.
I think we have like an incredible year. We have won the 2 majors, and yeah, I just think we have accomplished a lot of things that I wanted to do since I started playing. So yeah, I'm happy.
It can go any way, but if it's Peterbot, you can't count him out, and he takes it all home there.
The Danes trying to pull through here yet again, and Sky Scroll in very familiar fashion with another.
With first place here at the Reload Championship, granting the winners 1,000 club championship points, Fortnite could be the difference maker, leading a club to the Esports World Cup 2026 trophy.
I'm here to secure the club championship for Falcons.
EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
What is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
Yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Break.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now, usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop.
With
It's good.
This is good?
You
Okay.
can upshift for the one.
All right,
and
I'm
you can go.
upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent? I'm
Yes.
gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right, one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, don't have.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it?
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I could feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice. Good job. Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice.
We did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Who's a winner? Someone will be proud of me, right?
I don't know how they managed to win that one, but they are
Just as Nolan intended.
You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Foyo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Foyo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Foyo, secure another one.
Give us a second. I'd pull up to the Golden Reel to watch that cast any day of the week, but lucky for us, we got front stage today.
Yeah, this might be the best seats in the house. We can obviously be participants to witnessing what the crowd's reactions are going to be towards some of this gameplay that's about to take over in today's competition, MDF. But more importantly still, the players getting their rounds of warm-ups in, everyone just really ready to try and shine, because getting off to a hot start could be a very good way to kind of set a new standard on the day.
Yeah, definitely. You see the face, the determination, the look on Sky and Scroll as they're in the lobby right now, just starting to prepare and warm up. The competition surely is fierce here for the group stage B. You've seen a lot so far, and this EWC 26 has not disappointed at all. And then tomorrow we get down to that survival stage as well, so there's a lot on the line here.
And you have to remember, in a sense, it's kind of already a survival stage for the bulk of these teams, because we saw yesterday 3 duos that unfortunately were unable to make the cut, unable to break through into that next phase of competition, and ultimately resulted in them going home. And obviously that is not the intention, but it is going to have to be the results for 3 more duos after today's 10 lobbies.
Yeah, definitely. Acorn and Bolts coming on into this tournament as champions. That newfound kind of resurgence for Bolts here. You'll love to see it, and then the confidence is starting to come out of him as well in all the interviews. He really is starting to come into his own. I expect him to do very well. We all have already talked about the, of course, AGAL duo. We talked about our Havoc duos. So that's a couple spots that might be a shoo-in. They start to kind of pack up after that, right? Can you count in Victor V? Can you count in Josh and Iamzo? These are duos that are exceptional. Coyote, like how can you not think that they're going to come in the top 7, you know?
Especially after we did see a breakthrough with international competition in yesterday's stage with Lewa and Romero. So there is obviously going to be a little bit of heavier intention here from this group stage, because I think it's a lot of fun, Monster, that we have 2 recent FNCS winners from the exact same major basically going head-to-head in today's competition.
Yeah, for real. I mean, that just by itself definitely sets a whole different level of, you know, expectation amongst the skill here presented in the lobby. But then you have people like Swizzy, right? Coming off, of course, his global championship performance. He's very humble. People tend to forget he's got a LAN most recently, kind of tucked in on the belt there on the side, ready to fire off, and he's representing Havoc this weekend.
And it's a lot of fun, too, when you factor in just how many wild cards can actually present themselves. Levin actually gave a great shout towards Skyjump and Mumsy, definitely expecting the arena to get a little rambunctious whenever those 2 are on the screen. But not only that, love seeing that Polish representation, too, out of Darm and Demish. T1 obviously hoping that they can see their club championship team able to represent in the finals, because obviously this is one part of the component, because they are still looking to make it into that top 8 position even once finals day arrives, to ultimately secure some of those club championship points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and there's some significant rewards for coming up towards the top, so you really do want to do your best and represent your team, of course. Here's Iamzo and Josh just kind of locking in here, making sure to stay hydrated. Even Josh pulling out the gamer glasses. All right, looking good.
And locked and loaded. Everybody's really ready to kind of set the stage. And it's always one of those factors, too, because we do have so many players that are just very familiar to this. This isn't their first time around. Salco, especially, looking back on his entrance debut with the Summit LAN Finals, and now here representing again on another LAN stage. It's a pretty tall ask, but obviously there is a lot of different things kind of taking place across today's competition. So, of course, why not hear a little bit more from Barney himself?
Here we are, as we get prepped and ready to go into our first game of Group B. Myself, Barney, and I'm here with Shocker. We are here in amongst the crowd, ready to see who's ready and who's looking good. The way that I gauge this, Shocker, is I kind of have a look at see who looks the calmest on stage. You know, yesterday we had Sharkantini looking really calm. Do we have any Sharkantini fans here? I see we're going right here as well. And to be honest, before I came out today, it looked like Sky and Scroll, cool as cucumbers. What do you think?
Eh bien, je pense que Sky et Scroll sont très calmes et bien posés comme Sharkantini hier. Mais est-ce qu'on peut aussi parler de Skyjump et Momsy?
Skyjump and Momsy, popular out here, of course, in the French crowd. I've got Maxime and I've got Louis here as well. Maxime, you're from Marseille, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, how long have you been playing Fortnite for?
3 years.
3 years, okay, and who you're supporting? Skyjump and Momsy?
Momsy Skyjump.
Okay, seeing the walkouts, seeing the players come out here on stage, did it look pretty cool? Did you imagine what it would be like to be a player walking on stage? Would it scare you?
Momsy Skyjump maybe one top one and maybe one.
They might win. What is your first, when you came here to the Esports World Cup, what did you first think when you saw this? It's crazy, right? It's huge.
It's impressive, yeah.
Very impressive. Now, Shoka, we've talked about a few of the players here, talked about the crowd. Should we get them hyped up? Should we get them hyped up for this match?
Oh,
how about
yeah.
you take this half, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna take that half for the crowd, and we're gonna do a little battle, and we're gonna see who can get louder. Okay, why don't we split it down the middle here, okay? You guys are with me, and you guys are with Shoga.
Il va falloir faire du bruit.
You go first.
Ok, on doit faire le plus de bruit possible. On a cette moitié-là. À 3, vous y allez, hein, et on envoie. 1, 2, 3, faites du bruit!
He said it in French, so I'm gonna say it in English. My side, make some noise! And with that, casters, back to you.
Appreciate it so much, Barney. And obviously, how can you not be excited after witnessing that energy from the crowd themselves and knowing that they are about to witness 10 fresh matches of Fortnite competition? Couldn't be more excited for it.
Way to set the stage, way to get the energy going here and the expectations ready for our games. Well, we already know the players are inside the lobby here. The battle bus should be setting off shortly, and then we'll start getting into this prime time action here. Again, what's on the line here? Top 7 get to move on. Bottom 3 get completely kicked out of the competition. Their run will be over at that point, and then we'll go on to the survival stage tomorrow. But first, Taco, you gotta get past here today.
Right, and it's just so much more brutal, especially after witnessing the key crush that took place after Group A's conclusion. And so, here today, it's all about everybody making sure that they have at least a handful of opportunities to shine. 10 matches does give a pretty wide open spread. Plenty of opportunity to recover, but also plenty of opportunity for other teams to create a gap that can be very difficult to overcome. Sky, Scroll, already getting a little tagged up. Salco and Max suffering a very similar fate, but Scroll and Sky, they've managed to touch down, already trying to gaze on over to where Nact and Salco are at, just cognizant of them being in the area here at Elite Armory.
You saw that little flyby there. Cole being the first person to touch his feet down on the ground and then get eliminated. Iamzo's following right back up with Jogo's spooks there. But AGAL, Sky and Scroll will be tapping in with them all week long. We need to know how they're performing. Meanwhile, Furia versus Havoc here, looking to earn themselves some more points. This is not good for Furia. He is starting to get collapsed in by the Havoc duo here in Pixie and Swizzy.
Pixie's wasting absolutely no time in getting inside the box. They've got going completely on the run right now.
Oh.
And the collapse, though, the turnaround just like that. You would hope that he could maybe find some signs of life, but it's just not going to be a possibility. Swizzy was too quick to shut that one down.
Well, you know what? There's a skill in staying alive. He stayed alive just long enough for Knight to go ahead and touch down. Otherwise, they would have been the first duo taken out. Meanwhile, what a clash. There's not every day you get to see Cold versus Coyote, Japan's #1 versus, of course, NA's Dangerous. Puerto Rican Cold here, ready to pop it off.
Cole might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Yuma, though, just like that, dropped to a sliver of HP, and Cole still delivering haymakers. Coyote gonna be forced to drop, still trying to look for a re-engage. Yuma with the distraction factor, and Cole will be knocked and eliminated. So Coyote, Yuma, Zeta Division's representatives holding strong.
Hold in a 1v2 though. Quite literally took them both down. Both of them were in inches of being sent back to the lobby, but hey, in the end, we only sing songs about those that come out ahead. Coyote and Yuma are doing just that.
You could be a little bit shaken. As long as you don't let yourself get outright rattled, you're typically going to still be in a relatively safe position. But it's a nice little confidence metric too for Coyote and Yuma. They're not getting their confidence crushed, losing that 1v2 against Cold, right? So Sky, Scroll, shifting the direction back over towards Elite Armory. Still haven't managed to find any outright conclusions to some of the other teams in the area. Just prioritizing getting a lot of their materials online first.
A lot of respect here being put on the lobby. You know, when you compare games 1 onwards, really from Group A, the action was much more staggering. It seems like this group here definitely recognizes, and I think they were picking up what we were feeling there in the walkout. The tension is real amongst the duos. Most of them actually sticking side by side in the early game, where normally in a reload format, they would be all spread out, right? Doing the other strategies, so just try to farm quick points. So this is really interesting.
Definitely have to have a certain level of respect, though, when you factor in that these are some of the best reload competitors, given how much of a journey it was for everybody to make it through those Real Elite Series qualifiers in the first place. But now, Anon, Knight, and it's largely just Knight who's trying to sort of stake off Anon, but he will be but chased down here, plus some slight leverage, but Anon will have no problems whatsoever in delivering an elimination for himself and Days. And now, just waiting to see whether or not Knight and Gon are ever going to have a real chance of recovery, because they've kind of just been going through the grinder this entire game since the very start in those early eliminations.
You know, the vibes kind of coming into things. Gon was definitely looking sharp, feeling good, but hey, putting up the tournament performance that might have just been a small bluff. We'll see what they can do to go in and get themselves back on track. Meanwhile, Jackpo Panzer, the first time we get to touch base with the GK duo. Let's see how things are looking for them. All around here, the hostile hold, not a duo in sight.
Right, but for Panzer and Yapko, it has been a bit tumultuous of a journey overall, because these guys, they had the highlights originally. This was a duo that everyone was kind of keeping tabs on over in Europe specifically, and then things just sort of fizzled out as the year went on, and so this could be a great opportunity for them to really showcase that they've got what it takes.
These are turning moments for, of course, the club championship. Your performances here will directly reflect in your overall organization, your overall club's standing there on the leaderboards. But hold up, Twisted Minds has a little bit of a problem. It's a friendly action, Cold and Rapid here, taking down Bolts. Now, you know, it doesn't quite count the same way.
Not the family feud you want to see. The audience even seeming a little bit torn on who to actually cheer for in that type of circumstance. But ultimately, it is Cold and Rapid as the primary representatives for Twisted Minds.
Hey, they qualified first. They deserve it. Acorn is doing the rightful thing of hiding away from Cold and Rapid. And look at this. No mercy as they say, hey, Bolts, did you just land? Here, hold this shotgun shot. Take that. And another one put down there. That's 3 points now. Cole's starting to really heat up here. 3 points for elimination, mind you.
Yeah, and by the looks of things, Cold and Rapid, they're not fully done just yet with enjoying this reboot cycle farm that has sort of just been taking place for Bolt. And it's crazy to think that a competitor, a fragger as strong as Bolt, is currently in this position. He's narrowly managing to just try and touch down and doesn't even get the chance. Khan even going to take him out from a separate direction entirely. And that's just part of the problems that are sort of brought in. And it looks like Bolt isn't going to be the only one suffering, but Salco, he's out, and Knack only 21 HP and dropping, fighting inside of the storm, no whites to his name. He's going to be forced to just engage and recover a little bit of Siphon, or at least buy time for Salco to come back.
Take a look at this. It's Oatly and Spooks now who are on the offense here, having that team with backs against the wall, and then Cold and Rapid fighting for the airdrop. It's Havoc versus Twisted Minds right now. Talk about a clash. Swizzy's Pixie on the other side. You have Cold and Rapid. you know, we had questions about this duo not playing all together throughout the year. You know, they ended up splitting up after that first qualifier. However, they are looking like they never left one another's side. Sometimes breaks apart do work out pretty well.
Honeymoon phase for a reason, and for Rapid and Cold, maybe this could be the recovery stage, at least when it comes to the reload competition. And, well, with the way that Cold is getting active, he might, well, I was gonna say he might need to, check his back, but it's going to be Pixie, a little replay instance to see what went wrong for Swizzy and Pixie earlier. He even put Swizzy in that solo position, but hey, at least until it makes towards the 7th zone, players will still have those reboot opportunities, so it's just tough finding that opportunity to really get some breathing room.
Yeah, luckily for T1's Demus and Darm, they're looking just fine. No points earned just yet here on the tournament as we are just getting things started. AGALs, Sky and Skrull, what have they managed to do so far? Nothing. Keeping quiet here, kind of on the edge of the zone. It now starting to look to pull a bit further, but things are going to begin hitting up very shortly. Once we start getting closer to that zone 7, you're going to hear the countdown, right? And then reloads will turn off. No one will be able to fly back into the game.
But that's what makes Sky and Skrull so scary, is if you're not seeing anything out of Sky and Skrull, then you know that they're just scheming. They love to create so many openings for themselves. They're so smart about how they handle their rotations, and they're always just putting themselves in top-tier positions to secure really strong endgame placements. And not only that, but even as individuals, how many times have you seen Sky or Skrull just clutch up so many consistent points? And when you have a duo that is just kind of lethal on all fronts, it is very difficult to contend with, especially when you're dealing with the likes of other aggressive fronts in the lobby, like Cold and Rapid, who have certainly been making their names known with 4 eliminations already.
Live from Paris, take a look at that camera right there. I recognize those two faces, but it's all good. We still got Twisted Minds, Cold, and Rapid here. 4 eliminations are Elim leaders at the moment here in match number 1. They're off to a very hot start for the Twisted Minds team, of course. Meanwhile, Faded and Khan still holding things down here as well. They're eyeing up Elites, Ianzo and Josh. They're getting close. These are 2 NA powerhouse duos starting to fly by one another. Might have a Brazil versus Europe showdown here with Havix, Pixie, and Swizzy. Also at 2 Elim, still inside the zone, mind you. They're gonna have to get going here soon. Things might get a little dangerous.
Not too much of a surprise, though, that Pixie and Swizzy have fallen back to playing a little bit slower here. Have to put a pause to things after that earlier scuffle. Pixie having to go through the reset territory, and then obviously going Ignite, very similar position. So whether or not these two teams actually decide to try and take a chunk out of the other, still left to be determined. But for right now, it seems like Pixie and Swizzy are fully focused on just trying to reorient themselves and get into a more natural position where they can better play an aggressive endgame.
That's right, Salvatore. Yasin already on the move here, using the crash pads and want to get a quick rotate around the outskirts, looking to save those very prestigious shockwaves. They actually get away with this completely free, even though there's teams close on their heels. The timing could have been better here. Meanwhile, Coyote, Yoma, of course, for representing Club Zeta. Gotta love this duo here. Beloved out of the Japan, Asia region. You know, we had that interview with Coyote, and the first thing we said is, hey, you do know the West, we call you guys the Peterbot of Asia. How does that make you feel? He said it's pressure, to be honest, as the translator helped kind of get his thoughts across. And that was really awesome. He said it's a lot of pressure just being looked at as that well. So I feel like I have to perform well for my region.
But he also commands a lot of respect, even on an international scale.
He deserves it.
There are so many players here that are recognizing his capabilities and just what they're going to be able to potentially put up numbers as a team. But this is what I'm really excited for at Monster, is seeing who's actually going to try and prioritize controlling height. Deemish Darm getting a little tagged up on their entrance. A bit of a, call it a deposit from the rest of the lobby, but Deemish Darm, man, they've drawn way more attention than what they had bargained for, and they're gonna have to drop all the way down this hill face, trying to get a little bit of natural coverage, trying to really just escape being the focal point of the lobby right now.
You know what? And the idea was to actually hide behind those trees. They thought they were being smart, but the team said, no, no, no. We see what you're trying to do there. You're not going to break line of sight onto us. And the focus comes in from everyone in the lobby. That timer there, though, bang, no more reloads. So you cannot afford to go down now. Otherwise, you will be stuck in the lobby until the next round.
I do think it's hilarious, though, that it was Sky and Scroll that were shooting at Darman Demish, because remember how Sky and Scroll were setting up earlier on. They were shooting out those trees, trying to provide themselves those kind of opportunities, and other duos just might not be suspecting it. Clearly, it wasn't in Darman Demish's game plan, but hey, things can change on a dime here. There's now an Axe Salco trying to get a little bit of pressure against other teams that are looking to try and break in towards where they're at. But rotations can be very risky. Swizzy and Pixie sort of avoiding the bulk of the focus right now, but still keeping tabs on a duo that they know is behind them.
Yeah, definitely. 3 eliminations right now. Looking pretty good. Here comes the end game. Full moving zones are in effect. Pixie, Swizzy opting to play that mid-ground, looking up towards the top. Jojo and Aoxy here looking to do the same. Meanwhile, a little scrappy fight on the outer edge with Bolts there. Will get caught up as the rotate goes through. Coyote finds 1-2. Sky already down for AGAL. Scroll here. And they haven't earned a single point. All that effort, all that work. And look, his hands are in the air. Yes, something went definitely wrong.
That's the problem. Sometimes it can be so unforgiving which way the lobby tends to pool, and well, or at least right now, Scroll's gonna have to put on a bit of a masterclass if they want to build up any sort of placement points, because this endgame is just so stacked. We have so oftentimes seen placement points not really get to factor in until right around that 10th movie zone, and it's just so problematic too when you've got a duo like Elites holding down the high ground.
How have we not had a full duo get eliminated just yet? We are so due at this point. Iamzo and Josh playing for the high ground. The first team to just get a little glimpse, a little taste of what it's like. Swizzy, Pixie on the other side, still fighting their way through, trying to dominate, but no one's earned any big endgame eliminations just yet. But that's going to change here shortly. Crash Practice starting to come out. Big rotates here. Where are they going to land? Pixie going for high ground, so the call has been made.
And it's the right direction ahead. Now they're going to have some leverage over the rest of this lobby. Taking some shots over towards Yasuo. Won't get anything just yet for it, but Salvatore also a little bit pieced up. They're all just trying to skirt by, preserving as much HP as they can find, but Swizzy and Pixie are just not letting up, and it's just so difficult to evade their line of sight when they are just so high up in comparison to everybody else. Most of these duos opting to drop a little bit lower, committing towards this ultimate low ground too. Could be the end of things, but for Acorn and Bolt, who actually have that launch pad to work with, it's all about timing now.
And they do the right thing. They go to the ultimate low ground, recognize that they just got to stay alive. Kanata gets knocked and finish in the feed by Cold and Rapid there. Their 5th elimination coming through. That means Victor V is by himself now. Cold and Rapid front side of zone. They actually get the favorable pull. Meanwhile, Swizzy and Pixie controlling things from up top. Finally, eliminations are starting to connect for them, and the pressure is coming through as well. They're holding it the right way here.
Still, Pixie down to his last overdrive grenade, so unless Swizzy's rocking with a little bit more mobility, things could start to get a little bit tough here. For those two on the high ground, Scroll still making it happen as a solo, doing his best to try and preserve a little bit of his section, but caught for a moment, probably gonna sorely miss that overdrive. Every single resource is just so much more crucial when you are playing as an individual here, and especially trying to avoid the team on height. Swizzy immediately taking out Faded. Don't even think about coming near this high ground.
And don't come to the low ground either, Oatly. It's now time for Cold and Rapid to put on the show. Scroll is having the most impressive performance for AGAL. The amount of championship points, the club points he is earning right here is impressive, as he is solo surviving here. And also, no Elans just yet here, Taco.
Down but not out. That's kind of Scroll's calling card. He's going up as a solo. He's ready to challenge it. Swizzy may be fortunate that that shot didn't get to connect just yet, but Scroll still doing a great job at concealing his position out of sight, out of mind from the rest of the lobby. A little bit of Fizz to work with too, but Acorn now also left to contend as a solo, but it's going to to be Rapid and Cold, who ultimately commit to height and take it over.
The old man's mountain will get his toe. Here it is, that indestructible vertical climb is too difficult for many duels. They're getting put in the blender. Another team ends up shocking wave up. It's Vazen and Anon, but he falls right back down. The Cypher's gonna keep him in the game for now. Meanwhile, Scroll's still alive. A top 10, a top 9, and still going here.
This is disgusting out of Scroll as a solo Pixie on the same foot though, taking out Demish, holding on by a sliver here for Havoc, just barely making it into the zone. How does he manage to stay standing? The same question could be asked for Scroll, but now both of these players hoping somebody else looks elsewhere. It won't be the case though for Pixie. Scroll now dropping, forced to try and contend with anybody on low. Might even be a body for him to steal a little bit of loot off of, but now Cold and Rapid, this one is looking all twisted minds.
He's still down there, he's still fighting. Anon's in the game here, trying to look for anything possible, but I haven't seen Scroll fall just yet. Give it a little second though. Anon here, moving, mixing through the builds here. Iamzo's down, Scroll fighting for his life, but down he finally goes to the hands of Khan. That's gonna be 4 eliminations for this duo here. Now, just trying to get a little reset, still has plenty to work with in his zone. After he bounces back, Cold and Rapid have to come down. They are starting to slowly run out of material, but it depends where this is all gonna go. Sky jumps, Momsy gets a pop from the crowd. France is still in this one.
Absolutely nobody realized what Skyjump and Momsy were sneaking their way up towards the high ground, but it's BotCon, a little bit more time to work with. Cold and Rapid, a little bit more fixated on trying to contend with these other teams, but at the same time, they recognize we've got to at least take care of the solo directly with this. We need the material that Khan can provide, but Khan is just doing so much damage as a solo, and the double whammy pressure is too much to handle. Rapid is down, Khan has fallen, Momsy and Skyjump are ready to collect. France wants to strike big on this first game and really make themselves known, and Cold, even with they, won't be able to stand tall. Skyjump and Momsy with the victory royale.
Skyjump and Momsy represent for their home here on land. What a performance for the duo. And then they get to just soak it all in. It doesn't get better than that from them. Even Cold and Rapid seem to be in healthy spirits there. What a fun game one, and a competitive one at that.
Yeah, and nothing for Cold to really be too pressed over. 8 eliminations by himself, another 2 from Rapid. So you know that they were able to definitely build up a very hefty lead over the rest of this lobby. But it is only game 1 of 10, and obviously Skyjump and Momsy, they're just going to be looking to try and replicate the success that they were able to capture in game 1.
I just feel like the French community, they've already won. They've already won here on the day. They've done enough. I'm happy. I think the crowd's happy. Clearly the celebrations there were felt, and that was such a fun first match. You're looking at the emotion on some of these players. Some people feel like maybe they didn't do enough, and then others obviously are celebrating, kicking back like Skyjump and Momsy there. Let's take a look at the highlights though. From Momsy's perspective, boom, gets the elimination. There's the siphon points. Skyjump, of course, comes through. He's gonna get that final shot, and then we get to the
En 5 en retard, mais ils vont récupérer, je pense. Non. 30 secondes, ah non, viens. 50-10. Allez, ça avance, je décale, s'il te plaît. Je fais le kill. J'ai le kill, je vois. Box. Tout bien. Ah, je meurs pas. Je suis mort, peut-être. Non. Quelqu'un. Tu. Chill. Il va open. Nice! Let's go!
I almost wish that I could have had a live feed of comms too from Revenja and some of the other French commentators, because I know he was going crazy watching his boys put in work, but obviously Skyjump and Momsy, they earned every bit of that win.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I didn't expect it to happen so soon, but that is the nature of the beast. Sometimes, you know, when you just got that hometown buff, as they say, so clearly they're showing up. The crowd seem to love it as well. I love the way they're facing their audience as well, too, so you get to see kind of the reaction from that side of the audience. It's really awesome.
It can for sure make a pretty big mental impact, of course, but I'm also thinking about it from just the overall landscape of what we just watched take place. But obviously, we'll get into working our way through some of that and a little bit more action here to come. So go ahead, grab a drink, come right back, because we'll see you guys shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
I have 0 shocks, by the way. You have to go back. Yeah, I will. I have 3 builds. How many do you have? 3. Okay. Here, come. We're gonna pickaxe in. Follow me. Drop down. Left side. In here. Look. Look. Behind.
Yeah.
Square. Dig. Show. Yeah. Here, come around. All the way down.
Yeah.
On this wood. 100. Yeah, I'm playing myself. Yeah. Sit in the cone if you can.
Hey, come on, bro! There's one right here.
Wait, no, we should get in. Should we get in or it doesn't matter? Yeah, you're right. Here, I'm gonna shock us first. Ready? Shocking. Is. I'm gonna throw. I hit the cone and I'm gonna throw.
Go ahead.
Big
X-ray. Yeah. Wait. Second. Yeah. How much highest? We can 3 below. 3 below. Okay.
The healer, let me
Yeah. Lower than 3.
Pickaxe, double pickaxe.
Okay.
Holding. 100. That's dead. Go for it.
Yeah.
Get it. Getting with you.
Yeah. Cap.
Get it with you. Yeah, with.
Nice. Go.
Talking.
Yeah.
I'm on.
100. That
Nice.
4 build. 0 build.
Benny. Yeah, I have 5 builds. Take. You're healthy.
Wait. 1 3.
Good comms that we get a chance to hear from Group A yesterday, but today is Group B. And by the way, for everybody currently watching, if you are a content creator, don't forget to sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. That way you can share everything that's going on here with EWC with your community. You can earn some rewards and win some awesome stuff. That trip for 2, I'm still keeping an eye on it. Scan that QR code and join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. I'm joined by none other than Vivid. Kelly, thanks for joining us this time. And Levin, we got a chance to talk about these players that just ended up winning, Skyjump and Momsy.
Look, I thought I was maybe doing a bit too much, trying to farm some of the French love, the French fans, as you do, especially we're in Paris.
Got it.
But they did what I said that they can do. They have that ability to come through in these games and just have these big pop-off games. Shout out to Skyjump, right, in particular. Skyjump now has qualified for all the major lands this year in Fortnite without playing with the same teammate. He's playing with someone different every single time.
What?
It doesn't matter. He's rocked up with Mumsy here in Paris, and they look like a team that's been playing all year long.
They played that end game so well. There was a lot of contention on that high ground, and not just the high ground that was the issue, but the elevation of the map that caused so many issues. Yesterday when we saw high ground, there really wasn't too much trading, unlike what we saw from game number 1 today. So I think that kind of gave some of these teams that didn't necessarily have as strong of a high ground plan, like Skyjump and Momsy, to be able to kind of take advantage of all the chaos that was going on.
Yeah, obviously when you kind of talk about the terrain that we were looking at in this end game, I thought Cold and Rapid had this one kind of locked down without a doubt, but you blink and all of a sudden they actually went ahead and lost the high ground. So great little nod over to Skyjump and Momsy for finding the timing there. And as we do see Scroll go down there toward the later stages of the end game as well, it would be absolutely criminal for us, Seven, to not mention his solo clutch there. I mean, Sky went down, unfortunately, a very long while ago. I think it was actually like almost the first player eliminated from the lobby.
It was Zone 7.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Still alive, kind of picked up some points for the team there. They got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
They're definitely going to be feeling good, especially because of what you were mentioning in that duel, getting eliminated within the first 2 players. I don't remember if it was the first player or not. It was definitely within the first 2 players. Another squad that I want to bring up because they ended up getting a top 3 favorite was SAUL. This is a squad that's also in contention for the club championship. They might not be in contention for that title, but they're definitely in contention for that money. That squad was able to secure a 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was super, super cool to see the positioning that was actually being able to picked up by Khan himself, because we were kind of talking about the natural terrain that we were kind of seeing. He just had this box set up towards the top of that cliff that all of these players actually had to go ahead and traverse. And because they had that little box that was kind of open up into the storm where he kind of expected all of these players to be rotating in from to kind of help with that natural terrain, he found so many elims on the back foot of that.
Honestly, Khan and Faded really impressed me. And I know as far as EU teams go, they're kind of more of a newer team. Fred coming out of Germany right now, and they're really starting to impress everyone. So, Levin, I'd love to hear from you. Is this something that you kind of expected out of this duo?
I think that the talent is there, the ability is there, but if I'm gonna be real with you guys, I just like these guys because when SAUL did their announcement video, it was just the best announcement video for any team in Fortnite I've ever seen ever. So go check that out if you haven't. They did like a full movie, like it was insane, like genuinely one of the most insane things. And it's good to see that their actual duos bringing some entertainment to the lobby as well.
Earlier too, we were talking about T1, the Polish duo, Kelly. This squad was able to actually secure themselves a good amount of points for them. And the conversation earlier that we were having for this duo, it was none other than Demas and Darm. For them being able to actually make it to the top 7. It was actually not a bad start from this squad, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, they are sitting in 8th place right now, right? 33 points. So probably not the game that they specifically wanted to happen. But I think this is going to be kind of the territory that we typically are going to see from the T1 team, kind of sitting around this little bit of a bubble, right? Maybe hugging around that 7th to 10th place. Just going to be all about staying consistent and having one of those good games to actually push them into that top 7, in my opinion.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's been the level we've seen from them for the most part. I think what might give people a bit more hope is when it comes to just ceilings for teams. Like, if everybody's playing at their absolute best, what could you expect to see from that team? Their ceiling is just so high. So hopefully we just get a sneak peek of that today.
Now, 7, I'm surprised that you don't want to talk about our team in 5th place, because not only is their org 7, but their name is also 7. And to see some of our smaller regions representing this early on in the top 7, well, that's got to feel pretty good.
It does gotta feel good. I'm not associated in any way, shape, or form, but I am waiting to actually meet 7 so we can do the Spider-Man meme and be like, wait a second. It's the same person. But talking about back to this first game, anything that surprised you, Levin, for the first game?
You know what? It wasn't a surprise. It was actually something. If you allow me to put my analysis hat on here.
Put that on.
You know, the developers involved in building this reload map, they must love a mountain zone finish. I mean, the elevation in Elite Stronghold is something that we talked about a lot when the map initially came out, but we have seen it so much. It feels like so many of these endgames, you end up in situations like you almost mentioned earlier, Vivid, where it's like cold and rapid. You have a team up on height. You think it's going to be an easy game for them because of the way the zones are pulling up a clip, up a hill. It's just constant on this map.
And it would be a little bit less egregious if it was a hill, but they're like plateaus. There isn't just this gradual incline. It becomes this stark wall that players take advantage of. They identify that that's where the zone is rotating, and that's when they do early rotations. And that's actually what we saw from Cold and Rapid. They did some early rotations there. Same thing with Josh and Iamzo.
So, of course, being here in person, we get the opportunity to talk to some of the players. Yesterday, I myself had the opportunity to go ahead and talk with Muzz, talk with Sphinx, talk with Virgo. Of course, they were having dinner, so I didn't bother them for too long. But one of the things that I picked up on was that they just had to take a couple of games to get used to these setups, right? So we've gone through, game number 1 here for group number B. Give your favorite teams at home just a couple of games to actually get warmed up to these specific setups, and I gotta imagine then they will start to feel comfortable.
Yeah, let's see how comfortable these players are going to be getting. These duos are going to be performing because they have 9 matches. Yesterday kind of went by in a way too quick way. In a split second, it was just all over. But let's send it over to the casters, none other than MBF and Taco for game number 2.
Thank you so very much. That's right. We have had a little time now to digest things coming out of game number 1. Clearly, when you start looking at how that overall performance went, it looks like it's going to be taken by Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, as they had the most eliminations.
And they've got to be feeling really good about it. I mean, it's a big part of the reason why we saw Cold cheesing so hard in that player cam. Even after the match concluded, they'd come second. And it's just knowing that they can deliver such huge elimination points, that is really going to be a difficult point of contention for other teams, because sure, you always want to look for consistency in terms of placement points. I mean, think about what Scroll was able to accomplish as an individual, the amount of solo placement points he was able to accrue from so early on. You would think that things would have gone completely south for a duo like AGAL, and with so much on the line here for the club championship points, it puts so much more pressure, and yet he's still able to deliver.
yeah, you know, you wouldn't have thought they'd push that far. They end in 9th with a 7th place performance, all on the backs of one player. Is so impressive. We actually can't emphasize that enough. There were duos that were alive that were taken out before Scroll could be found. So rotations were clearly exceptional, and he definitely made it very, very far. Victor V, Kanata, as we didn't see their early journey, but clearly they made it kind of towards that end game there, dropping in 14th place, so not too bad. We'll have to see a lot more from them if they want to be higher on the standings, but you know, coming into this game, let's set some early expectations. So now you have like this clear breakaway starting to take form. So Seven, Axa, Vazen, Anon, Swizzy, and Pixie are currently holding that line for the bottom folks of the 7.
And when you look who's directly behind Swizzy and Pixie, that's going to be T1's Demish and Darm.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, I think there is ample opportunity still for these duos to really play catch-up, especially when you have 9 other matches to sort of break through. So especially for some of our veteran players who are a little bit more familiarized to kind of the longevity that's involved in tournament series, that's where I think these first 5 matches, you can be a bit more experimental. I mean, just think about what happened in Group A. First 5 games didn't go that great for a lot of teams, and yet they were still able to make a recovery stage and really bounce back in that second tier.
That's right. Even for our reigning champions, you know, Acorn, Bolts, our North American champions, they had a pretty tough time. You know, that map is notorious for being very difficult to traverse. You heard Levin say it there best. There's a reason the pros kind of look at it and have evaluated that. This one is a little bit tougher, but for game 2, let's see what players have figured out, what they can do to kind of optimize their end games. But one thing was for certain, it was a passive game 1. Now things are changing. Victor V, the first to fall. Jojo Fishy is right behind him as it all goes down here. Salvatore as well. So Victor got knocked, but Jojo gets finished first actually there. And you see that the strategies are changing. Teams are playing a little bit faster as they try to secure points.
Looks like a little bit of trouble on the horizon too for Rapid. He's going to be brought down, trying to be a little bit of an agent of chaos here. And Iyamzo, very similar fashion, already has 1 elimination too, but Elite Armory, no real surprise to see so many teams kind of collecting in that vicinity. Yesterday's competition, Muzz and Sphinx, that was something they were contending with pretty regularly. And so now, here today, everybody in Group B really trying to figure out what is going to work out best for them. And you get those game 1 jitters out of the way, but when everyone else is also trying to make very similar kind of adaptations on the fly, it does get a little bit more unpredictable.
Well, looks like we already got our first duo eliminated. On the other side, Panzer is putting up quite the fight. This is a really bad scenario for Iyamzo and Josh to be in. Iyamzo knows that he got reboot himself so he can start the timer. Panzer's got basically 10 seconds to finish this elimination here. It's all going to come down to Josh, and he clutches up for Elite Esports to stay in the game, and GK falls.
Can't really think of a better time to hold your nerves than what Josh was able to deliver on a performance,
that was
man.
it.
That is a tough break, though, for Panzer, because it would have been such a great opportunity to just get a quick top-tier competitor duo out of the lobby, but not going to be able to snipe them out that easily, as now Havix, Pixie, and Swizzy on the move. Pixie even rocking that RPG. Swizzy also looking to give a little bit of hot pursuit towards Knight, and Porygon and Knight, man, they seem like they've really been getting isolated from start to finish so far.
Garmin Demish look like they just took down Sky Jump there. Didn't see Momsy, so they still have a chance to, of course, get rebooted back in. Victor V is getting farmed right now. I've seen him fall a few times to defeat, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Cold is getting a couple onto Gon there. You saw Knight go down. Now we're seeing Gon go down shortly behind them. There is just no breaks for the Wicked. These guys are having a pretty tough time right now. Cold and Rapid are just dominating their side of the field. Knight falls again. Oof.
They are just barely surviving. Like, the second that the reboot timer concludes and the other one is coming back into the lobby, it seems like the other is immediately being eliminated. They're just not having any sort of wiggle room, but that's just how merciless the lobby can be. Swizzy, Pixie, obviously going to be looking to try and take advantage of that, but Mumsy, Skyjump, there are no rollovers. This was their recovery. They're going to get a nice little collapse onto Anon, and that is going to buy them some more time.
Yeah, definitely. And now they have those exotic upgrades, legendary burst rifle here as well. So loadout's starting to come together. Things are shaping up well for Momsy and Skyjump. They needed that Elim because remember, Skyjump just loaded back in. And that is definitely the difference maker. You know, being able to get with your duo, kind of play defensively, bounce back into the tournament. Here's how it looked. It was Mumsy who put up the huge shot there, coming to the rescue, if you will, of his teammate, and then the follow-up. So that's a full duo eliminated, mind you. Back on over to Havoc with Swizzy and Pixie here. Look at this. They're doing such a good job for their club here, earning points consistently, game after game. They get another one there too. That's another set of eliminations. They're trying to full finish this SAUL team here. Bad.
A little bit of a tough break there for Swizzy, but it's one that Con and Faded aren't going to be too upset over. In fact, they've got to be so relieved right now that Swizzy wasn't able to get over that railing. Be forced to kind of give up that pursuit. Really like the way that they were splitting the focus there, though. It had Con and Faded incapable of reuniting to try and support the other, so getting into those isolated positions, that's just something that Swizzy and Pixie sort of excelled to do as a duo because they are such strong individual fighters too.
Take a look at this. Kanata is way off by himself. That's why we're seeing Victor have such a tough time get settled in this game. But it's up to Kanata to kind of stay alive here at this point so they can actually see the end game. Meanwhile, take a look at this shot here. We have Bolts and Acorn right now, setting things up. Sky and Scroll as well. A little update for them. Again, surprisingly slow game. 0 eliminations. That's not really heard of for European favorites.
Well, you would think as much, but it's Sky and Scroll. That was actually their calling card, especially throughout the course of FNCS and even a lot of their Reload Elite Series finals. I think most of it just ultimately draws down to the fact that they understand we want to play Storm until right around that 5th, 6th zone territory. That's when we're going to start to make our move, make our presence, and really start to shape how this low ground position is going to unfold. Because, again, just think about that last lobby. Even as an individual, Scroll was still able to contend very heavily on that low ground position. And so it's very clear that they have a strong understanding of that, but they've also made it known in the past that they are capable of playing for the high ground. It's just these first couple of matches, you almost expect things to just kind of constantly be shuffled around when it comes to height because everyone is looking to really stamp their mark as king of the high ground.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Getting a touch base here with GK's Panzer and Jacko right now. Nice little start for them, a single elimination here. It's not too bad. They're still at the hostile hold though. Duos kind of floating in the area. You have Salco and Act on the other side here. Trying to see what's going on. AXA and 7 as well. Just playing the Storm. They actually have a little bit of a drop here potentially. Now both teams do have a couple elims, so this is not no 0-point game by any means, but Salco and Enact are definitely at the bottom of the standings. Now we jump back in with this friendly rivalry here going down for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds might need to get in the middle of this between these two teams. It's got to be a tough watch. Rapid Cold, Acorn Bolts just seem like they can't get away from each other. Although a good chunk of this action probably is fairly intended. We know just how much both of these teams like to get aggressive, specifically Cold and Rapid.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play general areas nearby one another. It's just inevitable. In this zone, man, big southern pull here. A lot of teams still playing outside, inside the Storm. Darm and Demish are one of those duos there as well as they slowly start to traverse their way down outside the Chisel Cubes here. And there it is, the big update. So this is when teams start to really hustle their way towards the safe zone. The Storm after this is going to start picking up in damage and then of course will cut off. So you got to get situated.
And that's something that Demish and Darm are certainly looking to set up for, like you'd already called out. with no one in sight either, they'll be able to utilize the launch pad, just get a little bit of airspace, airtime, and really gauge how exactly they want to touch down into their next position. Obviously, it'd be nice to sort of clear out a little hill face, but never know who's going to be lurking around which corner. A lot of little crevices on this map that can definitely be taken advantage of. And for a duo like Josh and Yamzo, those early fights definitely helping shape their endgame strategies at the moment.
I mean, just all those elimination points alone, right, kind of jumps them up to 3rd place here. So this is a very strong game for them. Just in general, 12 points earned off of Elims. Meanwhile, Kanata and Victor V making their way south as well. Nice little update for them. You see the focus here on the duo, completely capped on material, but they're part of this late wave of teams moving. There are a lot of duos nearby, shots going off as well. Panzer gets going there in the distance. Kanata, Victor hear the action, and they go sprinting through the builds. They're like, no, 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 we don't want to be fighting here on the backside of Storm. Let's get out of here.
Nice little upgrade there for Kanata, though. Won't be too pressed over that, but it is a bit of paranoia, right? That it sort of has to kind of be embraced by these players as they make their way through the storm, especially knowing that there are going to be so many other teams trying to just get any semblance of peace. But Mumsy and Skyjump, they are all too eager to take advantage of the weaknesses from Gon and Knight. Unfortunately, Gon and Knight still yet to escape these earlier woes. They've been chased across the map from start to finish for 2 lobbies in a row now, and this is just brutal to witness.
They're just riding the momentum right now. 5 eliminations, continuing to widen that gap between them and everyone else, and then the pop from the crowd whenever they, of course, get Elims here on the broadcast. You love to see it. Meanwhile, you got Rapid and Cold already getting situated. Once again, Bolts and Acorn closed up pretty closely by Demis and Darm, not too far out either. So it is going to be a Chiseled Cubes endgame here as the zone finally begins to settle itself. All the heavy hitters kind of opting here to play that little bit of height like we talked about. There's all these hills and crevices, but you want that bit of high ground. Otherwise, you'll be kind of trapped down low. The overall rankings looking really good here. Yuma and Kayota somehow finding their way consistently towards the top. Things are starting to connect for them, but Bolts and Acorn finally now getting Elims here. That one's onto Japco. Luckily, reloads are still active for a couple more moments.
A little bit of a blessing in disguise, maybe, but at the same time, was Bolts and Acorn really doing them any favors, sending them into that reboot cycle? Bolts and Acorn also, one thing I like about where they chose to position, they're right in the middle of this little ravine, right? They know that the 2 teams on the actual hills themselves are likely going to be contending with the other, so it can be hard for them to get those open edits and actually take shots at the team underneath. So that's why Acorn Bolts just had the luxury of fully extending into that fight against Yapko and Panzer the moment that they tried to actually break into the zone.
Well, here we have it, 20 seconds now until the reboots completely come to a close. And then no one will be able to get back in the game. They'll be sent to the lobby instead to kind of await their fate there. Sky and Scroll as a duo here looking as healthy as ever, but still no points earned here for AGAL. Only points they've earned this week are by Scroll's clutch endgame with placement performances. See how they can do. This is a very gutsy rotate through the middle of these duos here, but they thread the needle well, they get to safety, and no one sees them doing it.
And what's more impressive still, they're able to just continue clearing out space. Eoxy and Jojo Fishy having a little bit of reconsideration for where they were just headed. Sky Scroll, just a little friendly reminder that this direction not exactly up for grabs. Sky also already scouting out the next move, keeping tabs on some of those teams that are starting to box up overhead. It's going to be AXA, but obviously there are just a couple of other teams sort of lingering nearby. Salco and Nact, Momsy Skyjump also in for 7. Unfortunately, no longer a participant as Sky and Scroll immediately punish those two for trying to make their way overhead. But this is just part of the awareness that's involved when you're dealing with the likes of Sky and Scroll.
And believe it or not, that's the first elimination of the tournament coming in game number 2 here. 17 duos now remaining, so the lobby's starting to get thinned out. This is where Sky and Scroll start to perform the best. It's endgame, especially when they're live side by side. 6 shockwaves as well. It doesn't get better for AGAL. Still though, a long way to go now. And decisions to make. Do you play for high ground? Do you go down to low ground? They have so much mobility here to go ahead and work with. Bolts and Acorn looking to get active as well.
It's just going to be a really tough task for anybody that does choose to try and tango on that ultimate low ground, because Sky Scroll, something they do excellently compared to a lot of other teams, is they just fully understand we can tank up some of these storm ticks to get ahead of the rest of the lobby, really claim a lot of spaces. Cold nearly finds himself getting eliminated along the way, but will just barely manage to stay standing. Panzer Yapko, despite suffering a little bit of damage from Acorn and Bolts earlier on, now looking upwards, trying to force Sky and Scroll's hand, and sure enough, Scroll has fallen. Now it's on the other end of the stick here for Sky to be the one to come out with a solo clutch performance.
Man, they just can't catch a break. This is a tough spot to be in. Another teammate down. What can Sky do? Well, we'll keep tabs on him. Cold Rapid on the other side are moving and grooving. Low ground is theirs. Still 17 duos remaining, although 2 players have fallen now. Things are getting a little bit tough here for Momsy and SkyJump. You know, they were the first to get the safe zone. They positioned a little bit high, but they felt like it was too early to go for high ground all the way. Sky seems to have been fully eliminated, and now it's Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie up top once again. Back-to-back games here, going for the early high ground.
Like a really tough break there for Sky and Scroll, but they'll just have to sit and wait to see who's actually going to continue trying to capitalize on their elimination here. Who's going to start creating some distance is Deemish, Darm, just trying to make their way towards this front side of zone, but with Swizzy and Pixie just bearing down from overhead, it is going to be rather scary, because everyone else, you have to worry about blocking off your overhead space, but then you also have to worry about what's directly in front of you, and part of that might just involve Kanata and Victor B.
Oh, my. Look at this. The boys are up and running here for Team Dignitas. Meanwhile, Demis is under fire here. T1 might be in trouble. 2 HP just left here. Only a single point earned. Playing with that zone so close. Almost gets taken out there by itself. He is just looking to hold on by a thread right now. Every team that falls, though, he's earning a little bit more points. 14th place now, a little bit more earned. This is the difference. This is what it takes if you want to be at the top. Golden Rapid also struggling here, and they make their way to the vending machine there.
What a little bit of a robbery there from Golden Rapid, while the rest of the lobby is just suffering. Cold Rapid managed to find a little bit of breathing space, but of course, Cold Rapid still running extremely low on material. They've got a little bit of a safety net inside the building, but they're gonna have to break out of it eventually and then start to get involved with the rest of this lobby. Swizzy and Pixie all the while just racking up eliminations, but so is Panzer with 5 already, but immediately falls the moment that he tries to make his way forward, and teams are just dropping like flies here. The way that the zone is pulled, all the shifting elevation has done some damage, and Coyote and Yuma have somehow managed to just steal hideaway from Swizzy and Pixie.
It's a fight up top. Asia versus Europe's best here, and it's going back and forth, but it doesn't come without its own troubles. Coyote finds one onto Pixie. Swizzy's all that standing way up top, and it's Zeta's Coyote who's down low. Swizzy, though, it cost him a lot of extra builds there. He's only down to wood here. This is not the strongest structure, of course, to play with. Cold and Rapid fully sent back to the lobby. I believe it's just Gone and Knight here, one of the few duos remaining. Kanata's a solo, down he goes. Bolt is still in this. Cold takes a significant amount of fall damage, but somehow still standing in here. This could be the difference. Here comes the pressure, down he goes. More points heading towards Gonan. Knight representing for Brazil.
But Swizzy, fact of the matter is, he's still managing to stay on the high ground. Somebody's got to chop him eventually. Instead, he'll even opt to reconnect, but now he'll be forced to drop Knight and Gone. They took care of Coyote. They're looking to take down Swizzy next, but it's not going to be easy. Knight and Gone are just refusing to budge.
Where did Bolts come from? How is he still in this game? We have seen him do it before. Can he do it again here on land? Of course, it's going to be a tough one, but in the end, Knight will take that win with honestly a dominant performance there.
And what's even more ridiculous about Knight and Gon winning this secondary match, think about how the game started for them. These guys were being chased non-stop. We saw their names, one after the other, lighting up that elimination feed, and yet still, they managed to keep their bearings and make a strong endgame run to net themselves the victory royale. It is actually incredible that they were able to recover in this fashion.
Very difficult endgame there. That elevation just started chopping away at the builds. You saw that verticality as Swizzy was just trying to hold on desperately. I didn't even know Bolts was hiding in the mid layers alongside Swizzy, right? Like there's just so much going on there. But in the end, Gon, what a way to do it. He's happy. Of course, his club's happy. And just like that, we get these highlights here. Cold and Rapid pop off. Gon and Knight win the game. The last shots go through. And just like that, we have our Game 2 winners.
You know, Furia is definitely going to be celebrating, though. Gotta appreciate the love that Gon and Knight were clearly showing the org with the jersey flex, and obviously that's going to come with a pretty big mix-up for the leaderboard standings, too. You knew that there was going to be a little bit of shakeups, especially since we saw some of our leading duos from that last lobby kind of struggling, but the big takeaway for me, MDF, was seeing what happened to Sky and Skrull dropping all the way down in leaderboard standing. It is a tough blow. They were originally in that 9th place position when the match had started off, and now they find themselves sitting right around 13th with only 30 points. AGAL, you know, pressure's definitely rising.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they still have a foot in the door with the competition, but tough spot to be in. Only earning 3 points off a single elimination. You kind of go the distance as well. They have this placement-based play style, and unfortunately, they just couldn't quite do it.
For sure, but obviously a lot more Fortnite to still work through, so make yourselves comfy because we'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
I'm here with the legends themselves, Mr. Savage and Clicks once again. Boys, you watched day number 1, Group A. How are you feeling about it? Did you enjoy the day yesterday?
I think yesterday was sick, you know, watching EU absolutely dominate, just like I expected with Shark and TD. No, it was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, now Clicks, if I remember rightly, yesterday you said Booga would be the team to look out for. What happened with that?
To be honest, so he's a vet. He's really smart. He's been playing this game for 9-8 years. You have to understand, he thinks with IQ. He wants to play Last Chance Qualifier to have more practice than the other players. So going into Final Saturday, that's when he's going to get the win.
Is that a strat that you tend to use when you play as well, or you just try and get the job done?
So I use that strategy a lot. I usually wait till the last game to qualify so I can get more games than everybody else. And then the second, I get in finals, I usually win because I have that extra practice.
It's just what you do. Savage, you're no stranger to sort of a last chance call as well. What's that like? Have we got any tips for those players that are in the survival stage now?
Yeah, probably just go back in my VODs, see what I usually do. I'm really familiar with, scraping the qualifiers like my boy over here. So, yeah, if they want to talk to us, then, we're right here, so.
You said you don't scrape, Clicks. When have you ever scraped?
I never scrape qual. That's the thing. I don't leave it to last chance qualifier. It's a qual for globals. I don't have to win a last chance qualifier or grand finals game to get into grands. I usually get it right away, and then I usually watch Mr. Savage on EU. Or I watch like other NA noobs.
Okay, you don't watch me play?
I watch you play. You're pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie.
Appreciate that. Now we got Group B. You guys were mentioning some names from yesterday. What are some names that you guys are looking out for today in Group B?
Well, I think my top 3 for today would probably be Sky and Skrull, yeah, Oli and his teammate, and I mean Cold and Rapid did really good day 1, so maybe Rapid can pull something off when he's playing with tier 1. So
a lot of people call Goatly or Oatly Goatly. Yeah. You agree with that?
Yeah, he's the go. He's the go for sure, and he just did his face reveal, and yeah, I think he looks great. So.
He's got that Ferrari too as well, right? So, he's got that aura about him. Clicks, any NA teams to look out for today as well?
NA teams to look out for, I'm going to have to say my duo, Rapid. Rapid and Cold, you know, I do feel a little bit bad. Rapid is unfortunately playing with someone a little bit worse than me as like a fragger. But as you can see, they're still first. So knowing how it would feel like if we were to be there together, we would be first by more than 8 points.
Yeah, how does that feel when you see your teammate playing with someone else? Do you feel a bit of betrayal right there?
No betrayal at all. I actually feel a little bit of like sadness. You know, it's more of like kind of what I said before is like, I know as he's playing with Cold, he's thinking about me in a positive way, of course. Yeah.
I mean, who isn't thinking about you? And of course, who isn't thinking about both you guys here for the Coast streamers? I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the games, and thank you so much for the interview.
What are you doing?
I'm practicing my floss.
We don't do this anymore.
You already 6-7 though.
20, mais 20, mais 20, mais 7. Aí é muito fácil, professor. É 6-7.
Jacob, do you maybe want to show us what you've learned from that? Do you want to show
I mean, I could show you, but it may not be that good. You know what I mean? Hit him with one of these.
There it is.
Hit him with one of those,
There
and
it
just
is.
gets done.
There it is. Obviously, we are here at EWC. It was an incredible last game. Are there any duos that you wanted to highlight? I feel like, I don't know, there's probably a duo out there that we're really excited to see. Maybe like Skyjump, Momsy. I don't know why I get in that vibe, but it feels like a duo that people are really excited to see.
Yeah, I think they're excited to see him because I heard the crowd erupt when they won that first game, really set the tone and the pace. And honestly, throughout the history of Fortnite, the French players didn't necessarily get all the same respect and competitive, but this year with the Summit Championship, with here, these French players are showing up and they're showing up big.
It's gotta feel so good, right? Especially in this context with these fans going crazy. Incredible. Another duo I wanted to highlight, it's Iamzo and Josh, right? They're here on LAN. I love to see them compete. I mean, obviously this crowd is amazing. Are you guys feeling hyped for the competition? Make some noise! We love it. It is time though to get into more action from EWC.
You might be thinking, where can I learn those dance moves? That's our boy Jacob, DPR, across all socials. Got to throw him some love. It takes a lot of guts to go ahead and hit moves like that for the broadcast.
Let's be so honest. Jacob is one of a kind, and he's the best Puerto Rican out there for a reason, right? It's in the title. But getting back to the competition itself, MDF, it has been a very interesting start, but more importantly, Cold and Rapid, what they're able to accomplish, the little bit of disparity they're creating in terms of leaderboard standing because of the eliminations that they're managing to accrue, it might be a tall task for Momsy and Skyjump to stay within that trailing period, but they are still in the fight for that first place position.
Yeah, this reload format is surely playing into the favor of Rapid and Cold. It's a really interesting duo too. You're looking at two of NA's strongest fraggers on a duo together in a type of format where you are quite literally reloaded and rewarded for taking down players. So with game 3 booting up here, let's see how things are going to play out. Cold and Rapid have a nice comfy lead. They touch down first. Rapid versus Bolts here for the tower. Bolts ends up taking the first one. Jojo Fishy has to win those, and he surely does there. Very nice job done for them. And then we get on over to Darman Demis, who also have touchdown and got an Elam.
Just barely, though, cutting a little bit close to the wire there for Jojo Fishy. And not only that, but the real shark in the water might just be Darm and Deemish. Spooks and Oatly, though, still looking to try and secure some more eliminations here. We've seen Spooks 2 matches over already with some decent early game successes, but not gonna keep lurking around. Jojo might just find himself sandwiched between Polish and Australia, but it's Spooks running in, trying to steal it away, has no success. Still, Darm incredibly weak, but Spooks now in similar note, gonna try and see if he can escape, but it's a 2 versus 1 fiasco right now, and Spooks will not be able to reveal or avoid the pressure out of Darm and Deemish.
You know what? Spooks has put up such an impressive performance here, you know, just coming in, continuing to earn points off of those elimination chains like that. That's what you had to do. And then the timing there, right? Hey, you didn't put in the work to get that first one, but you snatch it away. It's 3 crucial points. You start taking a look at the bigger picture here. The points are, of course, starting to take shape. If you're down in that bottom 3 area, you are in trouble here. And I can't even believe you have Sky and Scroll as a part of the few duos down in that conversation, barely holding on with 33 points.
And of course, there is always the club championship standings too that are factoring in for Group B's competition. Cold and Rapid, of course, steadily leading the charge here. I'm trying to represent for Twisted Minds, but T1's not done just yet. Anon going to be eliminated by Darm. A little bit of a review into some of these early successes here. Got to see the other pieces of the puzzle from before Darm was able to take out Jojo Fishy and Spooks.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath. We got some serious action coming up here. It's Swizzy and Pixie on the fight right now. He ends up disengaging. This is a sign of respect for Cold and Rapid as they get back to their duos there. That could have gone either way as both teams were kind of involved in that fight, and I don't think they liked the way that pressure felt, even though they were going blow for blow, exchange for exchange there.
Can be a tough spot to be in though, but regardless, teams like Cold and Rapid certainly like to open up the doorway of making those aggressive kind of instances. And well, with the way that the competition is starting to unfold, some of these teams might not have any other options to resort to. They're going to have to start making up for some of those misplacement points by factoring in with elimination points instead, but it's always easier said than done.
Definitely see Acorn making the best of cutting that glider to really thread the needle there, get on under the bridge here, trying to secure a little bit of time and space from himself and his duo here. As Bolts is the one who's on the hunt right now. He's got control of the outskirts, so this is the reuniting of the two. Meanwhile, we get those leaderboard updates all the way down to the bottom there. AHL Snow and MHND just struggling to really put points on the board for their club, but anything is possible. A 10-game format, there's a lot to play for here, as this is only match 3.
Yeah, just think about what happened yesterday. How the team was able to bail themselves out. Mofu and Tomat, you know, it looked like it was going to be the end of their run yesterday. Then they managed to find the Game 10 Victory Royale, so can never completely rule anybody out just yet. Sky and Scroll, though, definitely trying to get a move on, but they are under some early pressure from Kayota and Yuma. And Sky just getting picked apart, having to use a lot of those resources that he just gathered up just to stay standing. And Scroll even looking to create a little bit more space. Unfortunately, he might just have to leave Sky to the Wolves here. And Sky knows he's got a very steep disadvantage to try and contend with, but Yuma and Kayota can't blame him for wanting to just fully collapse.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you saw that duo really pushing in. Here's Dignitas Kanata and Victor V sticking to that strategy, playing dead side rotates right now. So you get that little update. The B continue to light up. Rapid seems to have backed up his teammate. Meanwhile, Southco from downtown hits a monster shot there, going to initiate. That Mammoth pistol is so exciting. I'm glad we don't have that in BR at the moment. It is definitely a game changer. Cold and Rapid are still staying so active. Here's your Game 2 winner, still alive here, settling in well. Meanwhile, Zeta's got some serious pressure coming in. Rapid, Cold get another elimination. This is it. It just keeps on going the way they wanted to. This is their format.
Rapid and Cold have definitely been leading the charge in terms of kind of establishing a standard for Group B's competition. And sadly, Honeyfield hoping that he can escape. He's just got next to nothing to work with. It is rags versus riches, essentially. And Rapid actually forfeiting the chase is a bit shocking. But at the same time, it's because he knows he's right in the tunnel. I've got him locked away. And even if he tries to surface, we can stake this one out.
Yeah. You know, there's other duels down there too, so just try to be careful. Here's a look from Zeta Yuma's perspective as he takes down Sky. I didn't want to really highlight that when I first saw it, but I was hoping that Sky and Scroll can kind of get their footing going. They're trying something differently, playing a little bit more aggressively now since they didn't before. And I think they're starting to sense a little bit of desperation, right? 30 points is really not where you want to be kind of in the first quarter of the games. But hey, I can respect that they're trying something different now.
The earlier matches would be the best time to experiment, and even if it all goes south, one silver lining for Sky and Scroll is just knowing that they are a team that can deliver a whopping performance. Would not be surprised to see them even perform in like a similar nature to what we saw at Peterbot and Poyo yesterday, where it kind of took them slower starting half, and then they really just started to come alive in the secondary portion of it. So only time will tell whether or not some of those new ideas actually come to fruition for them, or if they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. But for Josh and Zoe, they're really just taking their sweet time. Ample medkits, just tossing them across the map, doing a great job at just wrapping around some of the natural terrain, avoiding line of sight, and obviously they might even have an opportunity if they find any duos that are incredibly injured to try and establish some elimination points.
You can run, but you can't hide, Acorn. Where's your teammate? Where's your backup? Panzer and Japco are on the hunt right now. I already saw Acorn's bolts go down, so that was almost Acorn and Bolts being fully eliminated from the tournament there. Should be enough time by now. So Acorn has done his job, and look, it's cost him everything. Metal builds everywhere. That's the sign of a desperate player on the run.
And the worst part is knowing that Yevko and Panzer, they are not going to give up the chase anytime soon. They're just hunting this man down. Panzer goes directly over his cone. Neither of them are checking this position. There's no way Yevko and Panzer don't have a Scooby about what's going on right now, but Acorn just saw in his mouse, not going to reveal himself, and now Panzer, Yevko, they might get distracted by another team entirely.
Sounds like they lost signal in the tunnel there, you know? No reception, no signal, can't hear you, can't see you, that's for sure. Panzer and Japco just allowed Acorn to get away with that. Acorn now even has time to heal. He's out of the visual effect for the heal cue there too. That was a close one.
Nah, Yevko fans are gonna watch that one back and be kicking themselves for it. That's a bit of a doozy, but hey, goes to show, can happen to some of the best. Darm Teamish though, scoping back in. A big part of their strategy so far today has definitely revolved around utilizing these launch pad features, and of course, plenty of teams that are going to be looking to kind of glide in a little bit after the fact, everyone trying to preserve as much of their material count as they can, because already in the 2 lobbies in a row, we've seen so many teams just struggling to have any builds presence by the end of it.
It's actually a really good time for especially Darm and Demish to play the zone. 66 points in the tournament. They're on the cuff of basically being or continuing to be in the qualifier conversation. So with the super launch pad there, the extra heals late into the tournament run, and they already earned a couple points, that is a very smart play for them. Victor V, Kanata finally get their heals here kind of set in and dug in, and they're inside the safety of the new zone. You see the focus there also on Victor's pops as he's watching the competition here intently, seeing what Victor can do.
And see, it's a really interesting dynamic too between Victor V and Kanata, because they found their success, they got their qualification locked in so early on in the competitive year. So after all these adaptations that they've had to make for the competitive meta in Reload, we've still really yet to see them find their rhythm.
Yeah, look, they've only gotten a single elim as well, right? Victor V is one of the best fighters on NA right now. He is definitely putting up the performances. You look at the analytics and the stats after every tournament, his damage ratios are crazy. But this land performance is setting in, I think, for the young buck. So, you know, he's just really got to figure it out, maybe kick the nerves aside, and nothing else. Get ready to stay above the bottom 3. You just don't want to be down there. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated. Sky and Scroll need to do it as well. What is going on with their strategy? They're not performing up to par.
Definitely not, but again, it's just one of those circumstances where sometimes zone pools are just a little bit more vicious than what you originally anticipated, and the rest of this lobby, they are going to be hawking down any signs of weakness, and especially when you've got a duo like Swizzy and Pixie doing such an excellent job at just making those initial grabs for height and maintaining it relatively well. They've been challenged a couple of different times, And we've seen that be the demise of some other teams, but for the most part, Swizzy Pixie have certainly made their mark on the high ground already.
Yeah, definitely earning a couple points there. Again, those club championship points are critical for the EWC. This is going to mean so much. You have to fight your way up and out of this qualifier to make it to the grand finals, and then everything will culminate into a one final finale. Victor v Kanata getting ready for the rotate here, crash pads in hand. Let's see what they can do. Anon and Vising go first. Kanata's the IGL of this duo. Cold and Rapid here on the other side. The double fragger, the big power. There goes the crash pad. Following close here. He's on Kanata's heels. This could be a tough fight.
Kanata, though, definitely wary of the fact that they've got at least a handful of teams surrounding them, but for the most part, still in control of that frontside position. Meanwhile, Sky Scroll maybe have to get it at the mud a little bit here. In a bit of a tough spot. You can tell that they want to start making a little bit of an opening sequence, but it's just not really being provided to them. A little bit too much action, and they just don't want to find themselves on the receiving end of it as Swizzy Pixie attempting loot pile, but that was the intention all along. The trap's going to net a little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. Still, you have to be very cautious about seeing those little loot piles roaming about.
Yeah, this is a big time right now for Panzer and Japko, the GK duo. They've already earned a little bit of points here. Bolt and A-Corner eyeing up that suspicious metal box down low, trying to wait for that duo to move. It was Kanata, Victor B. Off they go. Bolt and A-Corner go to the outskirts here. They position themselves pretty well right now. They're just trying to make sure they don't get cut off here. Acorn, of course, one of the smartest to do it. Meanwhile, high ground. Cold, Rapid, all the time in the world here. There goes the Shockwave. Off they go to the front side. Havocs, Swizzy, and Pixie still playing high to mid-ground layer. Too early to really commit to high ground. Cold and Rapid jump down a little bit.
Bit of an awkward transition now because Cold Rapid recognizing the fact that Anon applying a little bit of pressure from behind, but still they do have a more leading spot, so that's going to be for Anon to try and break through as Momsy sky jump. They got tagged up a bit there from Cold before Rapid made that rotate, so they will be forced to take a little bit of a pause and heal.
Yamzo, Josh from Team Elite is down and out. Bolts, Acorn from Twisted Minds, down and out. That's 5th and 8th place now. This is going to change the standings, and we should have a crunch on the points for Pixie, for Swizzy. This is a very, very nice find as they'll be able to gap themselves ahead of the competition. And it's really interesting. Pixie and Swizzy are identifying themselves as the high ground duo of this group stage right now, continuing to play for these dominant positions, and they're not afraid. They're not afraid to go early and ride it out to the end.
They are committing so much so early on, but when you're able to get these stronghold positions and everyone else is kind of just forced into more congested layers, Momsy making the attempt to potentially go up, but he's just not going to be able to actually connect. So Pixie and Swizzy continue to be uncontested on height. Kanata and Victor B, though, starting to get a little bit of momentum building, but they still have so much room to actually break through before the placement points really start to factor in here. Demish Storm finding a 4th elimination here, and they know every single one of these points counts.
This is the most important part of the tournament right here, right now for this game. Start earning placement points or you will be set behind. Southco's going to be the next duo to fall there. He's down and out. Cold and Rapid still playing that mid layer. They haven't quite gotten the refresher though. Notice that Cold is starting to gas out on material. Meanwhile, Pixie, Swizzy, the early high ground take proved to be a smart move. He still has 5 missiles in the rocket launcher. Down low, our friend Solo, sky jump in the game, jumping base to base, takes down Gone with a monstrous shot there. Your match 2 game winners are down. One's out. What more can he do?
And Skyjump just continues to find the perfect openings, the perfect delays from the rest of the lobby. But now Sky Scroll continuing to try and seek out even more refreshes. They're going to need every single bit of material they can get. Scroll's going to lose a lot of his shield. Scroll is going to be out of this.
Whoa.
Sky eliminated also. Knight and Gone immediately follow. This leaderboard is all due for a big shakeup.
That is so bad for AGAL. They fall and slow down. Havoc and Swizzy on top. finding more and more elims, and they're doing it in a cinematic fashion. Look at that, Team Joe go down low, getting the pressure here from Swizzy and Pixie. This is now a top 6 duos situation. Kanata by himself, 5 elims earned with this duo. But what more can he do? Yasin here is a team that's very hurt. He ends up following up. Another elim for him there. Oatly and Jogo fall down with Spooks down below. Meanwhile, Cold and Rapid, 9 elims. They are so far and wide ahead of the competition. It's impressive.
And they know that they've got a solo right behind them, and it's Kanata. He's not the only one, though. Pixie, Swizzy just barraging these teams underneath them with the RPGs. This pressure is so much to contend with. Cold's not going to be able to overcome it. Pixie and Swizzy just making it look all too easy here in Game 3.
Cold, calm, cool, collected. They do it once again. Swizzy and Pixie are looking and shaping up to be one of the strongest duos on the evening. And you know what? It's because they're not afraid to play for high ground and really put it all on the line there.
But at the same time, Cold, Rapid, when you look at how many eliminations they were able to secure, it's for good reason that they're not interested in height. They are just absolutely tearing through every single team that they run into. They're doing such a great job at tarping ahead, claiming space, and having the luxury of looking back and just eliminating anyone misfortunate enough to cross their paths. But love seeing that little bit of sigh of relief, it seemed like, from Minipio and Fukun. They were definitely in the hot seat as this game started, sitting inside of that bottom 3 of the leaderboard, but this placement bound to help elevate the position on the leaderboard.
Most definitely. The crowd here cheering for Swizzy and Pixie. You see the signs being held up and the chants come through. Swizzy's feeling good. He's playing into it. You love to see it. Where was this Swizzy at the last land? That's what I want to know. As Pixie is also basking in the moment. This is just lovely stuff here.
Team Havoc's definitely got to be very happy with their performance so far, and if Swizzy and Pixie can keep it up, you never know. Cold Rapid, sure, they might be securing the eliminations, but they're taking a lot more risk by staying inside of those more congested areas in comparison to Swizzy and Pixie, who are still netting a decent amount of eliminations in a stylistic fashion to find these strong placements too.
Yeah, Fuku, we saw there in the highlights with Mini Pollo, actually ended up finding their stride, finally really getting their foot in the tournament here, jumping themselves significantly up and out of those somewhat dangerous positions down low. Same can be said for Victor V and Kanata, who we saw also finally make an end game. But the upsets surely are going to be for Elite's Iamzo there. We saw that too. They fell super early, really kind of allowing other teams to, have a chance.
Nothing to be too pressed over though, given that they do still have 7 more lobbies to try and make that bit of a bounce back. But yeah, you just don't want to find yourself sinking during these earlier phases, because it does become all that more complicated to actually cement yourself inside of that top 7. I mean, think about Kayota and Yuma, a duo that was just at the cutting line, I believe, before that lobby had started, and now finding themselves just slightly pushed out from the threshold.
Yeah, also Acorn and Bolts, you saw they're kind of slipping down, falling very early, just allowing other teams to go ahead and shuffle around. Well, that allows teams to, of course, start to get crunched in with the points, giving us a much more competitive competition. But I think that's what we expect at the Elite Stronghold map, right? Let's be honest, it's pretty volatile. Going into this Slurp Rush, the next map, that is going to really shift things up. I'm pretty much done with Cold and Rapid at this point. They're doing this on Elite Stronghold. I don't want to see what they're capable of when things are a little bit more streamlined in the other map.
And it's crazy to think about too, because there is that mini competition that's been building between Cold, Rapid, Swizzy, Pixie, and yet we're still seeing a very comfortable lead from Cold and Rapid because of how many more eliminations they've been able to rack up. Momsy and Skyjump though, obviously huge shout outs to them, still managing to keep their footing, but SAUL, Faded and Khan doing an excellent job at representing for that club championship metric. And hey, the points can really start to factor in, and these two have clearly managed to capture a ton of success inside of the reload format.
There's Skyjump, there's Momsy sitting back here, just kind of taking in the moment, reevaluating the strategy coming in. The crowd happy to see them, of course, on the big stage here. you know, third place, not too shabby as we start gearing up here for match number 4. They're doing pretty well, averaging over 3 eliminations a game, roughly 6th place. That's a pretty impressive performance.
I think right about now, though, is where teams might really start to feel a little bit more of a crunch, because while a lot of players would definitely argue that Slurp Rush is the more preferred map, it's hard to say. But we know one thing's for sure, Swizzy and Pixie have been finding a ton of success here on Elite Stronghold, so let's hear it more from them directly.
That's right. They are indeed finding success. Here they are, your winners out this last game. Swizzy, Pixie, oh my gosh. You heard it here the moment you guys got that massive victory. Even now, let that sink in for a moment, boys. They are cheering you guys on. How does it feel to have this crowd immediately behind you guys, giving you all the support?
It feels amazing. Thank you all guys for support, for supporting us. Very actually appreciate it a lot.
Of course. How does it feel for you? Does it feel the same? Are you kind of like overwhelmed by it? Or are you like, oh, dude, I'm used to hearing this?
No, it feels good. It's very good.
I love that. So what's the game plan, guys? Obviously, big game for you. Is it going to be kind of continuing more of the same? Or are you guys thinking about right here, right now? Or are you maybe thinking about finals? Where are you guys at?
We're just playing.
Classic global champion, no big deal. What about for you? Are you still focused on the games? You're already starting to think forward and thinking maybe finals. I'm thinking about that.
So we're just playing this as practice, I guess.
I love that. Obviously, with the competition, this being Group B, is there any duos you guys are looking around, you're thinking, man, I kind of would love to take a fight with them, or are you guys not even worried about any other duos?
No, we're not even worried about anyone.
Classic. I love this guy, Ice Cold. What about you?
Not really any.
Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Congrats on the VR. Make some noise for these guys right here, crowd. And of course, we're going to throw it on over to Luddy, who's standing by.
And I'm here with Skyjump and Mumsy. Guys, congratulations. I'm going to ask them some French questions, of course, because we're in front of a French audience, but don't worry, I'm going to translate for you. Première question. Bon, ça s'est plutôt bien passé. On dit souvent que pour un tournoi, il faut faire une bonne entrée en matière. Première game, top 1. Comment est-ce que tu te sens après cette première game?
Réussir la première game, qui est souvent la plus difficile, entre guillemets, c'est toujours un bon moyen de rentrer dans le tournoi. Surtout que c'est 10 parties, donc c'est pas une course, c'est un marathon, faut gagner d'autres games.
So, of course, winning the first map, I asked him how he feel about winning the first map, because, of course, in a tournament like that, you have to be big at the beginning. He say it is the hardest game to win, so we're really happy to do it, but it's a marathon. We know we have other games to win, but it was a good way to start the tournament. Was a question for you, Mamsi. So how are you doing now? Like, in front of the French crowd, what is the feeling? Like, you heard them when you make this Victor Royale in the first games. How it is to play in front of the crowd? Do you like it? Or you are a little bit under pressure? Donc, la question que je te pose, c'est, vous avez gagné, t'as entendu le public exploser, je pense, en même temps que vous quand vous avez pop-off. C'est plutôt stressant, plutôt, ça te fait plaisir. C'est quoi le ressenti de jouer devant un public français?
Franchement, au début, c'était un peu stressant quand je venais de rentrer. Après, passer les 5 premières minutes, directement, t'es dedans. Et dès qu'on a top 1, je chantais que voilà, c'était pour nous, quoi.
Of course, at the beginning it was a little bit intimidating when we entered the stage because there was so much noise. But after 5 minutes on the game, and I just get to hit a lot of people, and I was like, I can feel when we have this first win, it is for us, and basically we own this. So, guys, last question maybe, like, do you want to say something to the French crowd? Do you have like a message for them? Est-ce que tu as un petit message à passer à tous les fans français, que ce soit sur les streams ou aussi sur place, qui sont venus pour vous encourager?
En vrai, continuez, le support, ça aide beaucoup, en vrai, les joueurs, les messages, etc. Continuez à faire du bruit et on va essayer de win pour vous.
He say, guys, continue. The message and the support you have for us is kind of insane, and every message you send on social media is helping a lot. So thank you. We're gonna do it for us, but we're gonna do it for you as well. Merci beaucoup, les gars. Bonne chance pour vos games. Good luck for your games, guys. Have a good run, and hopefully you will make it to the top 7 for qualify. Back to you guys.
check in with Trev because you've got some CC updates over in Crossfire. Who's in, who's out, what's going on?
Well, at the moment, it's Na'Vi, Vitality, and AGL who have made it to the top 8. The quarterfinals have just started now, and we'll play through them all today. So we'll see if any of them manage to get to the semifinals. But even bigger news for the teams who are out. Team Falcons is one of them, which is absolutely huge for the club championship. Obviously, they've now managed to put themselves 300 points ahead again, thanks to getting the top 8 in CS2. But here in Crossfire, they're out of the competition, and AGL are powering on. I will say, it seems to me like AGL need a big win here, otherwise they're not going to win the club championship anyway. And in the first game in the quarterfinal, they are currently down. So still some work to be done, but AGL need to really power on now.
I mean, they are the defending champs here, so they still could definitely mount a comeback. We'll have to see if they're able to do that. We'll check in back later on in the day and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav, for that club championship update. Trav was talking about AGL. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about AGL here as we're back with none other than Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG. Well, let's talk about that last match because it was Suisi and Pixie being able to get the win.
Yeah, I really like that we had an opportunity to actually get an interview with those guys because me and Levin were kind of watching Swizzy up on the high ground, right? Using those dualies, those pistols to kind of allow you to kind of float in the air. And me and Levin looked at each other like, you know, he's been really loving those pistols lately. And kind of the sentiment that me and Levin kind of came to the conclusion, Swizzy's just up there having fun, man.
He's having fun playing this Fortnite. I mean, you know, when you look at how they played in Battle Royale of late, it's been not height focused at all. We've seen a lot of them just trying to focus on mid ground, low ground. I think they understand here in these Elite Stronghold lobbies, especially even in Reload in general, they want to be aggressive for height. It's how they ended up qualifying in the first place earlier on in the year. They were very aggressive up on high.
And I don't know necessarily if this is a prioritized weapon, but using that rocket launcher as well just allowed them to apply more pressure onto the low ground. I actually was one of the games where I didn't see too many players trying to steal height. And I think that's just from how dominant they were holding that high ground. And speaking of dominance, of course, Cold and Rapid with their eliminations have been at the top of the leaderboard in the first 2 games. But Swizzy and Pixie have finally stole that away, Seven.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid being able to just stay towards the top of the leaderboard too without a victory royale yet. Levin, what are you pointing at over there towards the match ranking?
Well, it's just the match ranking.
It's not
right?
the overall ranking.
It's not the overall ranking. It's not the overall ranking. But you know, I think especially in the case of Cold and Rapid, they're going to be way up there, right? Because they just keep having these really strong games.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, actually, Cold and Rapid are in first place. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see there. And a lot of that is just due to how many eliminations they have.
I mean, Cold and Rapid are playing incredibly well. We obviously had a conversation after game number 1. The natural terrain was very, very tough for all of our teams specifically, but for Cold and Rapid, they'd like to play a very, very intense low ground strategy, right? Where they're all the way on the bottom of the map. Similar situation here in game number 3 where natural terrain kind of pulled on top of a hill, but every single time they are managing to get themselves up ahead of all of their teams. Like, how are you the team that is playing at the absolute bottom, but you're still making it? You're still the first team to actually make it on top of these natural terrains to actually go ahead and clutch up these incredible placements.
I think the beauty is when you're Rapid and you are playing with quite literally the best mid and low ground fragger of all time, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just sit on mid ground, let him get a bunch of elims for you. You're always just going to be able to tarp ahead and make sure you're in a good position to stay in the priority position.
They're being so successful at it that actually in game number 1, we saw that Cold and Rapid tried to go for height just a little bit, but they're like, no, this isn't for us. But even that opportunity, they didn't falter. They were able to kind of go for it, and they're like, no, we're going to stick to the mid and low ground there. So they just can obviously win from any angle.
Levin, yesterday we got a chance to see you being a coach.
All right.
Now it's time to have another coach talk with Levin 2K because there is one team that's truly underperforming, and that is none other than AGL. And we just heard it from Travis. Well, AGL is putting on the heat over there because Falcons got eliminated. AGL here need to do exactly what Falcons was able to do yesterday, which was bounce back.
That's true. That's true. Okay, thankfully, you picked a team I like. I was going to say, actually, I just will rescind my coaching offer. I don't want it anymore. But in the case of Sky and Skrull, everything you've done this year has led to this moment. You've climbed the mountaintop in EU twice. You've been the most consistent team. Many people think you are one of the best duos to ever live. But it has to be here in Reload. You have to showcase it across the range of the modes. We believe in you. I believe in you. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. Forget the noise of the AGL Club Championships for just a moment and remember who you are. The best duo in the world.
Ooh, Bro, shivers. Come on here. Come on here.
Simple. We'll just... And now let's see though, because obviously after yesterday, Peter Bond pointed it on a masterclass. I had people atting me on socials like, oh, thank you, Levin, so much, man. I mean, Peter Boyer needed it. I'm like, all right, guys. Let's see. Let's see if Sky and Scroll can step it up now.
Well, luckily for us and luckily for you too, after that coach talk, we still have 7 more games to go. But let's take a look at the overall as Twisted Cold and Twisted Rapid are currently in that first place because of what you were saying, Kelly, earlier. Those eliminations are coming out.
I mean, we've seen them from the start. As soon as they're going off spawn, they're getting at least 2-3 eliminations every single time. And I think game 2 was a little bit more passive, but still able to grab a handful of eliminations. And then in that last game, 10 eliminations for them. And they didn't even get second place. I think they ended up that game in third. But for me, Vivid, what really is shocking me about this leaderboard right now is how many smaller regions we have represented in our top 10 right now. We got Oatly, we got Yuma, we got Gone, we got so many players. I just was not expecting to see this so early.
I mean, you want to talk about smaller regions. Levin, I think you might have something to say about this one, right? NA West, quote unquote, Canada and Victor V up there in the top 7. So good to see them have a good game 3 to make sure that they kind of stay in contention. Would love to see Acorn and Bolts kind of join the ranks because this top 7 right now, pretty EU heavy.
I mean, the whole tournament's been EU heavy, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention. I mean...
Hold up. Let's wait till we get to finals, all right?
Yeah, all right. I mean, I think we will have a great final for sure. It's going to be filled with a lot of the best EU teams.
Well, we do get to see a little bit of Brazil there with Furia being able to get at least one victory royale. I know you were heavy on Brazil yesterday. Let's see what's going to happen with them today.
No, I'm really impressed by Gon, right? Gon in particular is a player who I've been a big fan of since obviously he played at Globals in 2024. Kelly, we were talking a lot coming into this competition. I said my team from the Brazil region was Leo and Romero. You said you had, Gon, and I feel like both of them are impressing so far.
And this is something that's honestly often talked about of how Brazil is, we call these all like smaller regions that aren't EU or NAC, but Brazil has to be the best region out of the smaller regions. And time again, they try to prove themselves as one of the big ones.
That being said, though, taking a look at this second page, right? You're like, oh my gosh, like Josh and Yamzo, a team that is so good. How are they in 14th place? To be fair, right, if you take a look at 5th place has 97 points. So the difference right now between 5th and that 14th spot location is actually just 23 points. So we are still very, very close. Of course, we haven't played that much Fortnite yet today, but do not be worried if you see some of your favorite teams kind of on that second page or further down the leaderboard than you might think. Still a lot of Fortnite to be played.
Yeah, we just saw Fu and Mini Pio actually being able to bounce back too after those first awful 2 games, because we gotta call it how it is. Those first 2 games were awful, but they were able to secure at least a 4th place here in this last one.
It is better late than never. I don't care if it was off on the first 2 games. The fact that they were able to get 2nd place against the likes of Cold and Rapid that got 3rd place in that game, that to me means so much more than having our first 2 good games.
Yeah, and I'm glad they actually just celebrated, right? We got all these EU players who are just like, yeah, nah, winning's just like, well, man, I ain't got to celebrate a win. These guys come forth and they're like, yeah, bro, like, let's do it. Again, a team who their vibes are immaculate. Mini P, I feel like every time he's at these lands, he's always just so grateful to be a part of it, right? He always exudes that type of energy, and you really feel it here.
Like, even in that game, Levin, we were watching the reactions after the game, and it's like Swizzy and Pixie won, and they were just like, oh, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? Just stone cold. Yeah, just do some free balls or whatever. And then Mini Poyo and Fu, they were the ones that are excited. They were the ones that were kind of getting emotional there because they picked up that 2nd place. So just incredible stuff to kind of see them on the stage doing well.
All right, we got a chance to get a coach talk earlier, but now it's time to do our pick'ems, and you can do your pick'ems at home too. Don't forget that you can go to the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, put in your predictions, and I'm gonna put y'all on the spot. And the one we're gonna be going with is none other than AGL, because they were in 17th place there, and it's a team that needs to bounce back. So after that coach talk, Levin, where do you have them finishing in the next match?
Ooh, in the next match, I think we're gonna see a top 3 from them. And I think we'll see a top 3 on the day still. I think they won't quite, burst their way into 1st place, but I think I could see them still finishing 3rd.
Kelly?
I'm going to say 5th place for this game, but this is the start of the change. We're going to see them climb up to 2nd place at the end of the day.
Listen, I think it'd be a little bit too obvious, right? The theme that we saw yesterday, Peter Brown and Poyo, they were like in 17th place, and then it was after the 3rd game where they really started to heat things up. I think Sky and Scroll, I think they're going to need a couple of more games, man. I think in this next game, I think
think they're going to get like 11.
Oh, a stinker. A stinker.
You don't believe in the coach talk from Levin? You know what, Levin? I have full belief in your talk. And I think more people are going to be adding you on social media and using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 because that team, I have them winning the next game. But that's just my thoughts. That's just my pick'ems. Let's see what MBF and Taco got. You want to put y'all on this spot. What is AGL going to finish on in this next match?
Look, Seven, I can appreciate your ambitious thoughts for wanting to see Sky and Skrull bring home a win, but with the way that we've been seeing Swizzy, Pixie, Cold, and Rapid sort of duke it out already, it's going to be a very tall ask. But more importantly still, we got that motivational speech out of Coach Levin, right, Monster? And I'm also thinking about the fact that there are just so many friends and family here in support of Sky and Skrull. ADAL obviously going to be rocking behind their duo too, but I think it's really cool just seeing the likes of, personal coaches and friends like Eggy that are also on site. And with that kind of motivational factor behind them, it can certainly go a long way in turning the competition around.
I do think it's hilarious to keep tagging Levin as a coach, though. Might have to rebrand after that one. Get us all your thoughts down in the bottom. But with that being said, we do have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. The next battle bus is here and ready. Let's see what Sky and Skrull can do. Let's see if the conversation was enough to help them get their head back on their shoulders, their feet back on that track, and on to the races. Demis Storm for T1 on the other side. He'll be one of the first to take a little bit of damage here, but not the first down and out. That is not going to be reserved to anyone just yet, even with the hot drop here.
Okay, the fact that he survived there, ridiculous. Looking a bit wiggly, solid movement, but it wasn't enough. Faison gonna cut that one short. The AXA and 7. And AXA will be the victors currently. Salvatore, though, looking to close in, maybe get a little bit of revenge here, but 2 versus 1 can be a little bit difficult to, and not exactly the most enticing fight to take.
Yeah, definitely a tough fight there. Pixie, Swizzy, little update from them. Slow start to the early game. Chisel Cubes, for the first time, actually being somewhat contested in Pixie and Swizzy, not looking to do a split drop at all. Meanwhile, Zeta's Coyote finds Rapid there, so already an exchange of blows going on around the map here. Yuma and Coyote putting it all on the line. This is super risky, but what a play from Coyote, the RPG into the shotgun follow-up. That's a monstrous moment there for Coyote. That's said to keep him in the game as well. 2 elims now, and they will live to see another day.
Literal hero shots there by Coyote, and Yuma just able to place that full trust into his duo that he would be able to connect on the most important shots there, because sure, it wouldn't have been the end of the world for Yuma to be fully eliminated, but it would have been a bit more annoying, that's for sure, because so many other players suffering that reboot circumstance around the map. Cold already finding his first elimination also here at Elite Experiments, and Cold, when left to his own devices, we've been seeing him toss up time and time again so many high elimination games.
It's really interesting, like for whatever reason, the way this battle bus played out, he would not go as aggressively in the early game, and it's looking more like a game 1 kind of slow burn approach here to the lobby. Take a look at that bigger picture. You see how the zone's starting to play out, that nice comfortable spread happening here. This looks more like some standard Fortnite action, but with that being said, don't worry. Let's just watch it again. Let's just see how Coyote find that first elimination. That's how he, of course, took down Rapid. And then this one right here. What a shot. There it is.
Impressive stuff, that's for sure. And Salvatore, yes, and they have managed to pick up 1 elimination. So a little bit of a pause in the action now for these two, but Salvatore might still be on the hunt. Keep in mind that part of the reason why some of these teams are starting to take a little bit of that slower approach, yes, the bus path can definitely reflect in that, but I also think it's because teams are trying to not take too many risks because from this point forward, they are just going to have to be focusing entirely on securing solid points. They want the club championship boost as well to factor in here.
And it looks like we do have some updated points there. You see Team Falcons still barely holding on, but AGAL is now starting to sneak their way up as the club championship points are beginning to get updated. This really is an important moment now for Sky and Skrull to, one, make sure they qualify out of this bracket. It's been a competitive Group B, that's one thing for certain. And then everyone else, I mean, we were just looking at the points. It's a one-game spread right now between roughly 14th or 15th all the way up to top 7. So no one is safe, even if you had a couple good rounds so far.
And Sky Skrull fully aware of the fact that they are trying to deliver on a top 7 performance. They know exactly what's at stake. And the fact that they're kind of flirting with disaster, potentially staring down the barrel of being in that bottom 3 position, this could be a crucial day for them. But they are looking to find some semblance of a recovery. They were rather isolated, far and away from the rest of the map. Only EWC really left to sort of hang with them. Skyjump, Mumsy, Golden Knight, other teams that have already had relatively good success on the day, looking to keep that momentum rolling here. Gon won't be able to get finishing blows onto Teamish, but that's where Knight just opts to pick up the conversation instead. Still, we'll have to deal with Darm along the way here, and Darm fighting for his life, doesn't want to get eliminated too soon because they are the cutoff. They are currently in that 7th place position, and for T1, they know club championship points, exactly what they're hunting for.
Listen, 3 eliminations separate you from 12th place to 6th place. 3 eliminations in a reload format, come on, that's nothing. We might as well all be tied up on points here. And that's what I'm talking about. That's how close the competition is. So don't let all this leaderboard fool you. It is so competitive from 16th and upwards. And then you jump down to Sky and Skrull, who need that massive game. This is where the players down here need massive games.
And they are getting a little bit squeezed right now by Kayota and Yuma. That RPG just forcing Sky and Skrull to opt for a different way of approach here. But Kayota and Yuma also got to take a moment to heal. Yuma getting a little bit more tagged up than what he was hoping for. Acid and Salvatore trying to close in on his position, but space has been created. The collapse won't be sought out just yet. Is now Rapid and Cold head straight for the supply drop. World is their oyster at this point.
Yeah, definitely, as they're now fighting for the airdrop here. It's actually really nice. 4 eliminations for Cold and Rapid. I mean, they're so far ahead of the competition. It is just gross to watch at this point. They make the lobby look easy. Well, hey, we know Shark and TD obviously are going to have their work cut out for them as we are seeing some real light shine through. Take a look here. We get an update with Victor v. Kanata, 97 points here, 6th place on the overall standing. They were in 5th when this all started, but no eliminations earned just yet. Again, just a few eliminations separate them from the rest of the pack.
Really got to watch every step you take, even when you are in these more far and away spots on the map and no one's nearby just yet. It can all just change at a moment's notice. But Sky and Skrull looking to get a little bit more active here against EWC and JoJo Fishy. All the way far south on the fringe of Elite Armory. JoJo Fishy doing what he can to try and stay standing here, but Sky and Skrull are relentless. They desperately need to start factoring in some points, and every little bit counts. The knock is going to be secure, the elimination's going to fall through here, and now it's down to whether or not Sky and Skrull can really just manage to keep securing additional eliminations and a nice endgame run as a pair.
As that Elim went through for Sky and Skrull, it looked like Cold in the feed actually took out EWC. So like you said, that's the full elimination. You know what? I just want to give a little bit of shouts and a little bit of credit to them. This is their first LAN event, right? So EWC's got a big smile on his face. JoJo looked a little timid, a little nervous. But unfortunately, he's not going to be smiling after that. When they get put on ice, they can still make a return, though, in the tournament, of course, as we have a lot of games in front of us, right? So don't feel like, you know, it's over just yet. But still, at the end of the day, you gotta perform to your best of your abilities if you don't want to get your keys crushed here at the EWC 26. Furia, 916 is gone. Furia's Knight looking to earn more points for their team. At the Peerless Pier, I actually like this. They pulled a zone over this way. They're gonna get situated early, and that's a good spot to be in.
And what's also impressive is that when you think about how that very first lobby for going to Knight, and they were just kind of going through the blender, getting chased down nonstop, and ever since they found that Victory Royale recovery point, and in a very similar fashion to having a very unsuccessful early game, it just seems to give them an all new kind of confidence, and they're just not suffering from the same sort of aggressive factors that they initially struggled with. And maybe that could be the turnaround for Sky and Scroll also. If they could just make it through towards at least 10th, 11th zone as a pair, that might just be the catalyst to really remind them of who they are and their true potential.
I think the real problem is teams were not falling. I mean, we had a moment where there were so many teams alive, even if they were just fractured down to solos, and that just means you're not going to earn those placement points. I think it's around like 16th or 14th where it really starts to, add up, but even then, things are really difficult. Well, taking a look at the bigger picture here, again, there are already 2 duos fully finished there. You can see from the overall wide picture there. Jumping to the new zone, though. Congestion starting to take place here. Team Furia looking to get into a fight. They are 5th place in the overall leaderboard at the moment. Truly representing for Furia. But still, they are, I'd say, gapped away, right? They need that big game to kind of get in the more cushion kind of room. They can kind of ease up a little bit, but that's what happens when you can win a round.
And to be fair, only a few more teams need to actually go down before those placement points start factoring in. Sure, it might be slim at only 3, 4, 15th and onwards, but it starts to accrue. It really starts to mount up here, and Sky, Scroll, fully aware of the fact that all eyes are on them in today's competition. But obviously, with the club championship picture overall, it is a team effort. So they know that if they're able to just kind of deliver it on the Fortnite front, it could go a long ways overall for Week 7 EWC.
Well, we heard the speech from Levin. We're getting towards that end game. This is where we'll see if the words of encouragement, the words of support from the fans and the coaches alike are gonna come through. Yuba, Toyota have the most interesting position here in this end game. That countdown is starting to happen here. Reboots are no longer active here, and now Swizzy and Pixie get the most primed opportunity to open fire onto Darm. Darm's out. Demis is right behind him, and there it is. Reboots are disabled. Scroll is the one who gets the elimination credit with Sky. That's going to be a full teammate taken out.
Wow, that was a big delivery, though, for Sky and Scroll. Anything that they might have been missing or hurting for, Division Darm just handed right over, and it's partially due to some of that pressure coming out of Swizzy and Pixie, but hey, sometimes you're just in the middle, sandwiched between teams that are ready to just find those opening shots here. And for Sky and Scroll, 4 eliminations. They're starting to pick up the pace here. Signs of life towards the front side of zone. And look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, MDF, but this is the Sky and Scroll.
It's looking good. You can say it. You can say it. It's looking good. It's actually looking too good at this point in time. I don't know if I like it too much, as AGAL have so much pressure on them. But Mobsy on the other side looking pretty well here. Sky Scroll continuing to keep the pressure up, this time onto the French duo Mobsy. And of course, Sky jumped there, end up pushing them down. See in the distance, again, still all of the notable names still up and running. Zone number 7 now is going to start officially closing here shortly. And this is where things get really difficult. This is where they haven't been able to put the pieces together, but so far, it's been the strongest game that we've seen from them.
I like the way, though, that Sky and Scroll were just so adamantly scanning the teams on the higher layers. It's obvious that they're going to have to start to make their next move, and they're going to continue to kind of wrap around the edge of zone. They want to try and secure another frontside position towards that ultimate low ground. It's where they feel the most comfortable, and they know that there's going to be a lot of familiarity if they're able to control that part of the zone. But obviously, Coyote, Yuma, way up above, starting to have a little bit of shakiness, but nothing too hard just yet that they can't contend with. And they'll actually make their next move towards the front side. Thought for a moment that they might have been softly chopped, but a little bit too based up, too secure.
Yeah, no, it was Team shockwaving past, almost hitting him with that mammoth pistol on the way by, but the tags didn't quite connect there. Meanwhile, GK's Japco ends up going down. We'll keep eyes on Zeta up top. That's an exciting duo, of course. But you still have Coyote here looking to defend it. Sky and Skrull go for the super pad up to the top. This could be their moment to siege height or just buy themselves some time and earn a little more points. Swizzy, though, from that last game victory, now having to play this one out by himself. From one champion to another, he's in a tough spot here. 200 mats left, 100 mats left. Things are starting to thin out. Things are starting to look bad for them. Pressure coming in from all angles here from Momsy and Skyjump. And what a terrible zone pull. My gosh, it's going into the water. I hope you brought your swimsuit and your vest, because this one was so uncalled for.
Coyote and Yuma won't have any complaints just yet, though, but Sky, Skrull, they're ready to overtake. They're going to get a little bit chipped away at Force Shield, but Skrull immediately dropping, reuniting with Sky. With Swizzy so incredibly injured, only one build remains. He's going to be forced to play through the backside of zone, hoping that he's not on the receiving end of any big shots, but still, only a couple of overdrive grenades remain and a whole lot of players in front of him as Coyote and Yuma just continue to assault these lower layers. Mini Pio and Fukuno, they could make things a little bit more interesting, but it's a big elimination duo. Swizzy, Pixie completely out of the picture. Cold and Rapid now have the chance to try and run away with it.
Yeah, I hope you didn't forget about them. They're still in this game. A lot of big names here. Kanata finds Salco in the feed there. Little friendly one-on-one action from one West duo to another. Two elims now for Kanata. Victor V down to the low ground. They've had some excellent frontside rotations, really taking charge here. Look at Kanata making the calls as Victor's here to back him up. Meanwhile, up top, the full connection has come through. The picture coming together. This is looking like Coyote and Yuma's game to win. Talk about throwing your way back into the competition. We said it before. It is so close at the kind of bubble area here for the qualification positioning. Meanwhile, Gone falls, Night falls, they're done it now. Fukuna and Mini Pollo, what can they do here? They're trying to stay alive. SAUL faded, still in the game. Little big tags coming in though. It's going back and forth here. They're all out of gas though. Faded goes down. Khan now is left by himself.
Yeah, you can tell these players are just running on fumes right now. And Khan, what more has he got left in the tank? Trying to see if he can keep it pushing, but with Momsy Skyjump racking up elimination, but Momsy taken out, loses track of what's taking place right behind him, and Sky, unfortunately, will be forced to try and contend through the rest of this mess all by his lonesome, still picking up the pieces after the fact. Elimination onto Salvatore, the Siphon gonna buy him a little bit more time, but he's running out of builds at a rapid rate, and no puns intended because Cold and Rapid are running this lobby down.
That was big, and they just took down Victor V as well. 9 duos remaining here in the game. Couple solos kind of in the mix. Iamzo is one of those solos. No points earned on the eliminations just yet, but he's got decisions to make here. You have Spooks, Oatly putting pressure from up top. Shots are coming in. He gives up the layer, and he's just trying to survive here and go the distance. You blinked, and you missed it, though. Cold catches Kanata with a monstrous shot to keep him in the game now inside the top 8.
But Cold, will he even have a chance to try and restore some of his shield? He's just got to try and conceal his positioning for the time being. Spooks and Oatly still relatively healthy up above him, but Coyote and Yuma just haven't had anyone left to challenge them. They are way overhead, where everybody else in this lobby is currently sitting. Acorn and Bolts directly underneath. Spooks and Oatly still trying to get the job done, but with Coyote and Yuma just so solid far and away from the rest of the competition, the players are going to thin the lobby out for them.
This is actually insane because if you think about it, coming into this, Oatly and Spooks were in 8th place. Coyote and Yuma were in 9th place. Sky and Scroll, well, they were out of the tournament altogether, and now Sky is still going. 2 elims for him back-to-back. Can he get a third? Doesn't matter. Top 5, though, is an excellent spot to be in. Oatly is playing so well himself. That's his 3rd elim in the endgame. Meanwhile, Acorn Bolts actually finding their footing down in the ultimate low ground. And Coyote and Zuma have finally given up that height. They're coming down for the win.
Finally, Skyjump's gonna get scouted out, but Coyote and Yuma, all they need is just to find where Bolts is at. It's going to be a little bit of a heel-off showdown here now, but Bolts realizes he doesn't have anything left. Yuma was trying to wait it out, but Bolts, what great awareness there, immediately capitalizing on the opportunity. Strong victory royale for some of NA's best.
Not only that, both of those duos were in that sickness territory. You saw the HP falling super quickly. Bolts recognized it immediately, cancels the medkit, says, I gotta go for this. I can't stay here. And that was the difference maker for him.
Still a really strong showing, though, from Yuma and Coyote. Maybe mildly disappointed because they really looked like they were setting up for the perfect victory royale. But it's just so many points to accrue. And when you think about how many teams inside of that top 5 even were already being eliminated so early on, outside of Cold and Rapid, but more importantly still, AGAL, a little bit of relief. Because it might have been Sky as a solo, but it was still a top 5.
Look at Oatly cook as well. There's a shot from Bolts. You love to see it. Also, afterwards, he was trolling, trying to act serious, but he was actually having a good time. He then loosened up there. Here's Victor V. After that game, a big round for them. Nonetheless, they were relatively consistent. And you know what? I gotta say, I think the Levin speech was overall a huge success. I don't know if it was just meant to be, but Sky and Scroll definitely showed us a little bit of life. We threw them a lifeline, and they got pulled out from being deep in the water there. They're somewhat in the competition now, right? They're not down there in that 30-point range. We're just like scratching our heads saying, hey, what's going on?
It's just crazy, though, when you really boil it all down, because one solid endgame placement and a handful of eliminations really is enough to just leapfrog your way on the leaderboard. And sure, while they're not within that top 7 threshold just yet, they are still so much closer. And if they can keep finding those kinds of deliveries for overall point buildups, that's just going to put them in an excellent spot. But obviously, we've got another match to go before we reach the true halfway point on the day. So make sure to get a couple of refreshments, and we'll be right back.
Josh Riley is one of 2026's biggest new talents, and the Reload Elite Series qualifiers were his calling card. In late 2024, unknown player Josh first turned heads beating Clix in a 1v1 to win a gaming PC. Now 2 years on, he's going head to head with the biggest Fortnite players in the world.
That moment was like the best moment of my career, I'd say. Like, I was playing on laptop for like 2 years and like 300 earned. And like whenever I beat him, that was like one of the happiest moments of my life. I think it definitely helped me with like brand and like my story. But I think eventually I would have gotten that good, but it like definitely sped it up because I wouldn't have gotten a PC. So
in less than a year as a competitive Fortnite player, Josh has qualified for 3 FNCS Grand Finals. But the Reload Elite Series qualifiers are his biggest achievement yet.
Lands a big shot, but Josh is that much bigger. They take the game out of their hands.
It was a trial by fire, but Josh and teammate Iamzo rose to the challenge, taking second in 2 stacked NA Central lobbies to qualify for Paris.
We were playing for the qual to this, We were in the last game, we got a shockwave launcher. We were like 4th place, so in the qual. We shockwave launched Kanata into the air, who was in like 5th place, and we beat him. That was kind of guaranteed our qual, and it was just like, yeah, I was really excited.
Side angle, shockwave coming out from Josh, sends Rapid packing.
For Josh, the Reload Championship is the biggest stage of his competitive career, an opportunity to show the world what they glimpsed during the qualifiers.
It'd just be a great experience, you know, like playing in Esports World Cup. Like, if I'm uncontested, I want to get like top 3, but if I'm contested, like, I think we can like pull it top 10. I'd be happy with that.
On the hunt for his first title, all eyes will be on Josh to see if he can deliver when it matters most.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen from around the world. Kelly Link here, joined by Mini Miner. We just wrapped up game number 4 for the Reload Elite Series, and this is Group 2. We gotta find 7 teams to go to the Grand Finals, and after game number 4, I feel like there's some teams that are kind of standing out right now.
Yeah, we got some amazing teams popping off right now. One that I want to mention, of course, Cold and Rapid. What a performance from these guys coming into today. I think we sort of anticipated a great performance, but coming from the EU region, I wasn't expecting this level, Kelly. You've watched them a lot, so is this the expectation we should have of them?
The absolute aggression that we're seeing, and we've seen some other teams popping off right now, but when we added, we're at the end of game number 3, I didn't see them in first place because I read the graphic wrong, and I was like, there's no way Cold and Rapid aren't in first, but of course they are. When they get all of those eliminations, whether it's from the low, mid, or even high ground, no one can stop them.
And the synergy that they seem to have as well in these layers, they're playing so well together. They seem to bounce off each other so well in these moments as well. Another team as well, Oatly, Spooks, a team that I really didn't expect too much from because of the fact we haven't seen them on a LAN yet. It was a bit of a question mark, right?
I never doubted you guys. I had you guys in first place the whole time. No, but there's a reason why they call him Goatly. He's been around the scene for so long, finally revealing his face to all of his fans and finally showing up. And no, like you said, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be as good as they are.
Just so calm when they're playing these end games as well. Monster was saying on the cast right there, he's just having fun. He's enjoying himself, Oatly, which is really interesting for your first LAN. It's a sort of a really great thing to see on this stage.
Yeah, I think it was after game 2 or game 3 where they went down in either 3rd or 4th place, and he like was high-fiving and shaking his hands, where everyone else, even when they win, are just unbothered by it. He was so excited to be able to make it into the end game, and then he does it again.
Yeah, a little subtle diss onto Sharkantini right there. We didn't see a reaction from them all weekend yet, but we should see that, of course, coming soon. Of course, we cannot come up here on this stage and not talk about Skyjump and Momsy. What a performance.
Any fans of Skyjump and Momsy in here? Just a few. Just a few.
Yeah, 1 or 2. I mean, these guys, they always show up when the pressure is on. If that's something we've learned from EU, they're showing it here again today. Picking up that first game victory, it's like almost the perfect story. And then even Swizzy and Pixie, a team from the French team as well. This is exactly what we want to see here on the stage.
And we want to see exactly more of this in the next 6 games, Skyjump, Momsy, everyone that we have, and we have more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of downtime. Definitely some hype in the crowd here as we got a nice pop for, of course, Skyjump and Momsy. Man, what a pleasure the tournament has been so far. And this is the last match now of this map, though, Taco. So, hey, if you've been having a hard time here, well, guess what? The pain's almost over.
But look, it's been such a ping-pong effect on the leaderboard in terms of where the top 7 cutoff is actually going to be held. Yeah. Right now, we currently see it for Khan and Faded. Victor V, Kanata, just slightly pushed out from being inside of that top 7 threshold, but already so much of the club championship points, as well as just these leaderboard standings overall, shifting between every single lobby. There is practically no guarantees, even though we're approaching the halfway point, outside of the fact that Swizzy and Pixie for Team Havoc, and then obviously Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, having the performance of their lives here in Group B.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be the shoe-in duos here, but hey, we know that stranger things have happened in the past, and it's gotten actually a lot closer, right? 2nd and 3rd place between Momsy and Skyjump are actually neck and neck, pretty much tied up on overall points, which is really interesting. Then you start looking down towards that bubble line, Acorn and Bolts, where they were pushed out because of one bad game. Now they're back in the conversation. For the first time, though, Oatly and Spooks are inside that top 7. This is exciting here. Match number 5 of the Elite Stronghold is kicking off, and we're off to a hot start. Unfortunately, Joe goes, Spooks there couldn't quite get those points he was looking for. This has been the strength of this duo's trusting in Scoot's performance in the early game, but right now it's Salvatore who's like, wait a second, we need to get back in this tournament.
And this is honestly kind of a nice little resurgence out of Salvatore and Yasin. The original starting point of the day, you know, they haven't been doing horribly by any means. Their worst placements being 11th, but you're just going to need to have a lot more top 5 consistency if you really want to consider yourself a little bit more safe. But they have been making headway in terms of getting closer and closer to that top 7 position.
Yeah, most definitely. All things considering, they are flying back up. Here's a little update back to Chisel Cube. Swizzy and Pixie have no longer been dropping aggressively. Now they're just kind of easing up here. They're like, all right, we got our lead. We just got to make end games, kind of keep doing what we're doing, and the rest should be history. Meanwhile, get to look at, again, a little bit of that start of the round here, what it means for VSN Salvatore and his duo. This is allowing them to really be inside the top 10 just after those couple of eliminations being secured there. Then they get another one onto Toyota right afterwards. So teams got to be careful not to be fully eliminated at this point. MHND finally earning themselves a little bit more points given that they have had the toughest time this evening for the AHL club. Victor V, Kanata in an early fight here. Victor losing to Salvatore, but I don't blame him. Salvatore is just firing up right now as he is quite literally crashing on the lobby, playing absurdly well.
Yeah, Salvatore, who are you feeling like? Because he is doing his own thing right now, but that was also kind of a rare miss out of Victor V, but Salvatore, he's not done just yet. MHND might just be next in line to be added to the count here. Salvatore hunting for his 6th, and never mind, he might even be able to secure a 7 should he get the elimination onto MHND. Snow, maybe even considering, should I even try and poke my head forward, gauge whether or not I can get a nice little shot in on Salvatore's feet, but Salvatore, just on his own kind of warpath, 6 eliminations, and he's not done.
It's like he's living up to the name. Just popping off right now. 6 elims, putting his team on his back here. That is the type of hero's effort we need to see from players if you want to go straight to the finals. And look, now he is in contention at 9th place, just a singular point behind Victor V and Kanata there, jumping up to 16 overall active eliminations.
Look, they tried to play the concise, calculated Fortnite, but they've been seeing what Cold and Rapid have been getting up to, and they decided, why not look to just handle our own affairs here? Pretty solid showing, though, out of Gone, getting good elimination onto Cold, but Sky and Scroll can't forget about what just happened for them in that last lobby. The top 5, the signs of life. Will it actually be the catalyst, though, for these two to really carry over into a strong close for this tournament?
Yep, Yuma and Toyota, not the strongest start as they were eliminated pretty early, but they jump back in, they find a few more tags, few more pickups, and now they've already cushioned a few points here. Let's take a look at how it was playing out from Yuma's perspective. He gets the teammate there of Salvatore. Salvatore not by himself. You played so well up until now, and now you have Asia's monsters on your heels. Luckily, he gets away. That is still showing to how good he has been able to perform here. And what a find. Hey, sometimes you need a little RNG, you know?
Might need to transform that Flowberry Fizz into some bandages. Some whites could go a long way for this man, especially when he's being hunted out by Zeta Division. But revisiting Cold and Rapid, show a little bit of early hiccups. Nothing to deter them just yet, though, from this aggressive playstyle that they have been manifesting all tourney long. And right here, right now, Cold seeking out a good opening shot, but against the likes of Josh and Iyamsa, who are desperately in need of converting this match for the halfway point exactly into a nice placement finish, because they've got to start really bouncing their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, being in 110 halfway through, you know, it's not too bad, but it is not great, that's for sure. 2 eliminations this game, though. That's a good start here for the tournament. 19 duos remaining, 7 and AXA being the first and only duo to have been eliminated so far. We've had some close calls for a few others, but nothing yet as we save that. See the replay there as Yuma finds another Elim. If these Elims keep racking up, they are going to get a comfortable lead up onto Skyjump and to Momsy. That'll keep things interesting for us there. Meanwhile, Anon, Vazen on the move right here. Saw Kanata find a little elimination there in the feed.
This is really awkward.
Uh-oh.
Anon knew it. He's never able to consider himself as safe. Spooks also suffering elsewhere on the map. Enact and Salco immediately looking to close in, capitalize on additional elimination points here. But not only that, Gon, Knight, kind of scrambling here temporarily. Gon and Knight being so split from each other, and Gon not trying to reveal anything just yet, but doesn't get the shot he needed. So Enact and Salco will strike yet again for a second elimination here.
Very nice elimination there. Continuing to earn points. This is really bad for Victor V, though. He's got Khan pushing from one side, faded on the other. Victor V is very hurt here. Just lost the wall. Kanata's here to back him up. Then all of a sudden I see Twisted Minds, Cold, and Rapid there in the distance. They put their influence on the mix. They find an Elim, and it's all out warfare here as they jump into the fight. Quite literally bailing out, maybe saving even Kanata and Victor V.
From hunter to hunted, Khan now having to conceal himself as much as he possibly can, but Kanata, he's definitely got an inkling of an idea of where Khan might actually be at, and he's looking to get a little taste of revenge here for all the time that Faded and Khan had sort of expended, holding Victor V and himself at bay. Now they refuse to let Khan get out of dodge on this one, just continuing to kind of chase him around, and Khan really forced to expend so much of his material, and even worse still, Cold, Rapid. They are nowhere near done with chasing out Faded.
There it is, Kanata and Victor V securing their third elimination, both landing monstrous pump shots, and they are back in the conversation here. What points are they at? They're at 133. 147 is where Faded and Khan are, so this is a very telling battle of your immediate competition. Faded falls on the other side. Khan's already been taken out, so this is now going to be an even more difficult situation for them to kind of claw back in as we're getting into the late stages of the game. Oatly and Spooks are also at that 147-point area.
It's just incredible, though, that Cold and Rapid decided to play a little bit of third-party intervention, and how quickly something can go south that once initially looked so promising. But it looks like the Jogo fella is getting a little bit of revenge on Enact and Salco. Sure, they might have cleaned up Spooks earlier on, but just saw Oatly lighting up that elimination feed with a clean pickoff onto Enact. And right now, as you can see, only one duo that's been fully eliminated as of yet, 7 and AXA. And that's going to be, I think, a lot of motivation for those teams that are currently inside the bottom three. Salco, Enact, Aoxy, and Jojo Fishy. It's a very tall task to ask, but Salco and Enact specifically might have a chance to jump up quite a bit and close that gap.
Yeah, anyone can still get back into the tournament. A win is worth 60 points, mind you, right? So any real end game with a couple Elims, this whole entire story will turn around and someone else will be in a dangerous position. The worst, honestly, is AHL, Snow, and MHMD. They're going to have a really tough time, given that they're about 2 games away from being out of the danger zone. For Khan, though, take a look at the highlights there. He finds Japco. Wow, STC replay there was just excellent. That's how they're earning their points here on the tournament.
So also looking at the fact that he went from 0 builds to practically 5-5-5. A little bit of a huge come up there. But again, even when you have those small victories, it's about stringing together enough of them to really put yourself in contention for having a solid endgame run. Right now, kind of witnessing that brief resurgence from Sky and Scroll. AGAL definitely looking on towards this duo and really hoping that they're going to continue catapulting themselves forward in this competition. It's not easy, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, look, what he's doing right now is telling us that they're just trying to stay warmed up. They need to. They're in 15th place right now, 101 points. They had a good previous round. They have a long way to go. Talk about long ways to go. Cold and Rapid taking a long rotate here. Going for a little bit more of a passive positioning as well. To opt to play for these exotic chests that, of course, come back into the rounds.
Nice little stash of loot, though. Cold and Rapid have managed to stumble upon. Not too surprised either, seeing them willing to tank a little bit of these early storm takes, because, like you'd already mentioned, it does put them in a very strong positional kind of section. And now Darm, Deemish, 6 eliminations, by the way. Definitely trying to make up for some lost time here. Not happy with the way that they've had some earlier than intended departures in previous lobbies, and fully understanding of the fact that they just don't want to have to worry about making it through on the survival day 3. They want to close it out with a solid performance in Group B.
Yeah, and it sounds like the reboots are now closed. That countdown already going through. While that was happening, Salvatore and Yasin's aggression comes to an end in 9th overall there. You can see if the names are fully crossed out, they are now eliminated from the tournament. It couldn't be a worse time either, as we were just getting into zone number 7. Touching base with Cold and Rapid. Was it worth going into the storm? I mean, absolutely. They seem to be pretty decently set up right now, but they have a long way to go. Yuma and Koyota might have also just fully fallen in 5th place there. That's going to be very, very devastating to their overall consistency right now. There's no way they stay inside the top 7 at this point. It is just too close.
You never know, though. They were able to secure a couple of eliminations, so that might just be enough to still keep it close. At the very least, Swizzy, Pixie, it looks like some of their earlier passiveness has definitely boded pretty well for them currently, but that's only if they don't find themselves getting unexpectedly addressed on. Doesn't seem like Minipio and Pukun are all that interested, though, in getting involved just yet, as Kanata, Victor V, 3 eliminations to boot. They're fully understanding that their sole mission right now is to net that strong endgame placement and really start to make Dignitas' presence known.
You saw how hesitant they were to walk through those builds there, really making sure they have full control of things. Momsy Skyjump starting to get active now, though. It's the opposite placed out here. They're fighting for some loot, fighting for the refresher. Here's a team that doesn't have a lot of builds here, and even them making sure that they do not get themselves edited on or caught out of position. Was it worth it? Surely. They just picked up about 200 mats, so not too bad. Couple heals as well to go the distance here. Could be the difference maker. Meanwhile, Pixie and Swizzy for Club Havoc looking very, very good right now. Once again, defining themselves as the high ground duo.
And this is also going to kind of shape the rest of this lobby too, because the one time that we haven't seen Swixy and Pixie in control of height, that's been really the only time where we saw Koyota and Yuma really had that opportunity to just net a strong endgame performance, since nobody else is really looking to challenge. It's evident that Swizzy and Pixie exclusively want to lead on the high ground, and for Rapid and Cold, disaster might have finally struck the pair, because it's only Rapid that's left standing. Cold at least managed to get 2 eliminations along the way, but this is the first time that we're really seeing these guys look so injured.
And also, Hughes and Dark down and out as well, as they were so close to top 7. They're going to start slipping down the leaderboards as well. Everything is now starting to change here as the points are looking to start taking place. I see Skyfall there as well, unfortunately. So this is going to start mixing things up. It's all going to be up to Stroll here. Give him a second. Let's see what he can do. He's by himself. He's putting pressure onto Faded and Khan. Really just trying to defend for himself now. He's got enough to work with, though. Full team below him. Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy make the edit. He's got to go as well. 5 shockwaves to work with. There's not one smarter that can play these rotates. We've already seen him do it earlier today here in game number 1.
But still doing it one more time. It is just so overwhelming, the amount of pressure that must be on Skrull's shoulders currently, and knowing that there are so many other healthy teams, but Pixie, Swizzy, they might be changing that up. Yapko Panzer, it's the right intention, but Pixie and Swizzy are not giving them a whole lot of airspace as they make their next move, still managing to be strong contenders of the high ground. No one's able to realistically challenge them yet. Yogo, Spooks, and Oatly having a little bit of a tough time securing that secondary height layer, but Momsy and Skyjump inside of the low ground, and Momsy just can't make his way through. He gets caught for a moment, and that's all it takes for the lobby to dish him out.
Right now, Skyjump has to stay up and do some. Kanata, Victor V earning points here on the low ground too. Already, 12 duos remaining. Placement points are starting to add up. Victor gets the secured elim there. That's going to be 5 for them here and now, and they don't have any builds to work with. Kanata's only got 3. Rapid's going to be the target of focus here. They almost secured that elim. Little do they know, I think Skrull was still in the storm. He's just tanking here, barely makes it in. And somehow he's better off than they are.
It's crazy, though, just how rapidly his build actually dwindled. And Skrull, he recognizes there's a little bit of a loop ball behind him, but he doesn't have the chance to go for it just yet. Too many players surrounding him. Gone. Maybe going to get an opening shot here, but no, Skrull prioritizing this frontside ultimate low position. He feels like that's where it'll be best for him to try and hedge his bets and just concealing himself as much as he can. Still, this is a really rough spot to be in. Only one build remains.
No.
One overdrive, but a big shot onto Victor V. He's able to get the siphon materials, and now one more time on the low.
Such a huge elim, and I was looking at how close he was to top 7. Everyone now is getting crunched down into the standings there. Oatly and Spooks are down and out as well. Josh and Iamzo are flying their way back up, but Skrull is the most important player here in the lobby with the most critical clutch that he needed to get out of the dangerous territory of being down at the key crushing ceremony. Bolts and Acorn as well find their way back into the tournament. Up Skrull goals, that might have been a mistake. He will be frozen in 3rd, but what a performance. Mini Payo as well is still in this game. These are huge, important games for these teams.
Acorn and Bolts, though, they're looking to try and see if they can secure the halfway victory royale. Minipio Cocoon directly underneath. Acorn Bolts finally looking to drop, but Acorn Bolts, they don't have any builds. Only one remains for the pairing. Cocoon, Minipio also running on the last of their resources. Bolts and Acorn from overhead, trying to see if they can get an advantageous shot, but the preservation by Minipio and Fukun, they are stalemating this one temporarily, looking to get into the healthiest state possible. Fukun manages to heal just a moment longer, can't connect the shot though. That's what Bolts does best. The accuracy is just overwhelming right now, but both Acorn and Bolts finally gonna find a little bit of an exchange, and it's Minipio and Fukun who managed to find the victory royale.
And what a game that was. Back into the tournament, they rise. A huge, huge round. Look at the emotion coming out of them right now. They're feeling good. What a way to really stamp yourself through that map and close out your first half. 5 games. It took them 5 games, but finally now they get a small taste of what it's like to be in the lead.
It's a little bit topsy-turvy, and it's also just so difficult to see, too, MDF, some of the player cam panovers, because we're witnessing the celebrations out of the lives of Minipio and Cocoon, but then we're also getting those direct shots of the duos that are currently inside of that bottom 3 threshold, and it's a tough spot to be in, but that's what makes instances like what Minipio and Cocoon were able to really just break through after they found some earlier success with a nice endgame placement, getting themselves out of that danger zone, and now this win comfortably putting them well above that scary part of being inside the bottom 3.
Yeah, what's wild about it is when you look back at it, they had such an advantage, but Acorn and Bolts fought so well. Bolts finding one. He nearly clutched this up. Both of these individual players were just a shot away from it going either way, but in the end, they did need it more. They were further down the standings, and now they get to stay and compete amongst the top. Oh, you can just see the emotion from others that didn't quite perform the way they expected. Even there, just really tough. You know, you have these 5 games. You understand that you had an opportunity and then you might have come up short there. but it's all good. We still have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. It's really wild, 10 games, how much you really get out of it. The best will eventually float to the top.
But it is still just such a rough state to be in. You have Panzer, you absolutely hate to see him in that kind of position. But then again, when you look at the likes of Sky and Skrull. Skrull, yet again, top 3 placement. And just when they need it most, because now things are going to start transitioning over to the Slurp Rush. But when you're able to actually get that little bit of rhythm going, it just is such, I think, a mental boon for that duo, because clearly the earlier game instances, you can kind of just brush those off a lot easier now. And Skrull, just what a crazy flow state he hit at the very end of that last lobby.
Yeah, I was trying to see, overall, he went from being nearly out of the tournament altogether to tying up with Furia's Knight Gone. And that's going to put him around the 150-point-ish threshold. He's basically neck and neck from himself all the way up to those that are in 7th. So it does seem like the story really has begun to turn around. And everyone in between there, Koyota Yuma, Knight Gone, Josh Yamzo, Victor V. Kanata, and then the line, the bar, is Oatly and Spooks. It is just that close.
I don't know how many people would have necessarily anticipated this top 10 to be as close as it is. And the reason why I'm expanding it towards that top 10 is because, like you already highlighted, the numbers are just too close. But obviously, all eyes have been on AGAL for good reason here today. And we've even got Barney standing by with Sky and Skrull.
Welcome back to the Gadia City Grid. I've got Skrull from AGAL joining me now. Skrull, before today, we had the opportunity to have a quick chat backstage. Now, aside from the fact that if you added yours and Sky's age together, I'm still older. That's extremely embarrassing. Apart from that, we talked about the improvements you guys have made over the past year. You guys are playing incredibly well. It seems like your synergy, your game sense, you guys basically have one brain. Today has been a bit of a tougher start to the day. I think you'd agree. What are some of the issues that you guys are running into? Is something just not quite clicking?
I feel like right now we're just trying to see how the lobby moves, and then we're trying to fit into the lobby. But it's really hard for us right now. But I feel like we're starting slowly to get in form again.
Do you think it's like, obviously you guys are so dominant in BR, in the main Battle Royale, and obviously coming into Reload, everything is slightly different, the pace is slightly different as well. Is that something that you guys are having to adapt to, or is that something you typically have on lock?
Yeah, we for sure have to adapt to that, because we're used to control everything, but now we just need to control what we can control and then work from there.
I like that. You've got a good head on your shoulders, I gotta say. Do you feel like you can pick this up and get some momentum now towards the end of the day?
Yeah, for sure. We are gonna go crazy the next 5 games. I'm not even worried about that.
I love that. I love that confidence. That's right. Let's hear it for AGAL. Skrull, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Your mum's in the stands cheering you on, and that's what we love to see here at EWC as well. Back to you guys.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have none other than Cold and Rapid. You know them, you love them, guys. What is going on? How's it feel? You're here on LAN. How are the vibes?
Feels great. You know, we look forward to this every single year, and just being here feels great.
It feels great. It feels good to be back on LAN.
I love that. So, guys, let's talk about a little bit about the elephant in the room, okay? So you guys performed super well. You guys qualified for EWC, and then you split up. And now you're finding yourselves back together again. So what led up to the split up?
I'd say it's just like a compatibility thing, you know, like I feel like me and Rich are just a better fit than me and Rapid. Not that, no shade towards Rapid, of course. Great player here, but I just feel like I fit better with Richard.
How do you feel about that, Rapid?
I mean, I agree with what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it, guys. Listen, obviously, another elephant in the room. You guys are crushing it on the leaderboard. You guys are in first place by a ton of points. And honestly, the biggest factor of that, Cold is just crushing it individually on the elimination leaderboard. Like, you're like above 20. Second place is like barely crossing that 10 mark. What do you attribute to that? Like, how are you finding all these elims?
It's just what I do, you know? I'm the best fragger in this game. I tell you guys that every year, and I'm here to show that.
And listen, obviously, you know, Rapid, everybody loves your IGL in the game. They contributed to one of the best IGLs in the region. How are you putting Cold in a position to find all those eliminations? Or is it like one of those things where Cold is just kind of going off and finding them?
I'd say it's a bit of both. Like, I'm just tarping way more because Cold just eliminates everybody. Like, he just spawns in eliminations, and I'm just tarping. It's really easy.
Nice. Yeah, it's looking easy for you guys.
It looks so, I'm telling you, that anytime we see you guys play, I feel like it's just such a fun moment because you guys, like, you have like this natural swagger about how you guys kind of go into these games. Like, yeah, we watch Peter Bob Pollo, they kind of, it's very clinical, they kind of go in, they get these eliminations, they move on. But anytime we see you guys play, it just feels like something special, something maybe a little bit different. What is that? What's the secret sauce?
Just to have fun, you know, we're not taking it too serious, just having fun, like taking game by game, and yeah.
What do you attribute to that, Rapid? What's the secret sauce?
A lot of preparation and game plan, I'd say. Just having fun.
All right, let's talk about the second half of the competition, right? We're halfway through. You guys are pretty much almost already qualified if we take a look at how many points it took yesterday. So what's going to be the game plan for the next 5 games?
Just get as many eliminations as possible.
All right. Elims are on the mind. Cold, what do we feel?
Just have fun.
Just have fun. All right, there it is.
Do you guys feel like you maybe resonate better with Stronghold or Slurp Rush, or where are we guys at?
I'd say Slurp Rush is our better map, but I mean, you guys saw how we played on the first map, so.
What do you think, Rapid?
100% Slurp Rush. On Stronghold is not that good.
I like that. One more final question for you guys. Obviously, the vibes are super up. You guys have to be thinking about finals at this point, right? If you make it to finals, is there a duo you hope you could take it to a final 2v2 for the victory royale?
I say Oli and Spooks.
Yo, they've been going kind of crazy, right? Oli's kind of going crazy.
Yes, I don't know. It's a movie.
It's a movie. Rapid?
100% Oli or Muga.
Oh, wow. I love that. Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you. Best of luck in that second half of the competition. Let's kick it back over and see what else is going on in the competition.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm here with Sky and Scroll from AGAL, and we're gonna find out how well do you guys know your teammate? How well do you think you know your teammate?
Pretty good.
Yeah, do you feel the same?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are coming off of back-to-back major wins, so I feel like there's obviously a lot of teamwork and a lot of synergy going on, but we're gonna find out how well they actually know each other. And we're gonna start it off with something simple, okay? Sky, you're gonna tell me, what do you think Scroll's favorite weapon is that's currently in competitive Fortnite?
I'm just gonna say a gold pump.
Hey, what did you put down? The gold pump, let's go. All right. Now, Scroll, you're gonna answer, what is Sky's favorite competitive season of all time? Chapter 6, Season 1, last season.
So not the same, not the same. So why last season?
I feel like last season was just going so perfect with everything, so might be the one. Yeah.
Sky, what is Scroll's favorite item currently in competitive Fortnite? All right, at the same time, Shockwaves, Fizz. Okay, I feel like together they're kind of so. So why'd you say Shockwaves?
We've won back-to-back just with Shockwave, so it was pretty like one of the obvious answers.
But you said Fizz.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one as well, but I feel like Fizz is just like a good item for everything.
What is Sky's best memory of you guys playing together? First,
FNCS one.
First, and then what is first grand one? Let's go. So Scroll, I'm gonna ask you, what is Sky's favorite outfit in Fortnite? Same time, 1, 2, 3. The Lara Croft zombie.
Yes,
okay.
it's a zombie superhero skin, so I thought it was.
If Scroll wasn't your teammate, who would you pick? All right, if Sky couldn't play with Scroll, he would play with Shark. Ah, what a surprise. What do you think Sky's favorite hobby is outside of Fortnite? What does Sky like to do when he's not playing Fortnite?
Yeah.
I mean, that's outside with dogs.
So you have dogs?
Yeah, I have two.
Oh, so Sky, who does Scroll think your biggest competitive rival is? Let's reveal the answers on 1, 2, 3. Oh, Peterbot. Who could have guessed? What is Scroll's most used emo? Every time you win, every time you eliminate someone, what does he do? He does a dance on them?
I don't know any names. I mean, I'll just say like...
Point the axe, and then pickaxe emo. Yeah, that works. Let's go. What's Sky's bedtime?
Bedtime.
I feel like Scroll should like pretty much know this.
So, what time do you usually go to bed? 1 a.m. and 1. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Sky and Scroll know each other pretty well. We're gonna have to see how that synergy is in the battle bus as well. But for right now, guys, that's gonna be it for us. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the side of stage where we are live right now with the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney and I've got Papa V joining me. How's it going, dude? Your son, Victor V, is currently competing on the main stage. It's day 2, Group B. How's he getting on? Is he doing well?
Well, yeah, I think he's doing well. I mean, I know he has to get a little bit of the nerves out. Oh, I do at least, because I'm really nervous, to see him up there. I'm proud of him, but I think, 10 games is enough to let the best Victor V come out.
I like that. I'm a dad, by the way, so like I've got a young son. I'm doing this thing where I have a lot of like dad chats with parents in the audience, and I'd love to get some perspective from you as a parent of a child who's thriving in an esport that's like so incredible, so large scale. Talk to us about what it's like being a dad, seeing your son competing on the main stage for all this money and all this pressure as well.
Well, for me, I know we only got a short time, so I'm gonna just try to stick to some key points because this deserves a whole
podcast.
100%. But I would say to all you parents, get behind your children, help them out. Like, do more than just let them play and just say, I let them play. Support them like you would support a kid that was an elite basketball player or an elite swimmer or a soccer player. Like, you would take them to practice all the time. When they don't feel like going to practice, you will make them practice. You will help them with the discipline. Support them in that same mannerism because this sport is to be respected. So that's what I want for all you parents to do. Give them that same support so these kids can really follow their dreams.
Yeah, let's talk about that structure because, esports is now a viable option for a lot of children growing up. And then you have a lot of kids maybe at home that are watching this with their parents and they're aspiring esports athletes. Maybe they're honing in on a game. Maybe that game is Fortnite as well. What was your approach, when the days were tougher for Victor, maybe when he didn't want to practice like you said and you encouraged him to? Tell us about your structure at home and how, he's now thriving. I'm guessing a lot of that is due to you as a parent as well.
Well, I mean, I happen to be a coach as well. So, I mean, like coaching is what I do. So, when Vic first told me he wanted to be a professional Fortnite player, I kind of laughed, but it was around the same time that Booga won $3 million. And luckily he won that $3 million because had he not won, I would have looked at Fortnite like a game like most other parents look at it. So since I said, people can actually make a living off of this. He won $3 million playing a video game. So then I started doing, looking into it and then saw how much it took, how much work it took and how much dedication these kids were actually putting into this game without the help of their parents. Like, imagine what these kids would do with a structured program and, the help behind them, they would be amazing. They're already amazing, but imagine what they could do with the parental help.
I love that. Wise words from Papa V. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know that Victor is currently playing right now, so you can go and watch. But thank you so much for all the parents and the kids out there. Listen to Papa V. The advice is golden. Back to you guys.
Box fighting lessons? That's perfect. I've been needing to brush up on my box fighting. Hello? Is this where the box fighting is? Oh.
In the red corner.
Monster? Oh. What?
What were you up to, Glitter?
Well, see, what had happened was I was looking for some box fighting lessons, and I think there might have been a miscommunication along the way. I don't know how I got there, but I honestly blame Monster. I don't know what he was doing as the voice.
Okay, all right. Well, actually, since we have here, welcome back, everybody, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. I'm joined by none other than Taco. Taco, shout out to you, because you went from casting 5 games to you're like, I want to be part of this, and we're going to have some fun. So stay tuned for that. We're joined by Levin as well. That coach talk ended up working out. We'll get a chance to break that down later on. But since we have you, Glitter Explosion, I want you to give us an update with what's going on with Club Championship.
Good thing you're asking, because there's a lot happening today that I wasn't necessarily prepared for. If we take a look at CS2, thank you, Seven, for handing this over. CS2, big news in CS2. Na'Vi out, which means they're pretty much mathematically out of the top in the running for the CC leaderboard. They needed to get a good finish there because they didn't have a lot of titles left. We can't really focus on them anymore. However, on the flip side of things, Falcons are through, Vitality are through. This is big for them into the top 8. That means they've both guaranteed points now for their clubs on the board. But if we move on over to Crossfire, we mentioned it earlier in case you missed it, Falcons are out. They cannot get points in Crossfire, no longer in the running. AGAL had made it into top 8, but they are currently 1-1 in a best of 3, which is completely unexpected for the defending champs in Crossfire. We're gonna have to see how it all plays out, but it's looking a little bit scary over there, Seven.
We might need to end up cloning Levin so he can go have just coach talks with everybody, because you know what, let's actually take a second to talk about that, Levin. We were joking about it. It ended up working out yesterday. It ended up working out once again. AGL was able to step it up after that talk from you.
Yeah, I'm going to take all the credit, as I should. And look, if they need some help over in Crossfire, like I said yesterday, you guys know where to find me. Send the contract. We're going to have to double it up, though. 2 games means double the finances there. I mean, look, it was only a matter of time for them to start to heat it up a bit. And I think especially if things don't go their way in Crossfire, they're definitely going to be relying on that Fortnite duo to really step things up.
I feel like we got a bit of what we saw yesterday out of Falcons. Maybe not exactly the exact same thing, Taco, because Falcons was able to wake up much earlier than AJL, but it's good to see a team of that caliber being able to bounce back. Now it's time for them to push up to the top 7.
Right. Sky and Scroll are fully aware of the fact, too, that they've really got to hit it in overdrive and get the hustle on. But again, after Coach Levin's speech, we've seen these guys with back-to-back top 5 placements, so they are starting to make a little bit of a jump effect in the leaderboard, but definitely still a long ways to go, and they are adamant on trying to secure their spot in finals.
Levin, I just want to know if you are, what's your rate for motivational speeches? Can I come to you when I need them in my day-to-day life?
Yeah, I mean, look.
You think about that, okay?
I do personalized packages, you know what I'm saying? So you come to me, whatever challenge it is you're trying to overcome, we can price accordingly. Don't you worry.
All right.
I got you.
We get that friend discount, right? Nope, that's a no.
Best friend discount.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Besties, man. Come on. Yeah, of course.
I thought you were about to hit us with the big. Oh no! I thought you were about to hit us with that about that money, baby. You ain't getting no discounts. But today we actually got something special for both of you. Yesterday we got a chance to do build your perfect Fortnite character. This time, Glitter, what we're gonna be having them do is we're gonna be having them cast something that happened in the first 5 matches in a certain voice.
Wait, when you say a certain voice, what does that exactly include?
And I'm gonna think about it.
Yeah, what does
and you know what? We're gonna pivot from this. We're gonna pivot from this. I just thought about it, and I realized that we might want to save that for survival.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, all right.
I'm a fan.
Give me a chance to warm up the car.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll give you a bit of a buffer. And I'm gonna just start mixing it up here. Don't worry. Don't get scared.
Okay. I'm getting nervous.
I got scared.
You know, not every surprise is a good one.
This one is going to be a great one.
Okay.
What was it that you said AGL was going to finish on in the last game? On actually after you talked to them?
Well, I said in the next game they'll get 3rd place, but they'll finish 3rd on the day. I do want to shout out Kelly, because Kelly said they're going to get 5th place, and in that game they got exactly 5th place.
Okay, because, I mean, at the top of show when we were talking to Kelly and Jacob, they said they could take the whole thing home.
I think we all thought that. But not quite been
They
the
were
best
giving
day.
it that gas to me, too.
Yeah.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
And then we kind of, it didn't happen that way. Now, Taco, I know when I threw it to you, you were casting. Did you end up saying a match? I mean, did you end up saying a placement?
I never gave a placement because I like to see the way that the game actually goes. I did call your first place call out. That was a bit ambitious.
It was?
On the day.
Very.
A bit ambitious.
No, it was like, I was like, surely he's not going to say 1st place, right? And he just kept ramping and ramping. I'm like, is he not saying 1st? And then he said 1st place, and I was like, let's talk about pressure. I mean, I'm a coach. I'm not a wizard, man. I can't make magical things happen. Either way, you know, they still had a good game, so.
I'm a full believer in you, okay? I'm just saying, that graphic looked amazing. Wait until you see what we're cooking for tomorrow. But talking about the overall, the team that's currently in 1st place, Twister, right? Today has been insane out of them.
Absolutely.
And honestly, just to jump in from a CC side of things as well, they might not be in like our top 4 right now, but they are a team that's completely CC eligible. So if they're able to do solid performance here, get through to finals, and make it to top 8, there's actually prize pool money difference that they are playing for their club that's still on the line.
No, honestly, I think, you know, if I'm Twisted, I'm probably frustrated that we didn't have Fortnite earlier on in the EWC process, just because I think, you know, Rapid and Cold as a duo is unbelievable, and they're the type of team that their performance could have inspired, I think, some of the other Twisted teams throughout the club championship to actually just step up a level, right? I think it's probably come a bit too late for them, but I think it'll be a nice finish for Twisted Minds. It'll give them that boost that they need on the club championship leaderboard there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited to see whether or not Cold and Rapid can just kind of continue to carry with this momentum. We know that they're looking to finish strong on the day. An arguably more favorable map for them too with Slurp Rush, and they've already been tearing up the competition on the elite map. So it's going to be tough for anybody to overthrow them in that 1st place, but I'm right there with you, Lev. It's just a bit unfortunate that Twisted Minds didn't get to kind of have this rally cry behind them sooner.
If you guys were to pick a certain team, a certain duo to be able to overpass them, which one comes to mind?
Ooh, does it have to be from Group B, or like just in general?
From the teams playing right now.
From the teams today.
I jumped the gun on that one. I was all Swizzy Pixie. Look, it's hard not to get excited though from what we've been witnessing out of Havoc's team, because Swizzy and Pixie have just looked phenomenal. They've been doing such a phenomenal job, specifically at holding down that high ground section, and they've just made it so complicated for anybody else actually participating in the lobby. So it's exciting stuff, and we know that Swizzy and Pixie are definitely a high caliber duo that can also deliver on good eliminations.
For sure.
You're lucky right now we're not on camera, Glitter. So we're looking at some of those bottom teams on your screen, and I gotta get closer because I'm absolutely blind. Seven, my guy, remember at one point they were towards the top, especially after that first match. I
think you could argue he's living up to the name.
Oh. Just being short.
I don't mean that. No, I don't mean that. No, I mean,
that's your twin out there.
Yeah, I mean it's tough, but I think we saw yesterday, right? You can have one big game and it just sort of takes you away from that bottom part of the leaderboard, and at least it leaves you in a situation where tomorrow in Survival Day you don't feel as bad about how you played, you know, on your group. So hopefully it's a similar story for your protege.
Fair. Okay, I ended up lying, by the way, about you guys not getting to cast until tomorrow. Because I think we do have
Make up his mind.
Yeah, I can't make up my mind right now. It's like when I try to decide something to eat. Do I want a big croissant? Do I want a small croissant? Do I want a baguette? I'm still debating on which one I actually want. I think we should make them cast.
I mean, if we have the time, they look ready to me.
I'm always ready.
Oh,
always ready.
Okay. All right, Levin. Give us this one in a squeaky voice.
Salco drops down. Chinese Master finds the angle. Oh my goodness, Salco with the knock. I mean, we've seen him do it time and time again. He carries Faxity. He carries his team whenever the moment requires. what a player Salco is.
You want to be me so bad.
That's my best Taco impression, actually.
I can already tell.
Really?
From the way that you opened up, I was just like, yeah.
I can't
know where
believe your
this is
voice
headed.
even got that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it, do you know what I'm saying? But, you know, sometimes you like that. I like the variance there, you know, catch people off guard.
Stop trying to give me the mic.
Well, what if, are there more instructions?
Yes. All right, Taco, this one, I want you to cast it like it's a human, like a natural animal documentary or something along those lines.
Clearly, Sky and Scroll, ambitious, lurking, hijacking. This lower layer, they are really piecing up their own box control, but no one would ever expect Scroll just so quietly waiting for his prey.
What a clip we've given her as well, by the way. Just
Yeah, really lobbed me up.
yeah, no, they really gave her all the action for that one. I mean,
No, honestly, like it was like the whisper intensity.
Yeah.
You were selling that for me.
David Attenborough would be proud.
Yeah.
He'd be very proud of that one.
That's exactly who I was thinking of. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been that clip where he actually ended up hiding from Geeky. So if we would have played that clip even longer, I think it would have it worked out perfectly. But now, as we're going to be heading, honestly, let's start talking a little bit more now about the 5 matches coming up, right? As we're going to be heading over to those next 5 matches, which is one team, Living, that kind of comes to your mind, whether they're doing good, whether they're doing bad, or maybe they're middle of the pack, that you want to see something change coming up or stay the same?
I really want to see a lot more from Koyota and Rise. I feel like they've been impressive today. I feel like they have shown the talent that I think we've seen out of them over the years, right? When people are calling you the Asian Peterbot, it's not for no reason, right? They clearly see something in you that is special, it's exceptional. We haven't quite seen that, I think, a lot at some of the lands we've had in Battle Royale. Here in Reload, I think we've seen a lot more from them just already today. You know, I think it was last game or the game before, they were up on height and you're sort of looking at them and they're like, they look as good as anybody in this lobby when they're in those positions. I actually spoke to the both of them today. Koyota, his English isn't as good as Rice, so it was mainly Rice sort of giving me the deets, the insight. And he was like, yeah, man, I think today should be easy for us, you know? I think we should have a good time. I said, are you contested? Are things looking good? He was like, yeah, we're contested, but it should be easy. And I'm like, easy? He's like, yeah, easy. And I'm like, all right. And I think from a lot of what we've seen in these games, it actually has looked pretty easy, so I want to see a lot more from that.
No, they've definitely been doing a phenomenal job because Koyota and Yuma have just been really capturing a lot of that international presence. And it's interesting, too, to see Minipio and Fukun, some of their old comrades, but not necessarily the official representatives, also doing their thing. It's been an interesting dynamic between the two teams because where we were initially seeing a lot of that upswing out of the actual Zeta representatives, now Minipio and Fukun, they've kind of picked up the torch here, approaching that halfway point.
Yeah, especially with that last match that we saw out of them, right? Being able to get that victory royale. Another team that's coming to mind, just based on what we saw yesterday out of Brazil region, is going to be Furia. Furia is one of those teams that I'm hoping they're going to stay within that top 7. With what you've been able to see so far today, do you think that's going to end up happening?
I think if they can continue repeating what has been working out so well for them, and it's just been a lot of those aggressive instances. Initially, at the starting point of today's competition, they were just getting pieced apart, non-stop, forced into these awkward positions because everyone's just farming them off of the reboot cycle, and yet, as soon as they hit that victory royale, it just clicked for them. You could just tell that that was the moment that they realized we don't have to be the ones constantly going on the defensive. They stopped being the reactors to the lobby and started getting much more proactive, and it's just benefited them so heavily.
No, absolutely. I think my favorite thing about that duo is they just have that Brazilian swagger. You know, you see them and they're just like, they just look cool. They look cool, calm, collected. The camera pans to them after the game. They just look like they're chilling. It's whether it's on the beach in Rio or whether it's at the EWC in Paris. They look just in the zone, and I think the results will inspire more confidence. We'll say, though, 5 more games is a lot, right? Yesterday, earlier games, we saw a lot of the smaller region teams. I want to give Brazil a bit more credit than that because I think their performances have deserved it. But you don't want to get ahead of yourselves, right? You don't want to get ahead of yourselves. You want to make sure that you're actually keeping that momentum going, especially as we switch maps.
I'm hoping, especially with this 5 games coming up, right? I'm hoping that some teams that have been consistent are going to continue to be consistent as well. And some teams that have not been able to find that consistency, they are going to start showcasing some of that, especially if they want to be in the top 7.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, it's not the end of the world. Survival Day is going to be fun. Obviously, we want to see all of you there. But you don't really want to play. You want to get the day off, right? You want to get a chance to, sit back, watch the rest of the competition and prepare for the final day.
Right, and just to kind of address the elephant in the room also, obviously teams that are currently inside of that bottom three, while we know it's not done and over just yet, they can still dust themselves off, pick back up, and try to see if they can leave themselves in a better spot than how they started the day. Still, it's also just understanding that those teams that are currently staring down being in that survival territory, the frustration that's clearly starting to mount. We've seen it in the player cam shots time and time again, and it can be difficult to overcome that, but I'm optimistic.
Look, at the end of the day, if you're one of those teams, you got to get yourself out of that hole. Coach Levin ain't coming to save you. You have to motivate yourself. You have to look at the rest of the competition, the rest of the players on the stage. I know people are quite spread out. Look in someone's eyes and really sort of see, they're trying to take your food, they're trying to take your meal. Are you going to be sent home, sent packing? Or are you going to stay on that stage and fight to stay in the competition? That's what it's about, man.
Listen, this is why I said mentality was so important when we were building our perfect player, okay?
That's why we're besties, man. We're just locked in.
You know, I'm
just locked in.
Saying, but I'm also, I stole the mic one more time from Seven because we actually did have a very important update that's now going to play into Fortnite. That happened while we've been sitting here. AGAL, defending EWC champions in Crossfire, are officially knocked out of the competition. That was almost a guaranteed at least top 4 situation for them. They are not getting those points. So this means there's even more pressure on AGAL in Fortnite now.
We were talking actually after our amazing shot that we had earlier at the beginning of the show from the Eiffel Tower. Talking about, thank you, Glitter, by the way, for that update. Talking about how some of these teams, some of these players are affected, if any, by that club championship. And I know we were saying some might be, some might not be. Now with those news, I feel like for AGL here in Fortnite, they have to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the AGL, general manager just probably walked from the Crossfire stage and he's walked into the crowd to see what, Fortnite's got going on. I'm sure he's probably messaging Sky and Scrolls right now to say, guys, I love you boys, but you better lock it in. We cannot afford any more stumbling.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Sky and Scroll to be in because he might be the last person that they want to see in the audience. Maybe, though, it could be the last little bit of motivational factor they need. All I know is that right now, Falcons might just be licking their lips, seeing how Group B is shaping up.
They're looking at me like I was looking at that big old croissant earlier today because that thing looked good. I don't know where it ended up going. Maybe I'll be able to find it because I think somebody ended up taking it. But thank you so much for joining us, Taco, Levin, and Glitter Explosion. She's got to get back to just doing more club championship updates because there's a lot of stuff going on here at EWC. And I know there's a lot more stuff that's going to be happening here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And I believe we got a chance to do some more stuff around here. Let's see what's cooking.
Esports World Cup.
Hey, what's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and we're doing a little segment called Guess the Emote. And guess who I have with me, of course, is your Major 1-7 champions, Vico and Malibuca. How you guys doing?
I'm feeling great. I landed in yesterday, so I'm hyped.
Malibuca?
Feeling good as well, yeah.
I'm joined with one of OCE's greats right now that have qualified. Spooks, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bro.
All right, so we're doing Guess the Emo, and of course, with any game has special rules. I'm gonna read the rules really quickly to you guys, and then we can jump right into it. If you can guess the emo in the first second, it's gonna be worth 2 points. But if you need the whole song, it'll actually only give you 1 point. So if you could put the headset on, we'll go ahead and get to it, and then we'll see how you guys do. All right, so we're gonna play emote number 1.
The tidy emote. Oh my god, wait. I don't know the name of it. It's like doing like this.
That was good so far.
Some moves.
No guess yet. But that was very good. Let's get the full sound effect.
No? You don't know what it is?
When you did the swipe it, it's called the swipe it emote.
Oh
So you were
God.
spot on. With 1 second, you were spot on. All right, we're gonna do the next one. So this is gonna be clip number 2.
Crown, like it's a crown win.
Good.
The crown emote.
It's called Crowning Achievement. So that's a good first 2 points scored.
It's like where the crown, like you hold the crown, like the number above it goes up. Like.
All right, so you went with the crowning achievement. Very close. I'm gonna give you guys the points because you used the word crown. I think that was fair. We're gonna go with number 3 now. Clip number 3.
Oh my God, it's the pom pom emote from Ninja.
I don't know the name.
That one's not the pom pom.
No!
But no, that was spot on though. It is the ninja emote. It's called Ninja Style.
Oh my God.
Easy. That's 2 points. That's easy.
We're gonna go ahead. This is the 4th one. Again, I know you're gonna know this one. Let's just see if you get the name.
Laughing it out.
Yep.
Yeah, just laughing it out.
Laughing it out. That's it. 2 more points. Nice and easy. And we're gonna play emote number 5.
I know the emote. Like it's a boogie emote. I'm trying to.
Do you want to go ahead and try and do it?
Oh.
If you stand up and do it, I'll give you the points.
It's a booga victory, like it's a booga.
Yes,
like
yes. Something like bring it on.
It's actually called Bring It Around.
Oh my God.
Spot on. And that was all for 1 second.
This guy's carrying me, bro.
He's definitely carrying.
But that is going to be Spooks from Jogo representing OCE.
All right, that was going to be Guess the Emote with Vico and Malibuca, of course.
Sure that we won that. There's no way we don't.
What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and today we're doing a fun segment with Peterbot and Pollo called How Well Do You Know Your Teammate? I'm gonna hand you guys each one of these, and what I'm gonna need from y'all after I ask you a question is to write down the answer, and when we reveal it, we'll see how well you know your teammates. Cool?
Yeah.
What is Pollo's favorite weapon currently in Fortnite competitive? So you could go ahead and write the answer down. You go ahead and write the answer down. Don't show it to each other. Try to think about it. Get a good answer going. What is Pollo's favorite weapon? Peterbot, what'd you go with?
I went with the Lancehead pistol.
Is that correct?
I put the striker pump.
Striker pump.
Nah, bro. Bro, it's one pump.
So what is Peterbot's favorite Fortnite competitive season of all time? I'm not even sure Peterbot knows what his favorite competitive season is.
I put Chapter 5, Season 2, the Grim Gate season.
The start of it all.
Yeah, I also did.
What is Pollo's favorite item currently inside of Fortnite competitive? Okay. Let's do it.
All right. I went with the Shockwave.
Okay.
Yeah, I went the Overdrive Shockwave as well.
What is Peterbot's best memory of you guys playing together?
Okay, yeah. I think I have one.
This is a big response here. We gotta see what you cooked up.
Yeah, I think it was the OG remix season where we played Trio Cash Cups with Faxity.
That was like
You got
really-
it. Qualifying for the Asia Cash Cups with Faxity.
Yo,
those
that's
are like greatest
crazy.
times, bro.
What do you think Pollo's favorite outfit is inside of Fortnite?
Okay. I went with the core. I went with the undercover core. It's the same thing. It's not the same thing.
This one's for you, Pollo. If Peterbot wasn't your teammate, who would you pick instead?
I would pick Agers.
Dang.
I thought he'd play with Rise. I'm not gonna lie.
What is Pollo's favorite hobby when he's not playing Fortnite?
It's pretty easy, bro. You know your answer. Don't lie.
Let's start with what you think.
I went with sleep.
Sleep. What'd you go with?
I mean, that counts, but I just went watching Faxity.
Who do you think Peterbot's thoughts are about the most competitive duo you'll be going against at this event?
I put Shark and Teeny. I put Sky and Scroll.
Whoa.
And Reload.
What is Peterbot's most used emote?
I put the Lil Uzi one, like the I Just Want to Rock. I don't know what the emote's called. No, he's wrong. I put Take the L.
What is Peterbot's bedtime? We're gonna
Recently,
go
or
I mean, you answer that one how you want to.
around 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he might be right, but I went 6 a.m.
Dang. All right, guys. So that was how well do you know your teammate or Peter Bonapollo. Shout out to you, boys. That was pretty fun. And best of luck in the competition.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who are just tuning in at home, as we approach the halfway mark of day 2 of the Fortnite Reload Championship, I think we should reset the stakes. We've got $1 million on the line. We've got the stunning Esports World Cup trophy, and of course the legacy that will forever be forged onto the Esports World Cup totem. Now, yesterday, 3 teams were sent home, and 3 more will have their keys crushed today ahead of the survival stage. Now, speaking of setting the stakes, yesterday, you may remember, on stage, that I was advised by my co-host to say some French phrases to the crowd, and I didn't quite understand what was going on. Hi, Luty.
Salut, Barney.
Okay, so can you please inform me of what was said yesterday? What did I say that people didn't quite understand?
Oh yeah, you say faites du bruit. Everybody understands that.
No. I said, j'ai plus de balles. What does that mean?
It means something like, I hope you guys are ready.
Oh, really? I don't know if that's quite what it means.
I swear it is the truth.
This is going to take a while. Casters, over to you.
I swear about it.
What does it mean?
Thank you, Barney and Luty. No lies here from us on the desk. We've got a brand new map, which means a brand new casting duo here, Miniminer and Jacob, to take you through these final 5 games of Group B. Jacob, I just want to let everyone know at home, right? If I'm solo casting at any point here, if you don't hear Jacob, you can hazard a very good guess that he's probably doing some emotes off camera in the game.
I'm gonna be hitting every emote on the stage, off the stage. Go ahead, buy the key crusher. While the keys are getting crushed, I'm gonna be flossing in the background. But I saw you post something yesterday about you and Monster, your first cast, your most recent cast. Well, guess what, Mini? My first Fortnite cast, my most recent cast was with Miniminer. Now comes full circle, and we get the Slurp Rush map to close out the day and see which 7 teams go directly to our finals.
Well, yesterday we saw big changes on the leaderboard when it comes down to Slurp Rush. Remember, Peter Bonapollo didn't have the greatest start to the competition, and my eyes sort of look now towards Sky and Scroll, a team that did start the day pretty poorly, but are slowly rising up just outside of that top 7 right now. Lots to answer for, because I think a lot of people, I know yourself included, you said an absolute guarantee, literally not a prediction, but these guys will go through.
You know what? I just had a feeling in the moment. I think everybody knows. I don't go and use logic. I just use my emotions, and my emotions were saying Sky and Scroll can pull off a big day. And so far, it hasn't been big, but it hasn't been small either. They're slowly and surely climbing back in, and these guys are not only trying to do it for themselves. That club championship that means so much. AGAL in Fortnite. If they could take this one, they can basically put themselves in the driver's seat of it all.
Well, that's what makes this format so great. It's not just about you, it's not just about your duo, it's also about the wider org. You've got teams and players and fans from other games watching on, looking at you. Maybe they wouldn't have watched Fortnite before, but now they're cheering on their team. Huge games here for the final 5 for Sky and Scroll. Got to talk about Oatly and Spooks as well. What a performance from these guys. I sort of said it on the stage earlier. I wasn't expecting big things from them just because of that lack of LAN experience, but they proved me wrong.
Yeah, and I was even talking to Vivid, you know, while Taco and Monster were casting, and at one point Spooks had the 2nd most eliminations in this entire group so far. And honestly, I was talking to Oatly during the media day as well. I said, yo, I got you guys playing finals. I don't know how. I don't know if it's group survival stage. He said, nah. Don't do that. Don't put us in the spotlight. But look at what they're doing when they are in the spotlight. Still 5 games left to go, though. Plenty of time here. I always say it's a marathon, not a race.
Yeah, that's right. Momsy and Skyjumps got off the gates really, really impressively indeed. We saw them win game 1, of course, having such a strong start in front of these French fans. We haven't seen that level of gameplay necessarily from them. We had that sort of solo clutch from Skyjump earlier on, which definitely kept them in the contention for that top 7. But they're not done and dusted yet. Things are still not quite confirmed. And when you have an entirely new map, it's something we were speaking about yesterday on the cast, it can change so much. So if you're a team that is a little bit further down, they're a team that maybe need to stay inside that top 7, it's definitely an opportunity for you to have a clean slate here.
I don't even know where JoJo Fishy came from. Pixie kind of turns back at the last second. JoJo's just waiting inside of the doorway, but now the tables have turned. Pixie now trying to go full aggressive onto JoJo Fishy. Swizzy has returned back here as well, so it is going to be a little bit of a 2v1, and it's 2v1 they want to take full advantage of, but JoJo's doing a good job fighting back while he has a sliver of HP left. So does Pixie, but he has the numbers on his side, so JoJo Fishy, even while on the run, still ends up with the knock on the one before he eventually falls.
There's Swizzy right there by his teammate's side. Really nice job from him. Pixie does eventually go down though, so they're going to need to rely on one of these reboot situations. And for a team that's been performing so incredibly well today, you can never really know what to expect from Swizzy and Pixie. They always seem to perform in the big stages, but then they have moments where you're like, oh, hang on, what's actually gone on there? But today, we haven't had too many of those moments at all. As we get to take a look at the map here, Jacob, lots of very much of a sort of west pull rotate.
Yeah, it's going to force, a lot of those teams that are already there inside of the zone to kind of position up well. Everybody else who's not still has to rotate on over. So Izzy Pixie going from one fight to the next. The constant action finally catching up to here. As Salvatore, Yasen are going to be able to get that elimination, but you can kind of see in the minimap, teammate nowhere in sight, so he already created distance. You got Aoxy trying to come in, so it does look like the Slurpy Swamp is beginning to get a little crowded.
And the team that's the very top of their game right now, Cold and Rapid. Of course, you would have watched a lot of them over on NA. And I feel like this is a team that we can really look for when it comes to the finals as well. They're a team that hasn't actually won a game yet today. They've just been super duper consistent whilst also picking up so many eliminations. So really that's my question to them is, are they going to be able to do it in the finals if they are in a match point situation?
Yeah, and I agree with that, because coming into this as well, a lot of the qualifiers, they weren't necessarily the team winning those games. They were getting eliminations. They were playing consistent, which might work here in the group stages, but we'll have to see how it continues to play out come match point finals. The Skyjump Momsy continued their aggression. 6 eliminations so far in this game, and they are certainly closing the gap between them and Cold and Rapid, who are in first place.
Big fight coming up here though. Faded and Khan against Mini Pio Fukun. A team that I know the analysts were expecting more from as well. Currently sat inside of that top 6, Fukun and Mini Pio. And they're a team that we have, of course, seen pick up a victory royale. They were really hyped about it as well, which is nice to see. It's just about whether they can sort of carry that momentum on through. And that's going to be the big question for some of these smaller region teams. It's like, maybe you haven't been in this situation before. You've had a good start to the day. You've got a brand new map now. You've got an entirely new set of teams around you, an entirely new way of playing. Can they keep that momentum going? That's the question I have for them.
Yeah, and I think it's all progression, it's all experience. Every single time these guys load up into a game at these in-person events, and you kind of take a flashback to the Major 1 Summit LAN, they actually won a game as well, or came close to it, and qualified to the actual finals while triple contested. So that really says a lot about this team all the way from Japan, to see how they continue to kind of light things up, doing it big for the region. I know they've got all the support in the world, just like here, Victor V representing NA West along with Kanata. We saw Aoxy, JoJo Fishy going through a bunch of troubles in the early game, and that continues here with Kanata and Victor V taking him down again.
Look at how Momsy got an early elim right here. We saw them with a bunch of eliminations at the beginning of the game. There goes Vazen. Remember, they took down one of the other OCE players early on in the game, so that's going to be great for them. Skyjump and Momsy, fan favorite right here. Every single time these guys get in an end game situation, any single time they get in an elimination situation, the crowd here in Paris go absolutely mental. So I want to see more from them, just from that perspective as well.
Yeah, and it's so tough. Like, they were able to get that elimination. If you're any team that goes down now at Zone 4, it's going to be very, very troublesome to not only get back in the game, but get a good loadout that you feel confident in going into the rest of the game. And I think that's why you may still see some fights from here on out, but you will start to see things slow down, because when those reboots turn off, or even before then, you're not going to be able to get much.
And also, the pressure is on right now, especially for the teams that are in that sort of bottom 3. I'm looking at Dharma and Demons. These guys are just outside of that bottom 3. Big expectations on their shoulders. So not only is it, of course, the reboots going away, it's also the added time pressure that is, of course, there every single time. Yasin and Salvatore, unfortunately, down just to Yasin. Pixie and Swizzy involved in all of this battling as well. Swizzy was the player that does go down. Yasin does not want anything to do with that. It's Victor V and Kanada that are getting really, really aggressive right now. But Yasin does enough to stay alive, and that's a key element of this reload format. Staying alive is super important, and Yasin investing his launch pad early on. We've seen so many teams do that in late game, but it just shows how important it is for those guys right now.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very critical for him to kind of get closer to the zone, create distance so that when his teammate reboots back in, he can kind of cover that gap so quick. Sky and Scroll. I do like the loadout so far, the Mythic Spire rifle, and this one can definitely put down a lot of pressure for a long time on top of that. We see him in his box fight, kind of give him a little bit of an advantage so far. But up above him, that's Mikan. That's going to be faded. That's opposition that they played throughout the year, and they come out on top against, but a slow start to the day kind of had you scratching your head about what's next for them.
Yeah, they've relied a lot on solo clutches, which was sort of synonymous with how they play typically. And they're a team that can, of course, do that more than capably, but I think they're at their best when they don't do that. Not as much there last season. Victor V, though, down to 1 HP, unfortunately, now back to the lobby from this game. Both Victor and Canada now down and out. That is not ideal for them. They were chasing that top 7 spot, so new map, new POIs, new teams around you. They crumbled, unfortunately, in that fight.
Yeah, and usually I give a lot of leeway. I give a lot of slack in the early games of an entire tournament. But now that halfway is over, every single one of these moments matter. You see that Kanata was able to at least get a knock and an elimination onto Pixie. But unfortunately enough, it was just a little bit too much for Swizzy and Pixie. They kind of overtaken him, and you can kind of see the upgrade in their loadout. Now they have that gold pump shotgun that we know kind of hits that 200 pump in seconds.
Oh, they're scary. They're a team that want to take height. They're a team that want to play from the skies, and when you're seeing them with that upgraded loadout, you have to imagine they'll be up there again in this game. Cold and Rapid also finding their way through this game. Zone pulls back towards the congested side of this zone, so plenty of those teams you can see rotating and will have a much better time. Steamy Stacks there as well to the north. Not as many teams towards that west. I mean, barely anyone, apart from that one pink arrow at the top. So lots of teams now having to make a difficult rotate, but most of them are okay.
Yeah, it has my eyes peeled, mainly on the east side, I should say, where a lot of teams still going to rotate in from the zone. Anybody that doesn't like their spot that's already in on the west will try to go there as well. Josh Yamzo coming straight in from the north, trying to find their spot perfectly before they heal up. You can see there is a couple of lacking materials here, but not overall. And I think these guys are putting themselves in a good spot here. They still need to start to catch up, but I do think they're a team that can do it.
Look at that Club Championship leaderboard as well. Only 100 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. A really big lead between second there and third. But AGAL, you can see the duo right here, Sky and Scroll. High expectations. We heard from Scroll after that last game, and he was just saying, yeah, we're getting a feel for the lobby. We're trying to get that understanding of how everyone played. And maybe if someone else said that, I'd be like, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, all right. It's an excuse. But realistically, these are the guys that can be so adaptable to the lobbies that they're in. Their gameplay is so good. The way they play those low ground layers, the way they can make sort of repeatable plays is second to none. So I fully expect them to break their way into that top 7. But as we just saw, it's not just them that are looking at Sky and Scroll. It's the entire org as well.
Definitely going to be tough to see what everybody here is made of, including Oatly and Spooks. Oatly, first time ever at an in-person competition, and honestly, he's showing up big, but he is that line. 221 points. He has 25 eliminations as a team, and honestly, if they could just kind of stay consistent, they don't necessarily need to get the first, the seconds, they just need to continue to outplace everybody that's below them on the leaderboard, but it's not going to be as easy as it sounds, because look at 8th place, you got Sky Scroll from AGAO, you got Victor V Kanata from Dignitas, who are out of this game already, and Knight and Gone from Furia, who have had a good start to the day as well.
Well, it's almost the perfect situation for Oatly and Spooks. They need to make the most of this game. It's going to be really difficult to outpace Sky and Scroll, but with a couple of the teams down below them in Victor V Canada, Knight and Gone out of this game, all of these points are just going to be absolute bonuses for them. Honestly, just quite surprised at the fact we haven't seen that victory royale yet ready from Sky and Scroll. But like they say, they grow into the tournament. We saw it with Peterbot and Poyo, I suppose, to a greater extent. They won Game 1 on Slurp Rush, and of course won the last Elite Stronghold game as well. Ixie, though, unfortunately down to a solo. They were looking so good leading up to this endgame there, Jacob. They had really solid loadouts. They were looking really strong in so many aspects, and now Pixie's got to do it alone.
Yeah, and just one team needs to go down. Placement points will start to set in. At least half of them are around that top 8 marker, and so if Pixie can somehow, some way, find a way to solo his way to that spot, wouldn't necessarily be bad, but there's a lot of pressure being felt because you see kind of on his heels, Momsy Sky Jump, they're there as well. They are positioned with a little bit of elevation, not necessarily on the full high ground yet, but they're giving themselves options, which is huge.
Yeah, it's important. Cold and Rapid as well. They always give themselves options in these end games, always putting themselves in really good positions just to stay super consistent. And all those eliminations are helping out as well. You can see Cole just holding on to those builds right there as Rapid tries to go on up. It's always a little bit dangerous because you do get looked at by so many of these different teams. So it was really important that they actually came out of there unscathed. Momsy and Skyjump, 7 eliminations for them so far. They have come to tear up the lobby. And the pressure from the French fans, the home crowd, has not got to them whatsoever, it seems like.
I think it's almost the opposite. They're fueling them this weekend. And honestly, you can see them peeking through the cone, grabbing crucial information. Probably seen Yassine Salvatore up above on the high ground. Yapko Panzer not too far off. And so they're just trying to check off boxes in terms of information before they make their rotation on over. Now we can get a look at the high ground. The bird's eye view, and this is where it does get dangerous for the teams in the backside of the zone that have to rotate on out. There goes Cold and Rapid. A couple shots are going to connect. More and more teams are becoming viable targets for them up above.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've invested so many of their builds right here, so much metal into this height take that there is going to be a team undoubtedly looking to try and take it from them. That's why Salvatore is looking towards that backside of zone. Yassine is going ahead. You can see Acorn and Bolts just trying to set themselves up in a good position. This is the danger though. Sky and Scroll, teams that have launch padding up into the air using that Flowberry Fizz as well. Height is never safe and sound, so you've almost got to look in 15 different directions when you're playing height. So a big test here for Salvatore and Yassine, who are looking to break into that top 7.
Yeah, especially depending on where the zone goes. They got priority for the actual steamy stacks just towards the north. But I just saw Oatley in the feed go down. Spook's going to be left by himself. No extra shields. He does have the med kit, but using it for 15 HP might not necessarily be the best play, especially since he might have to stagger himself at the backside of the zone. But top 15 teams remain here, which means placement points are starting to set in. But slow, that is for sure, and it feels probably like eons for these guys that are playing.
It absolutely is. I think all the attention goes on to Oatley when you look at this duo. I was speaking to Mr. Savage early. He said Oatley and his teammate. Didn't even mention Spooks. Spooks, it is your time to shine. Prove why you deserve to be on this stage, and quite literally qualify your team all the way through with a decent enough game here. It sets them up really nicely. I said it before though, Acorn and Bolt setting up really nicely for that high ground take. Salvatore and Yassine are not safe whatsoever. Bolts, Acorn, very wounded though, going up for this height. Decent amount of materials, trying to piece control the front side of Yassine, but they do the smart play and drop on down. Bolts and Acorn right now, no stranger to those high ground positions. They need to make it count here.
Yeah, Acorn was actually able to pick up the elimination, but you can see they're not able to reap the reward other than the points. Jojo Fishy down below is going to be taken down by Inact. Acorn's elimination finally gets cleaned up, and you see the zone is cutting back in their favor. That's going to save them a ton of materials, which is needed because you see only 5 left in the inventory of Bolts.
Spooks, what have you got? What are you made on? Let's test your metal. No eliminations for him so far. Fader getting into the box next door. He needs that elimination. Fader is so weak. He's not going to know that though. Down to 16 HP goes Spooks. Needs to hit a big damage shot. We're going to try and look for an opportunity to pop a mini at some point right here. Spooks looking to try and give some spooks to the rest of the lobby because he's in a desperate situation right now. You see Swizzy Pixie going down, Salco and Act going down as well, so that's going to hurt their chances of breaking out of that top or that bottom 3. Scroll and Sky on their domain, both alive on low ground. This is where they can cook.
Yeah, we found and saw a bunch of players going down, but it's full teams that are figuring out a way to stay alive. Sky and Scroll just trying to take the front side of the zone. Spooks just trying to keep the miracle going, but it's Skyjump and Momsy that end their terror. Again, these guys have been picking up the pace all day long, but Sky and Scroll need it, not just for themselves, but for AGL overall.
And the bad news for Oatley and Spooks is that Sky and Scroll are making it far into this game. Fukun and Mini PO, these guys are looking very, very strong right now as well. Also inside of that top 7. Look at this, Skyjumper Momsy taking down our favorites going into the day. Sky and Scroll, the French guys on low ground, are looking to cause terror, which is exactly what they're doing, and they're moving their way through this low ground. They've taken out the low ground kings.
Time is definitely running out. Desperation starting to kick in for some. Bolts going down. Mini Pio, Fukun, both getting taken down as well, but Rapid and Cold holding their ground. They got 1 elimination so far. They're trying to look for more. Darm Demons get separated. Skyjump and Momsy, 11, 12 eliminations. These guys are on a roll.
An unstoppable force right now on low ground. They're looking to win game 1 of Slurp Rush as they did game number 1 of Elite Stronghold. These guys just break into the lobby, burst onto the scene every single time, and they're looking to do it again. They don't just want to qualify here, they want to win the entire event, but look who it is. Panzer and Yapko, they need a bit of a clutch right now.
Not the ideal day for them so far. This is huge.
Yeah, but there's one solo running around, and that could be the difference maker of where they choose to go. Yapko Panzer still up above, using Shockwave to close the distance safely to try to reach the Gown, but Skyjump Momsy, they didn't really take any damage at all. On the flip side, though, Yapko Panzer did. That's why they're trying to create distance, make it harder for them to take a full shot. Cold with the heal off inside of the zone, whether he's fragging out or healing off, he just wants those extra points.
The French fans are heating up right now, as is Skyjump and Momsy. Big shot taken right there from Skyjump, but they do maintain this high ground. Unfortunately, they don't have the build. They got to tumble on down. Yapko down, Momsy down, and Skyjump and Momsy win in Paris again.
Another game when very few teams say they can win multiple games in person, but very few teams can say they did it in front of their hometown crowd. Cold staying alive long enough means maybe we don't see another first place team, but for Skyjump and Momsy, they're so close to guaranteeing their spot in finals.
Goosebumps from that last few moments right there. They're the sort of team that can make things happen when they need to. And realistically, they were in the worst position right there. They were on low ground. The zone was pulling all over the shop. They couldn't build. They couldn't break a lot of the situations and a lot of the buildings that were in front of them. They couldn't make it easy for themselves, but that's what the best teams do. Even when the circumstances aren't in your favor, they still pull through. And it's these French fans, Jacob, I think they are really just giving them that extra boost, that extra edge, and that's what LAN Fortnite is all about.
Yeah, and it's just these big moments right here. Panzer, Yapko 2v2. The crowd erupted when the first knock even happened. They saw something we didn't, but these guys deserve all the credit in the world for how they're performing, not just today, but even leading up to today.
It's absolutely lighting up the fans right now. They are super hyped. And that win could really be the sort of solidifying moment for them in the grand scheme of things. We've got 4 games left here on the day. I was sort of looking at Yapko Panzer earlier. Panzer in particular wasn't very happy at all. I was looking at the sort of player counts. I don't think he was crying, but he was very, very emotional.
Yeah.
And I think that can really make or break a team. I think if you're coming into the latter half of competition with those emotions, it can really go either way. And thankfully for them, they've used that as momentum. They've used that as a sort of catalyst for this second half. And for them, I really do hope that they can perform well, because over on EU, it hasn't been the best time for them. They've split up, they've got back together. It's been topsy, it's been turvy. So for them, a second place is actually really strong. But Skyjump and Momsy, they are the team to watch right now because everyone is on their side.
Yeah, it just kind of gives me almost that same feeling of, you know, how Shark and Teeny were playing yesterday, Vico Malabuca, Peter Botpoyo, and, you know, when we look to a match point style finals, these are the teams, the ones that are dominating these games that will eventually clash, because if a team is on match point, you know, you gotta stop them or the tournament is going to be over. So I see the possibility of that happening, especially Skyjump and Momsy. 14 eliminations throughout the course of that game. I know I got crazy when 11 and 12 happened, but then they got 2 more with the game win.
And they got active really early on, didn't they? They had so many of those eliminations. What was it? Maybe 6 eliminations earlier on. And I think they just stayed alive as a duo from the offset. And a lot of the teams that maybe had to catch up right there did lose one of their teammates earlier on. So the fact they could make their way into that endgame as a duo from the offset was super important for them. Of course, Cold and Rapid, you know, Cold doing a great job of sort of using that medkit, using all that experience as well that he has on this position. He never seems phased by situations where maybe there's another player that might end up trying to go for the win, but he's quite happy to play the medkit.
No, it definitely is, especially since, you know, he was deep in the storm, making it happen for a long time. Still ended up with 3rd, though, but that's going to be it for us on game number 6. We got plenty of action still to come, so don't go anywhere.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard stuck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do we really need the wraps?
Yeah, this feels like overkill.
Welcome back to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here to break that down for you. And Kelly, Skyjump and Mumsy just using that French buff.
And you could hear the audience. I think the entire country got a buff right there. That was such an incredible play. So much aggression. And that aggression started really early. If I'm not mistaken, Vivid, I think they actually had 6 eliminations by Zone 3. So that early aggression, being able to translate that into an incredible in-game just shows how prepared they were.
Yeah, super incredible at the front. So many eliminations in the early game. I just took a quick little peek at how many eliminations they ended with that game. It's got to be the highest we have seen so far. They had a total of 14 eliminations and got the win on the back foot of that as well. So 102 points out of that game right there. You can see how big of a difference, how big of a jump that must, come into play when we take a look at the overall leaderboard.
I think it's very clear these guys are really using that home crowd advantage. There's so much confidence in the way they're playing right now. They have no fear. They feel like they own the moment. And to be quite frank, they do own the moment at the moment.
One more moment?
I'm a moment man. You know I like my moments.
You like your moments.
Yeah. You know I love my moments.
But the chase for first place, it's just going to continue on because Cold and Rapid, Vivid, they're continuing to perform here no matter what happens.
This is what I wanted to see out of Cold and Rapid. And you know what? Me and Levin have been talking throughout the week, since we got here. And we've kind of agreed on one that we don't agree on a lot, Levin. Typically, NA, EU, whatever.
I seen it.
But the one thing that we have agreed upon is that Cold is so fun to watch. And the fact that Cold and Rapid just continuously play so consistently, and it's just on the back foot of finding all those eliminations, seeing Cold in what feels like such a good state when it comes to how well he is playing the game, that is fun Fortnite to watch.
I think a lot of questions were asked about some of these duos where they don't play with each other anymore. Can they jump back into things and really just sort of get going again? I think it speaks a big credit to Rapid and his ability this year to just play with anybody and find results, right? Of course, when you're playing with Cold, you're going to get results always to some degree. I think Rapid definitely deserves his flowers as well as far as steering the ship here.
Well, you want to talk about their performance in that game right there. I would say that was actually one of the weakest performances we had from Cold and Rapid, and they still were able to make it into the very end game. And for Rapid there, or for Cold, it actually came down to a heal up. You can see going down into 12th zone right there, but eventually did come into his favor, and they're still at the top.
And I got to tell you, we are talking about the fact that Cold and Rapid, they obviously split up halfway through the year, but they still have to play, obviously, the reload together because they qualified so early on in the year. So probably a lot of people at home are like, what does that really kind of feel like for a duo? Well, we are here, obviously, at LAN, so we get to actually get a visual look at these players. I can tell you right now, Cold and Rapid, even off of the stage, obviously in the game, they're playing absolutely phenomenally together, but even off the stage, they're just walking around. They look like they're buddies, right? So they know exactly what they need to do. They have fully reset. Their mental is locked in, and they're just having a good time together.
And Levin, for AGAL in that last game, not being able to find the consistency that we're expecting out of them, but they did end up with at least 4 eliminations.
Yeah, did they ask you for another Levin coaching moment or something? Or what's the gimmick here?
Nah, not yet.
Yeah, look, ultimately it's going to have to be better for them, right? We've seen the duos who had big expectations in this competition come through. Shark and Tina yesterday, phenomenal. Peterbot Boyo weren't as great, but we saw the signs there that the Pete and Boyo we know exists in Reload is there within them. Sky and Scroll, I think we're still yet to see the magic that people are expecting out of the best duo in the world, right? And so again, many questions to be had, I think, about their journey so far.
And there's been a lot of teams that we've had questions for. Yapko and Panzer, though, finally stepping up to the plate, showing that this is why they're regarded as one of the best teams in EU. So finally to see them, I don't think it's too little too late just yet. I mean, we are looking for, I don't think they're going to make it into the top 7, but not making it into the bottom 3, I think, is something that we would all expect out of Yapko and Panzer.
You want to talk about another team that's kind of stepped up to the plate here, because I was taking a look at the leaderboard, of course, when it was just a moment ago. I saw them. Josh and Iamzo now are in 7th place, right? So just kind of breaking that threshold into those qualifying teams for the finals. So kind of great to see them doing well as well.
Yeah, currently being separated from 8th place by just 9 points. And actually the team that's currently chasing them is one team that you were keeping an eye on earlier, Kelly, which they were performing good, but it's not looking like it as they have started to drop off. Is none other than Spooks and Oatly.
You know, they didn't necessarily have the best game there. I believe Spooks was a solo towards middle of the game there, only going down a little bit early. But we've seen so much come out of them, and a lot of the aggression that a lot of these teams are kind of foregoing, except for Cold and Rapid. They are actually stepping up to the plate as a smaller region. I don't think any of us were expecting for them to have this many eliminations. So maybe just a moment, a breather to look back on what kind of changed in that last game, and we'll see them pick things back up.
Yeah, I think if you're, those two, you're looking at your sort of OCE brethren over in Group A and Alex and Reckless, and you're looking at how the sort of competition just seemed to pass them by. And at this point in the competition, you really sort of need to give yourself that boost of, okay, look, we are just on the bubble. Let's not let this slip through our fingers. We are in a position to make this happen. Let's do it here.
And Vivid, we were talking about AGL, Sky Scroll, obviously with everything that's going on with the club championship. 19 points away from that top 7 at the moment. I feel like it's doable, especially with how many games we got left.
Yeah, they're definitely in range now. I mean, whenever we kind of took a look at the leaderboard prior to this moment right here, they were pretty far down the leaderboard. I think in one place, the worst place we saw them was like 18th, 17th or something like that. So yeah, Sky and Scroll have clearly kind of picked it up. Again, I am still worried for this duo, by the way, because Levin kind of already talked about it. We haven't really seen that moment from them. Really, the only thing that is actually keeping them in the competition right now, solo clutches. Now, obviously, individually, that's great, but you guys got to play good together as a duo.
I think the big thing I'd also be saying to them, right, if I was actually coaching them directly, is to not allow the AGAL noise of the club championship to get to them right now. Obviously, as far as club championship standing goes, their Crossfire team just got eliminated. They need a big Fortnite performance. Otherwise, again, the devastating pressure of losing that out would be awful.
I mean, speaking of big Fortnite performances, Acorn and Bolts coming off of their Major 2 win and now slowly climbing up the leaderboard. I feel like we are seeing the finals from Major 2, like what we did from Acorn and Bolts, where they were kind of a little bit slow, but slowly started just playing their game. It's Acorn, he's patient, he's smart, and with Bolts on the back end, you know that if they need to get a solo clutch, they can pull that out as well. So to see them just jump up the leaderboard without really getting any screen time, I mean, that's just what Acorn and Bolts do.
And another team that kind of has been slowing down too, hasn't been able to find that consistency, but they've been doing good enough, is none other than SAUL, because this squad so far, the performances, I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was the 3rd place followed by 7th place, 7th place, then 12th, 4th, and 10th. So you can see a bit of a roller coaster there for that squad right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much just consistently jumping into those top 10. And as a result of that, I don't really know if we've seen them actually jump out of the top 7 a single time throughout the competition here today. So just playing consistently, doing exactly what they need to do. That being said, I love to kind of talk about interactions with the players that we have had the opportunity to kind of go through throughout the week. One of those teams that I had the opportunity to actually not really get a chat with because there's a little bit of a language barrier, but I did kind of see them during the break after they did get their win. Of course, it's going to be Mini Poyo and Fukin. Man, listen, all I kind of did was give him a little cheer. I was like, woo, let's go, guys, right? Immediately reacted. They were cheering themselves. They're like, yeah, you know what I mean? Let's go. So they are in great spirits, are sitting in 6th place right now.
How did they react again? Can you do it again for how did they react?
There you go. Well, we'll see how they're going to be performing. Maybe they'll be able to stop that roller coaster of emotions that they're currently having, especially the roller coaster of performances that they're currently having. But as long as they're in the top 7, they are going to be happy. One team that is definitely going to be happy is none other than the French duo. And with the French crowd that we have here, I wonder what our French stage host is currently doing with Luti.
Yeah, indeed. I am with some French audience right now, so I'm going to ask them some questions in English. They're going to answer in French, and I'm going to translate you. Of course, insane game. A second top 1 for them. Victoire, let's make a lot of pleasure, of course. So my question will be like, what is the meaning for you to have 2 top 1 today with these teams, French guys winning in front of you? What is the feeling about it?
Pour moi, c'est une fierté
pour la France. Tout simplement, on a sous-estimé longtemps les Français et on est fiers tout simplement. Un sentiment de fierté pour nos joueurs et c'est pas fini. Ils vont encore tout arracher. Ils peuvent encore tout arracher et puis je sais que la France est derrière eux.
So, I mean, we are really proud of them. Basically, a lot of us underestimate French players sometimes, but they prove again, like, they can do it. They can actually win today, I think so, and we are just really proud to be represented by these guys. But I have another question as well, because there is French players and there is French organization. Yesterday we saw Vitality as well. We have some Gentleman's fan behind, and of course we saw Team Havoc today. They are doing really good. What is your feeling about Team Havoc and today's and yesterday? Like, how you feel?
C'est vraiment, comme il a dit mon collègue, une fierté parce que les FR on top et puis les structures FR aussi, hein, Avoc, et puis c'est juste magnifique quoi. Et on les attend, on pense qu'ils peuvent encore gagner, ils nous ont vraiment surpris, c'était vraiment magnifique et on attend qu'eux quoi.
Yeah, we are just waiting for them. It was wonderful to see them win. Of course, the French player and the French organization as well. Like my colleagues say, we are really proud of this crowd. We are really proud of our players, and now we just hope they're gonna make good in finals. Guys, tout le monde, mesdames et messieurs, Paris, faites du bruit! Back to you, casters.
You know, Minnie, I might have to pick up an apartment, a house somewhere here in Paris, France, because the energy is insane. I just need more of it.
It's so good. I absolutely love it. The French fans. It's always the French players that absolutely pop off as well in these moments. The French orgs really come out to play. So, yeah, that first game here on Slurp Rush was almost just absolutely perfect. We couldn't have scripted it any better. They didn't look like they were going to win the game for a lot of that end game, and then they just turned things around so quickly. Doesn't quite put them in first place on the leaderboard, all because of this guy on screen, of course, doing so well to heal off in that end game. But really, a great performance from so many of our top teams continuing to plow on through here.
Yeah, it's just, as these games continue on, going into match number 7, then 8, 9, and 10 to kind of close out the day, I'm not necessarily concerned with the top side of the leaderboard anymore. Cold, Rapid, Sky Jump, Momsy. I'm more concerned with, 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, and everybody else outside of that bubble. Because it's usually in the last 2 games of the day, I say it's all or nothing, eliminations and victory royales to kind of close that gap. This is the moment here where you're not in desperation mode, but you're literally a few matches away from that being the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are in and around it, and it's actually really close sort of on that bubble. Mini Pio and Fukun, of course, Vivid spoke to them. Let's hope they can use that energy to carry themselves into this. I love how Vivid had to do that again, of course. There's a big fight right now, Rapid. Up here at Steamy Stacks, Victor looking for an opportunity to go for that free fire. Neither of them want to move. It's a game of chess right now. Oh no, we have cover. And the cover that comes along is cold, and that is not the cover that you want on the opposite side of things.
I give Rapid all the credit in the world. Playing Fortnite, you got somebody boxed up, you just want to go for the clip, but he was patient, waited for Cold, and then Cold just walked on in. Don't worry, I got you. And that's kind of their strategy. Typically, we do see a lot of solo players go out and try to W-key the lobby in order to pick up those eliminations. Most of the games that we have watched, not only here today, but the qualifiers, they push around the lobby together. They make sure they always have numbers on their side. As we go on over to Dirty Docks, we got Gone, Knight, getting their 2nd elimination of this game. But even with 2 players down and out of this POI, there's still so many more left.
That's the thing. There's all different sorts of players everywhere around as Bolts and Acorn. I think you really could have expected a little better game from them, of course, in the end of things. But looking like they were going to take high. Oh dear. Did we have a self-elimination with an RPG? Because Bolts did not. Yeah.
I've been there. I can't say I've not a few times before. We even saw it yesterday. I don't want to say it was Malibuca, but that's the first name that does pop in my head. So it is going around this week. Just you could kind of see the nerves, the anxiousness coming through from some of these teams as Panzer goes down. Cold and Rapid, 2nd elimination of the game. And that's a team that you don't want to get heat up. You want to continue to kind of let them lose some of that steam. But for Cold and Rapid, it does not look like it's going to be a case. Gone and Knight either. They get their 3rd elimination of this game, even while getting pressured from behind. That's Anon, who just spawned back in. He goes down as well as Gone picks up his 4th of the game.
Yeah, Anon is not really having that great of a time right now up here at Dirty Docks. Gone involved in this fight as well. Trying to find angles, trying to find opportunities to heal, of course, as well. Lots of other teams sort of in the surrounding area. You can see Knight there just leading the way, saying, yeah, let's just get out of here. Picked up our 4th elimination here of this game. We don't need to have anything to do with that.
A lot of rockets coming out now. Momsy doing it, trying to put pressure onto Enact, break it through the builds, times the shot perfectly to bring the shields down. Enact goes down in that 1v2 situation, and honestly, you can kind of see the ones that are sticking together, just kind of lurking around the lobby, going after those eliminations, are the ones that seem to have built just a little bit of momentum here in this early game, and you can kind of see them looking around, trying to figure out where that player is going to respawn back in at.
Yeah, there's always 2 ways you can play it, right? You can W key as a duo, try and find those solos, or you can try and get a few little picks as a solo third party, some fights, get the elims that way, and then get back with your teammate later on down the line. Scroll there in the feed as well, getting an elim. Just find themselves, I think, inside of that top 7. I think going into that game, they were just out, so it's good news for them and good news for the fans, of course, of AGAL, looking to close in on Falcons at the very top of the overall standings for the club championship. And there they are, Scroll and Sky. And what I like about them, they haven't got too emotional. They haven't let the bad start get to them. Like we saw yesterday with Pete and Poyo, the best teams don't do that. They don't let those bad starts get to them.
Yeah, and I feel bad for anybody that, you know, might think they might be down and out, because it's a team that, you know, if they survive here in the group stages, they go to the survival side of things, they're just going to get better. They're going to use that little bit of a break to go ahead and try to VOD review, figure out what went wrong, figure out what went right, and try to fix up on some of those mistakes. Bolt's narrowly escaping there. You see him just kind of lurking around. He does have the slap splashes for the HP, but it almost feels like he might need an elimination to stay alive deep in the zone here.
That's what's the plan is right now. Luckily, they managed to get away here, very cool. And Bolt's Rapid down in the feed there as well. Our top team, one half of them down. But of course, Cold is still in the game. 20 duos left. Everyone, of course, still in this one. And this is when things really start to get real. This is where things start to get difficult. Bolt's there on the other side of this wall. Nice shots coming on through. Bit of a trade from both of these teams right now, and unfortunately goes down. It's Bolts and Acorn just finding that angle, getting that piece control, and catching him off guard right there.
That was looking good on the other side, but Acorn coming in. Probably hear the audio, the visuals. You kind of get a little desperate, push in just a little bit too far. Bolts is going to be able to shut him down. Con and Faded here. This is against Sky Jump and Momsy. They're fighting over one of those supply drops. And it almost looks like either team actually needs it outside of the mobility. And it doesn't look like they're going to take an all-out fight for it just yet. But Momsy is still lurking around. He does have the rocket launcher. We've already seen him break some of the builds, pre-fire the shot to get some damage. But Con and Faded are not going to stand by and let that happen.
Yeah, they had to just disengage right there and just dip out of that fight, which is more than happy for them, because of course they can get onto another supply drop. So if one fails, why not go for the next? As you can see the leaderboard on the right side of the screen, Beamish and Dharm just outside of that bottom 3. What an upset that would be if they don't make it into at least the survival stage. Faded and Khan as well. I think they're a team that you can expect big things from, but maybe you don't on this sort of stage. But currently sat in 5th place, actually looking really good, and 2 incredibly good fighters individually as well. So this sort of meta, the way that Reload is played, I think plays into their favor.
Especially since 10 games each day. I feel like this is one of the longest kind of structured formats. It's more of a marathon instead of a race, and I think that's kind of helping some teams versus others. That mental stamina to be able to kind of hold tough throughout any good or bad situations. Rapid probably spotting somebody out up above, marking him out as well. They know this is a fresh, rebooted player, and they're going to try to attack while they can and while they have the advantage.
Yes, nightmare situation for Seven and Axel as those guys go down entirely. So for a team like Salvatore and Yassine, they need to make the most of this game, as the team directly below them have now gone out. So an opportunity for them to really boost their way up in the standings. Fukun and Mini Pio really looking to try and just maintain their position inside of that top 6. Cold and Rapid, realistically, are quite happy with how this is playing out. They don't need to close things out really quickly right now. Fukun thinking the same as well, and they can heal up really easily by these big slurp barrels. Cold and Rapid still sort of trying to seek them out, looking for an angle. Rapid finds one. Able to actually end up finding the player, though. Yeah, look at this. They don't know where they are here, Jacob.
Yeah, they have an idea. They just don't have the clue just yet. But they are lurking around, playing it very, very safe. trying to make sure to check every nook and cranny, but it does look like they might try to disengage out. Acorn, Bolts find themselves in a 2v2 against Darm and Dinas. NA versus EU here for now. Acorn is going to try to put pressure on Darm. His teammate is there putting down his own to make sure he does not kind of let him fight that one for free. As you see the elimination that took down 7 and eventually led their entire downfall.
Yeah, that's not ideal, of course. Rebooted in, got taken out of the sky. Dimas, though, is now left as a solo. Bolts is able to hold off, so Acorn could find that first against Darm. Dimas just needs to stay alive as long as possible. Bolts and Acorn looking for all these sorts of angles, trying to make their numbers advantage known. Acorn looking for some peace on the top of the Bills, not able to find connections yet. Bolts looking from another angle as well. They've got to be careful here, though. Of course, they don't have those whites, as I say that. Bolts gets a nice little gift from his teammate Acorn, and they're not able to actually find this elim onto Dimas, so Darm must have been rebooted by now. And this is only surely a matter of time for Dimas to go down. But the more time that Dimas stays alive, the worse it gets for Acorn and his teammate Bolts, because it's just like they're wasting time here.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100% because he doesn't even have med kits, bandages, or anything either. They used their last one, and there's only one possible elimination down here, so somebody's going to be left without Siphon, and Bolts is going to get that elimination, so Acorn is going to have to go hunting. I will say, though, the blessing here gets the elimination, gets the materials, and you look, it has that kind of infinity symbol when it comes to gold. That means it has over 1,000. There's a mending machine nearby, so they are going to be able to access some med kits and big pots if they need them.
Ah, look who found him. There we go. Cold and Rapid. They found him in the end. It's a game of hide and seek here. It's not Fortnite Reload, as Panzer and Yapko getting into a bit of a fight as well against Mini PO. So there's 3 teams sort of getting active in this area. Thankfully for Panzer and Yapko, they do win out that particular engagement and are able to get the revive as well. But for Canada and Victor V, we saw them sort of have an opportunity in that last game, I really think, to break into that top 7, and they just fell far too early. So I think they'll be looking to try and correct a lot of those mistakes there, Jay.
Yeah, I know we were talking about kind of Cold and Rapid in a situation where after they qualified, they split up when it comes to the different BR mode or the traditional one.
Yeah.
Canada Victor V, same thing, so they don't have all the same practice as some of our other teams in this game as Mini Pio gets found out yet again. Cold and Rapid initially took down his teammates, so both of them seem to be on the spin cycle for now. And it's interesting enough how aggressive they're actually playing because we're in the 6th zone. Typically, this is where you would see things tend to slow down a little bit, knowing you only have 1 zone left, reboots turn off, and that's your last chance to kind of get back in the game. But Cold and Rapid are doing the exact opposite. They're not slowing down. They're making sure if you get rebooted in this game, you have little to nothing.
Yeah, they actually get zone here as well. The zone actually pulls back towards the north of this sort of bigger zone. As you can see them there, the sort of pink arrows to the left of Slurpee Swamp Text. That's where those guys find themselves. They're actually in a really nice position if they have those whites there to be able to heal themselves up. And that's a prime position. So not only do they have all those eliminations, not only do they have all that confidence, they also have a really nice position inside of this zone. Even teams all the way up there at Boom and Base still finding themselves in there. There's Yomzo and Josh as the team that are in there. And it's going to turn into a little bit of a more dangerous storm soon enough. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this. I'm sure they have plenty of whites to keep them going.
Definitely gotta hope so, but they are definitely digging deep into their bag of tricks. In terms of the launch pads, typically you see 2 being brought into you late into the game. You use the Flowberry Fizz launch pad strategy. You kind of avoid all the chaos underneath, but they're using that early just to make sure they avoid the mid-game. They avoid going down to being put on that reboot cycle, so that way they can at least make it to this portion of the game relatively healthy. And you can kind of see them sitting there in 9th place so far on the overall leaderboard. They fell out throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, this landing is going to be really, really important for them. Where do they choose? This is a skill gap in the game. Where do you land? Using a lot of that natural cover, a lot of those buildings, I think they're safe and sound. They do box up next to a team, but they're okay for now. Actually, zone pulls back towards them as well. So for teams like Mini PO, for teams like Fuku in this sort of southwest zone is going to be really nice for them. And you can see sort of Mini PO's loadout indicating that, yeah, definitely been rebooted 1 or 2 times here in this game.
But at least he's giving himself a shot. 500 mats. I gotta hope that it is gonna be for the both of them, but not too far from the zone either. Sky and Scroll not too far where all that noise is being made, and they're looking to make a little bit more. Couple of quick tags are gonna land on the Toyota, but he go ahead, reunites with Yuma up above, another team down below. And they're realizing the zone opening up means they have to start gathering information. It's crucial. Figuring out where players are and where players want to be is going to be their recipe for success.
Yeah, I spoke about teams making sure to land in a solid spot. Sky and Scroll are one of the best teams at doing that. They're one of those teams that really do stay hit to hit so effectively well, and they don't find themselves in difficult solo clutch situations earlier on in the game. We see it later on, but they stick together so much earlier on, which helps them get to these end games, going to help them try and push into that top 70. Omzo and Josh making their way into the zone. Dom is down and out, so that's that duo, I think, potentially down. It looks like actually Demas is still in, so only one of them now left in that duo.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure in a situation like this. Typically, you don't really get placement points till 10th zone, 11th zone, 12th zone. You're essentially playing the whole game out just to hope to get something for your efforts. But as we see, the dust settles. Sky Jump, Momsy on high ground. Sky and Scroll, Nutar too far away. And on the ultimate low ground, though, Cold and Rapid, but they're in the position that they want to be in.
Yeah, they're perfectly happy right here. We've seen them stay consistent. We've seen them find a limbs here on the mid to low ground. Layers, this is exactly the sort of position they want to find themselves in, using this bush as well to have them a little bit of cover. Momsy and Skyjump are on height, but Sky and Scroll, they don't like the fact that Momsy and Skyjump are taking the cake right now. They don't like the fact that these guys are the talk of the town. They want to be that team that everyone talks about. And they want to be reminding every single person in this arena that they are back-to-back major champions over in EU. So they're looking for that position right now. Cold and Rapid doing what they do best, just so close to each other, finding shots all the way at the backside of zone, staying calm whilst doing it as well. And now they have to rotate on in. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a solo shock situation as Cold tries to get them back towards that safe zone. Bolt's doing exactly the same as well via the grapple. Getting onto that second height there as well, maybe even full high ground if he wants it, but decides against it.
Yeah, definitely giving himself options about how he wants to play the rest of this end game. Same thing for Sky and Scroll, and they have another launch pad in their inventory. They are not pressed for time, and they have a ton of materials because they're dodging just this portion of the game where Swizzy, Pixie, they're trying to deal damage, but damage is still going their way, burning through some of their materials. You can even see down to just 2 bandages left, so this game has not been kind to them.
But this is the sort of team that can clutch in these situations. This is the sort of team that can turn absolute disasters into wins. Momsy, though, Sky Jump, staying together as well. There goes Spooks. Now it's up to Oatly to solo clutch instead. This time, Yuna and Koyota go down as well. So this is going to be an opportunity for them now to go back into this next game and reconsider. Nobody's really playing height. The highest team here, it looks as though, are Sky and Scroll. Not a position that we've seen them in too often in how they play, but Sky Jump and Momsy, they want that position back. RPG comes through. Swizzy tries to go up as well, but Momsy slaps him away.
He said, yo, you can have height just for a short moment as he fires the rock and even dropping down, continuing the fight here in this game. Victor V getting elimination, but Bolts and Acorn, they land perfectly in the front side of zone. This is a team that doesn't force those high ground situations. They force this fight just like this, and only going down opens up the window for Elite's team of the Yamzo and Josh.
This is huge for them. Skyjump and Momsy up in the sky right now, getting tumbled on down as well by so much pressure from down below. Another team, it's Yapko and Panzer looking at their wall as well. This is the time for Skyjump and Momsy to really show what they're all about, why they have so many of these fans on their side. Panzer and Yapko, second place in that last game as well. They need a comeback, and they're finding themselves in really nice positions in this endgame. Not too many eliminations, but they want to play it out.
Hey, better late than never, but I called out the second launch pad and already being put to use. They're dodging multiple waves of these zones. Look at everything that's going down below. A lot of these guys are probably not having too much fun, especially Pixie and Swizzy that gets struck down by Bolts. Acorn and Bolts, 11 eliminations. This is madness.
What am I seeing right now? They've got to make their way up on top of this hill, though. Cold and Rapid, another team that needs to try and do that. This unbreakable hill, this unstoppable force there on the low ground is Cold and Rapid, but they need to get their way up, which they do. And Bolts and Acorn, this is a team that is just on fire right now. They want height, they want the win.
Yeah, but they got to be careful. Bolts finally running out of that materials. Even though they do got the fizz, both of them using it, trying to get that shield up as fast as possible. They're still in the line of sight, but it's Cold and Rapid that are taking a lot of that focus on the front side, but Sky and Scroll come in next. They're the second height, but Salvatore gets dropped down. Him and Yasin, they have no builds to maintain their position.
They just have to play sneaky here. Sky and Scroll right down below, all the way down on the bottom. It's Rapid and Cold found themselves down at the bottom of that hill, but now find themselves in a really nice position. Sky and Scroll, they want a height. We haven't seen them win. We don't usually see them win all the way up here, but if it's the way they need to do it, why not take it? Bolts finding his 7th elimination, of course, in this game as well. This is exactly what this team are about. 11 eliminations, continuing to push on through. Josh going down there in the feed as well. Rapid now as a solo too.
Yeah, this is for Rapid to try to hold on to first, but for Sky and Scroll, this is bigger than themselves here in this moment. We were all talking about what they were doing as solos, dominating the game, staying in contention, but look at what happens when these guys are finally together, side by side, up above, Acorn and Bolts, the NA Major 2 champions, and a whole solo comes in to try to disrupt the mess. Yassine, and he does so perfectly, taking down one, but Sky and Scroll fall from above and steal the game away.
They have awoken. It's only taken them a decent chunk of games here to get the engines going. You can see what it means to the family as well. They are so happy with that. They are here, and they're not here to mess around. They took height. They thought, you know what? Let's go for that position. And they took it incredibly well.
Yeah, one thing I've learned over time, it's not always how you start, but it's how you finish. And as of recently in these games, these guys have been finishing strong. And I think that's the thing about this team is, yeah, there's some phenomenal players individually. Their solo prowess is some of the best that we've seen in Fortnite, but when they finally get it together, they finally fix those mistakes and work together as a team, they are just as dangerous as the Shark and Teeny, Peterbot and Poyo, Vico and Malibuca that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you just can't doubt them. They're the team that you cannot doubt. And you can see their family right in front of them, the celebrations. I love that. They can sort of see right in front of them, which is exactly what you like to see. They're actually sort of sat right behind us. And they're getting the pictures taken, the victory. I think for them, they would be disappointed with how they played today. I think they would be sort of expecting more of themselves, but I think what we couldn't ever expect was for them to just completely dud or not play well here, because they've just shown why they're back-to-back major champions here.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're traveling, you're out of your comfort zone of your home, you know what I'm saying? It tends to kind of play a little bit of mental tricks. I'm not saying that's what's happening to them, but I'm just saying maybe something of the sort to kind of get them a slow start. And I'd like to see them continue to kind of pick it up here. That was great for them to pull off that win, but we're always talking about the match point format in finals. I want to see them continue to light up the leaderboard. Don't let out of gas just because you got this win.
Yeah, they're not a team that are immune from wins. Over on EU, they do pick up wins. They typically sort of pick them up from that low ground, playing that really effectively. And we have seen them playing height occasionally. We know that they have those abilities to actually play that position. But unfortunately, in terms of their overall points gained from that match, Acorn and Bolts are the ones that take first place for that 86 total points, 36 elimination points. They're the team that are just on fire right now when it comes to those elims in endgame. They were really looking good.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too worried, though, kind of looking at the leaderboard. Yeah, Bolts, Acorn scored more, Cold Rapid right down below. That's not near direct competition, though. Yeah. These guys are a little bit higher up on that leaderboard overall, but it goes to show that at least they're continuing to climb back up. But looking at this side of things, you know, you got to look at Oatly and Spooks. Only 12 total points in that last game. They were the team that kind of started on the bubble, but now they kind of fell outside. So we're going to need a great finish from them if they want to look to advance directly to the finals.
This is what it's about. This is what LANs are about. You can see what it means right there. To the family, to the friends that are in the crowd as well. Yeah, I love it. They have awoken. They're here. They've reminded us that they are here. And it's what they do. Does Scroll have a twin brother? I feel like it's Scroll. When we first panned him, I was like, Scroll looks exactly like his brother there.
Yeah, definitely does look pretty close. And honestly, I might have to ask him. I'm going to use this moment to go figure out if he does have a brother. You guys can use this moment to go ahead and grab some snacks. The rest of the games are coming up, so don't go anywhere.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Woo! Sky and Scroll just got a massive victory royale, Taco. We are back!
We are so back, and I know AGAL has got to be feeling some signs of relief because Sky and Skrull now elevating themselves into top 5 position, so they're safe for the time being, but they've definitely got to keep the momentum going. But man, what a performance out of these guys. They have really started to build after that gruesome start on the day.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? To have that super slow start. I mean, obviously this is Sky and Skrull, right? These are some high caliber players, so I'm not surprised to see them in this position, right? Especially toward the latter half of the games. Finally, though, to get that victory out, that's going to start pushing them in the forward. That momentum is, I feel like, all they needed.
Yeah, it's one thing to manifest a couple of top 5 performances, but when you finally get that chip of managing the victory royale, it really does just remind yourself that yes, we have the potential. Yes, we are top tier, major FNCS representatives for a reason with the back-to-backs, and now we're finally starting to see that consistency that everyone's been talking about.
That's right. Now, you heard the crowd as well. Crowd, are we feeling Sky and Skrull? I mean, come on, make some noise right now for them. You guys got to wake up, make some noise. There we go. There we go. Obviously, we wanted to highlight as well Swizzy and Pixie. How can you not be fans of them having a moment here? We've got to make sure they make it in that top 7 because we want to see them go straight through to finals. But, I mean, come on. How can we not cheer for a global champion?
They've obviously had a very solid day throughout, though. I mean, Pixie, I can already tell he's absolutely in the zone alongside Swizzy. But you have to imagine still sitting inside of that 4th place position. So they are looking set for that top 7. But obviously, job's not done. Why not close it out in style? And that's the type of performance they've been putting on all day. And we know there's been a lot of love towards some of the French competition, but obviously Havoc also showing big time love to these two.
Yeah, it's got me thinking, and I actually asked them earlier in the interview about finals, kind of curious of if they're starting to think about some of those things, some of those teams that might be coming in that suddenly have to find themselves facing off against. Do you feel like anyone could maybe get in their way in finals?
With the way that they're throwing up numbers today, I don't think that's the case. I think right now, their only strategy is just focusing on the game plan that's been working so well for them. A lot of it has just been going for that height control, but I think more importantly still, it's just them understanding that they have a very solid dynamic of being able to kind of toggle the sort of primary factors, and that's, do we need to go for more eliminations, or do we just need to keep prioritizing our positioning, our rotations? But we know that they're capable of doing everything. They're just kind of firing off on all cylinders.
I love that. Is there any other team out there you feel like is really, you've kind of got your eye on that has kind of like impressed you, especially in the context of EWC?
Obviously, gotta give a big shout out towards the Asia side of things. Minipio and Fukun have been doing an excellent job at just giving a big shout towards that international scene. We saw tidbits of it even inside of Group A's competition yesterday, but here in Group B, it really does seem like there is so much of that wildcard presence.
Yeah, I think for me, it's been Oatly, right? Absolutely going crazy. We saw him inside the top 4 at one point. Now just outside of that kind of bubble, the top 7. I am so excited to see more of them compete, but I know what you want. It's more games. It's action time. Let's kick it on over to the casters.
It is indeed action time. We are back here for game number 8. We've had an electric start really here for Slurp Rush the first couple of games, but things now, Jacob, they really start to get real. The pressure starts to ramp up for the teams that are on this bubble that are trying to qualify on through to that final from today. There's definitely still so much to be played for right here. Mini Pio and Fukun, as Taka was saying, only 18 points away from that 7th place right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest thing to note is not only how well they're actually doing, and they deserve a ton of credit. You know, they did it in LAN before, and they're doing it here again, but look at that gap between them and the next best team. It's small right now, 21 and then 23 points, but if that continues to kind of open up, it's going to be like an 8-team race for 7 spots, so I need everybody else outside of that bubble to really put themselves on notice. It's now or never. Well, maybe not never because you got the survival states tomorrow, but you want to qualify here. You want to give yourself that break. Otherwise, it's even less spots tomorrow with only being 6.
Yeah, hopefully not never. You see Yapko Panzer there as well in that first page. They've really moved themselves up here when it comes to Slurp Rush, but unfortunately, we have to show this page. The complete flip side of the conversation. We saw 7 Axedas going down very early on in that game, and it's one of those teams that we don't necessarily expect huge things from here on LAN, but they need to just try and stay alive here outside of that top, that bottom 3.
Yeah, we've already kind of seen, especially with Cold and Rapid, that sometimes consistency in eliminations beats overall victory royales. But that's one thing I do want to see out of that team of Golden Rapid is finally get that win.
Yes.
Because they're already over 350 points, which does not matter today. But in my head, it's like prove that you can actually do it, which kind of makes it easier for you to actually do it on Saturday. Of course, the competition is going to be tougher with the group players from Group A joining in, obviously, tomorrow's survival stage. But it just goes to show that this reload is just more than just mechanics. It's more than just strategy. You have to deal with so much that is unknown at any point in time.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of, you know, an opportunity really just to skip that survival stage entirely. You know, you really don't want to put yourself in that position tomorrow because then that pressure is just even more on. So we've got 3 more games of competition here for today. And really depending on how the teams are sort of positioned on the leaderboard, I guess sort of dictates how you end up playing. I feel like our top 3 is really far in advance right now. They're looking like they can definitely find themselves qualifying pretty straightforwardly. But if you are one of those teams that are maybe on that bubble just outside of that bottom 3, how do you now approach this? Do you keep doing more of the same? Do you try and switch things up?
If you're Mini Pio and Fukun, you probably just do a lot of the same. Don't want to switch things up majorly. If you're anybody else, you need to at least start getting consistent into the games deeper. And if that's not something you can do, yes, you do need those eliminations to close the gap and then kind of take a break, avoid their survival stage, and to come back for match point finals. But as you said, it just really goes to show where you're at on the leaderboard. Almost gets to decide how you get to play the rest of this one out.
Yeah, and it's sometimes now or never, you know, hopefully not never for these teams. We can guarantee that 3 of them will be going out completely after today's competition. Victor V starting things off really strongly, taking down Jojo Fishy. 7 there down as well. But look at this already going down early. 7 Axel. That's an absolute disaster for them because they were finding themselves in that sort of bottom 3 of the leaderboard, all in contention for it. And now it's an absolute disaster start here to the 3rd last game.
And now it almost even looks like with Anon in the distance. You see Oatly doubling back. You realize he didn't pick up the shockwave. This is OCE on OCE right now with Spook taking down Anon. They have 3 straight eliminations right out of the gate. Luckily for Anon, Bazin is able to create a little bit of distance, so it shouldn't go down early unless he gets hunted by the 3rd team that's at Dirty Docks.
Yeah, they're making their way over. Luckily, it looks as though they are able to actually get that reboot, but there is, of course, Gon and Knight in the area, lurking like sharks in the water. They find Vazen. There's the first for Gon and Knight. It's a gift for them, really, coming on over into that area of the POI. And for Gon and Knight, this is a team that do need to have a bit of a resurgence, you have to say. They started the day really strongly, and you sort of expect them to have these big moments. Just unfortunately, like you mentioned, that consistency across the course of 10 games just becomes so much more important.
Yeah, just kind of looking at almost an 80-point gap, a little bit less, but for simple math sakes, that's what they need to come back from. Oatly and Spooks, their 4th elimination here. They're already driving their way up the leaderboard. At this point in time, they're only 5 points away from that top 7 with the eliminations here in this game. They still need a little bit more to go, but being at this part of the map where Vazen and Anon just seem to be stuck on a cycle of respawns. It's Knight and Gon on one side, it's Oatly and Spooks on the other, and they're not letting these guys touch the ground.
They're not. That's the difficulty here for Anon, because they're a team that they're not absolutely in danger as of right now, but you know, things can really just start to pick up in terms of momentum the wrong way. For Knight and Gon, they need to do it the right way. They need to start picking up a couple more of these early limbs, and then crucially staying alive in those mid-game fights as well. I feel like we haven't seen that from them like we saw in those earlier games. Anon, another one, unfortunately down, and it's just been a disastrous Dirty Docks.
You know, every time I watch a reload tournament like this and I just see somebody just get picked off over and over and over, I just think Ali A is just somewhere at home saying, look at him! Finally somebody else feels my pain. But it's just the nature of the beast that is reload. Swizzy, Pixie underneath, 1 elimination here. We've got plenty of players still in around Slurpee Swamp, both individuals and full teams. As you see Aoxy and Jojo Fishy in the distance.
Never would have thought Ali A's catching strays here at the Fortnite Reload Championship EWC.
It's the opposite. He's having fun watching this.
Well, I suppose, yeah. Getting rid of a reminder of his worst moment of his career. I respect it. I respect it. I'm sure he's watching on. Golden Rapid, though, they've been really active early on in these games, but managing it with consistency as well. Unfortunately, 21 points. It's not looking great for this team right now.
not the team you want to be fighting either on the other side of the wall. And it's just been really dangerous. A lot of these off-spawn fights just haven't gone their way, and unfortunately for them, it's just been Cold and Rapid running the show at the moment, both in-game and, of course, off-spawn. Sky and Scroll looking to take down another player here as well, trying to get their second elimination of the game. Salvatore just below right now. They're trying to go for an almost pseudo-sneak play, which they actually do fine. Nice little beam there from Sky, or from Scroll, to give Sky an opportunity to find an angle as well, but unfortunately Scroll gets beamed in the process. Sky does the smart thing and disengages. Yassine is down. Tried to get on out of that situation with the launch bound. Salvatore, unfortunately, as well, has to make do with what he has, which is not much. And Sky and Scroll back inside of the Storm. They understand that although they did pick up that win, they're not quite done and dusted as of right now. They still need to have this solid back end of the day.
Yeah, and I like that decision for them. You saw how crowded it actually was at Slurpee Swamp. Yeah. There was like 3-4 teams directly there and a couple more on the outskirts. So they just kind of played the long game. Mini PO gets taken out. Cold and Rapid are going to pick up their third elimination of this game. And you can see he has the exotic Yoink shotgun. So even if you try to run from Cold, if he hits you at one of those, he's just going to pull you back. Get over here! So Rapid can finish you off.
I mean, I love the fact he's really smiling about it as well. That's what makes sort of Lambs really great. He's just having a fun time. I mean, why wouldn't you? Your first place at EWC Fortnite here for Group 2. Look at that, though, in the feed. Scroll down to Canada. So we were sort of praising them for that really solid, really smart play to go back inside of the Storm. But look who else was there, of course, as well. It was Canada. Unfortunately, Mini Pio, again, going down Cold and Rapid and not letting these guys get anywhere into this game, get any sort of momentum. And they find their fourth elimination of the game. These guys just so aggressive in these early stages of the game. I'm really intrigued as to how they're actually going to play finals, though. Are they going to be able to keep up that level of aggression? Because if your entire game plan relies on those early elims, if they rely on sort of those dead side rotates, can you do that in the finals lobby? That's the question I have, but not for them to worry about right now.
Definitely going to keep us asking a lot of questions as this day does continue. Night and dawn. 4 eliminations throughout the course of this early game. As you kind of see that replay, Snow just trying to hold on to the wall. Rapid on the other side, and that's what I'm saying. When these guys are pushing around the lobby, they're doing so together. Another elimination for Rapid there. Mini Pio's just not having a good time at all on this side of the map. Might have to pick elsewhere to land, but that's just the nature of the beast.
Oh, I feel like he is trying to land somewhere else. It's just Cold and Rapid just aren't letting him get a moment. And look, they're just seeing him again. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's just trying to play his game. Cold and Rapid. Look at them. Ruthless. Ruthless. It's rude. Mini Pio and Fukun, they're a team that need to stay inside of that, or get inside of that top 7. They haven't been doing that so far. He's trying to hide on the wall. Unfortunately, Mini Pio going to have the same result here. Yeah, that's really rude. So, yeah, come back in about 30 seconds and keep doing it again.
It's just very unfortunate because Mini Pio is just stuck in a position to where, yes, he kind of gets that pseudo loadout, but it's not a full loadout. So you need to land somewhere for loot. You think outside of the zone is the great play, but Cold and Rapid are there all day. Sky and Scroll trying to come back. We saw Scroll go down to Canada in the feed, fresh off the reboot. He had a decent loadout, so fight after fight, Scry has to go ahead and buy a couple more seconds here for them to stay alive, and a whole nother team looking to crash this party. Darm Demas, or at least one of them, trying to get their hands full, and right now that's their, I believe, 10th elimination of this game. Talk about trying to close the gap. As of now, they're in 14th place, but as they started this game, they were much further down that leaderboard.
Yeah, they're moving up, and that's exactly what we expect from these guys. Really shaky start as well from sort of some of our EU teams that we really expect more from, kind of reflective of how they've been playing a lot recently as well. Skyjump and Momsy looking to disengage from this battle on the dead side of this zone, find themselves inside of that zone as well. And of course, they've just been super consistent today as well. Skyjump and Momsy finding themselves sort of third place on the standings. Had some really nice end games, 2 wins of course as well. Their worst placement here today was the 13th. Of course, in Reload is a lot worse than Battle Royale, but still placement points, keeping themselves in contention, which over 10 games is really important.
Yeah, I think it's more of a confidence thing, right? If you get 13th, it might not be many points at all, but if you have a little bit of elimination, at least you're not looking at a goose egg when it comes to that leaderboard. That's not something you can fry up, but definitely don't taste tasty. So you got to be able to kind of come back from that, and they have done so pretty well so far. You can see them moving up into 4th place on this leaderboard. And this is huge, man, because we all kind of looked at Peter Bot yesterday along with Pollo. Where's the confidence? Where are they at? Sky and Scroll as well. But the biggest thing that we saw is at least they're keeping it close with their solo clutches. So now at the second half of the day, they're playing very well together. We might even see them continue to move up.
Well, it was something we spoke about yesterday on the cast as well, about how important those solo clutches are. For a team like Epic Well and Pump, who actually got eliminated yesterday, they put themselves in solo clutch situations early on and didn't take advantage. Luckily for Sky and Scroll, they were able to do that, sort of keep themselves in contention, and it never really looked like they were completely out of it. Yassine, unfortunately, there for him going down to Dimash, just maintaining the way that they're playing right now, which is very well. A mini Pio, right. Can we see him stay alive for a good amount of time right here? I sort of wanted to... I would love to have known their comms as Mini Pio kept going down there. It's like, oh, I'm back. No, I'm down again. I'm back. Yep, no, I'm down again. So hopefully they can actually have a bit more time now to stay in the game.
Just, you know, anything but frustration. We know what's happening, especially now. We're in the 6th zone. So yeah, you could still get rebooted in this game, but it's going to be so hard. You thought it was kind of difficult before. Everybody is smushed together like a can of sardines in that 7th zone. It's not something I would wish on my worst enemy. And you can kind of see here on the minimap, most of the teams already inside of the zone. Some in the safe spot, not taking damage. Other ones outside. And then for the teams that are not in there yet, they got to be careful. You don't want to be seen trying to rotate in. They'll try and hold you out.
Well, it's an ideal 50-50 for playing that dead side. You can see that side that's in the storm is actually in the Slurpy Swamp, so you're going to be able to have a lot of those heals on standby and on tap right there for the teams that are in that position. So you can sort of see a lot of those arrows playing that position right now, not really looking to force themselves into zone. Of course, it will get a little bit more dangerous, that zone, when it does eventually close in, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them right now. In the way that these zones have been playing, it has been quite difficult for some of our teams to make those longer rotations. We saw it with the Omzo and Josh earlier on, making a really, really long rotation and actually making their way in and actually landing really well as well. But gives us a chance to have a look, of course, at the overall standings. You can sort of see 7 Axadaz, they're a team that are down and out. So unfortunately, they find themselves in that bottom 3 as well. Basin, Anon had some troubles off spawn, but it's all of our top teams right now that are still in the game. You can sort of see it on the leaderboard. Oatley Spooks just outside of that top 7. Fuku, Mini Pio. They've had a really rough game right now, so this is really where it matters for them.
Yeah, and reboots officially turn off. So if you're down and out of the game, there's no chance to get back. It's really going to be heavily reliant on your teammate really picking up the pace. We got another team going down. Fuku, Mini Pio. That's 6th place, Mini. Yeah. They are inside of the bubble. Luckily for them, if you look right now, they do have around a 34-point lead.
Yeah, they do. That's not going to be enough, you have to imagine, because a lot of those teams down below are really, really close, making things really difficult for them. And as we can see very clearly, that zone is indeed shrinking. Closing in the gap for lots of our teams that need to try and make their way in. No idea who any of them are, but they're making their way in eventually. And
if we could zoom in just a little bit, or at least have the names on it, and then we can kind of figure out. And this is where what I'm usually kind of doing my own cast, replay mode, I make sure to kind of memorize the colors. They don't change throughout the course of the game. So we do know Kanata, Victor V trying to rotate in from the bottom of the map, using those shockwaves, possibly over driving that one just a little bit too deep, but they're just trying to make sure that they're not in the limelight.
Yeah, noticing that Skyjump and Momsy just finding themselves in that position as well. Still alive as a duo, most importantly. Dimash and Dom having a really good game as well. Looking to just sort of hold Yuma on the outside of that zone. You can sort of see them looking towards that way right now, making things really difficult for them, and that does look like they were able to take them out. Yeah, the Yuma Koyota now down and out to the hands of Dimash and Dom. You have to imagine that's an interesting zone pull as well. It pulls back over towards that dead side of zone. So for all of our teams that are a lot more experienced, you can see Acorn and Bolts getting there early, trying to make their way into that front side of zone. Of course, Dimash Dom there playing the backside of it as well. Yassine and his duo Salvatore, there's a big opportunity for them to really push their way up there just ahead of those teams that did go down. This is really where things start to get interesting. Launchpad's getting played right now. Somebody's on high, somebody's on low, somebody's making it in, somebody isn't.
Yeah, we're always talking about the top 7 goes to finals, the middle 10 goes tomorrow, but there's also a race at the bottom of the leaderboard to stay in this tournament in general. Phazin and on down, Yuma Koyota, that opens up an opportunity for players to try to close that gap, which is huge. You got more and more players just trying to rotate to the front side of zone. Josh and Yamzo make it there. Salco and Acto, they are falling short. You don't want to be the last team to the zone.
Yeah, you really don't. Swizzy there now down as a solo. What's Salco and Inac doing right here? Are they going for a deep storm launch pad? Yeah, they are. Look at that. That's how you play, getting into that zone as effectively as they can. You can see Oatly trying to find a little dead side rotation there as well. Faded and Khan find themselves inside of that position. It is absolute chaos right now in these final zones. Salvatore there going down. You can see on the right side of the screen. This next zone is going to pull back towards that east side. So again, we see a lot of our teams that are looking towards that front side, trying to hold on to that position.
Kanata and Victor V. I know they took down one of Sky or Stroll. I don't know which one it is, but that is starting to put a wrench in the mix for Sky and Stroll. Luckily for them, they have built themselves a cushion. But for Kanata and Victor V, that's huge. That's a couple more points added to the total, and they're trying to run that whole top side of the zone. It is opening up, but it might be too slow for some.
Yeah, it's important here for Cold and Rapid. You can sort of see them playing that front side, no doubt on that low ground as well. Knight gets launched straight into the storm. You have to imagine that's a bit of a botched overdrive grenade right there. Acorn not doing that either, getting into that dead side of Storm as well. Faded Khan making those dead side positioning. Panzer there down, so Yapko Panzer are now down and out. They were looking really, really good going into this game. They're on a bit of a roll. Victor V there in the position. And Dimash Darm look as though they're the team that are really, really playing well in this endgame.
Yeah, it seems like they might be on high ground right now. I'm not sure how confident they look together, but you hear the spray going down all around. Gon trying to buy time, but he's deep in the zone. The HP is what really matters. Does he have an overdrive to close the distance?
Cold and Rapid down and out right there. They are fully gone. Sky and Scroll as well. This is huge. How are things going to go right now? How is that endgame zone going to play? What are we looking at in terms of those final few moving zones? Sky jump down as well. Acorn also falls. So many of our top teams are now falling, which opens up the floodgates here for the teams 7th and below. Opportunities all across the board for them to make it in. The Frenchman Momsy all the way back into that storm as well. And this is really where teams can really show us how they can play.
Hey, you put the limelight on him. Kanata goes down, but Victor V trying to save the day. Top 12 situation, which means there's at least 5 different solos running around. Make it 4. A couple of them get sent right back to the lobby.
Yeah, that's huge now for Victor V and Kanada. Dimash and Dom find themselves on height, spraying on down, take down Gon and Knight as well. But for Victor V and Kanada on low ground, they needed this game. Remember, they need to make their way into that top 7, and they are popping on.
Yeah, they're competing against Oatly and Spooks, who are also in this game as well. But Spooks going down puts a lot of pressure onto Oatly. Underneath, you see 2 different options here, but he goes after Yamzo and Josh up above the mythic pulse rifle in the hands of Darman Demas. This one is going to wreak havoc on everybody down below.
16 eliminations. What are we seeing right now? All the way up on height, pressing all of the teams down below. That pulse rifle doing so much damage, not just the players, but also the builds down there as well. Iomzo and Josh, unfortunately, down and out. Dimash and Dom close things out, go onto the low ground, trying to find angles, but Victor V says, I will take the high ground now, and it's a 2v2.
Literally every team that needed a good game has a good game on their hands, including Victor V. A huge point differential here for the 1v2, and he's not going to get it. Darm and Demas dominate this game.
How many eliminations even was that? I've lost count. That is unreal from our boys from EU. They struggled at the beginning of the day. They really, really struggled. They looked like a shadow of their former selves. And they have looked like a little bit shaky throughout this entire year, but they are proving what they can do here at the EWC here in Paris. And they're a sort of team that can pick up so many eliminations. We knew they had it in them, and right there, they're proving it again.
Yeah, these guys, the mythic pulse rifle really proved to be a difference maker. And it just seems like, hey, you can have a slow start to the day, but when you go ahead and reach the top of the leaderboard, that really shows the difference between who needs a good game and who wants a good game.
I can't wait to see how those standings end up going, because remember, this is a team that were a little bit further down. I think after 7 games, they're in 15. So that wasn't just a team that were trying to break into the top 7. They also had in the back of their minds, in the rear view mirror, that bottom 3. It was looking really ropey for them throughout a lot of today. So
that's what the best teams do. They don't just have those moments where they just let things kind of tumble down. They have these big games that they're able to clutch up through. Of course, Victor V and Canada absolutely popping off there on the low ground. 11 eliminations for themselves. That's 18 eliminations Dimash and Dom were able to get. It was actually really helpful that they were able to take down Canada earlier because Victor V took height, and it looked as though maybe Victor V could have done something impressive right there for us at the end, but unfortunately wasn't to be for them. But a good game because they need to move up as well.
I'm trying to do quick math. That's around, like, I want to say 54 points on elimination, 60 for the win. Is that our highest scoring game so far in the entire tournament? Not just this group stage. Darm and Demas, man, when you put their backs up against the wall, they have proved that their bite is much more dangerous than their bark.
And that's the thing. We've sort of talked so much about consistency throughout today when it comes to that. So it's going to be interesting to see how things end up shaping up for them. But I want to hear from Darm and Demas right now. They're standing by with Zeke.
Here they are, EWC. Make some noise for Darm and Demas. A massive victory royale. Guys, how does it feel in this moment to not only get a victory royale, to hear that crowd roar and celebrate with you?
I mean, after those games, then it just feels great to be back in the game again for the call.
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, we needed that so bad, and we made it, so I'm pretty happy, I'm not gonna lie.
How does it feel finally to kind of get that big shining moment, right? So to get the victory royale, have a handful of games left. Job's not done. We need to keep pushing. What's the game plan?
I mean, can we say it? No. We can't leak the game plan, really, to be honest.
Would you say it's just keep going?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're gonna push it for another victory royale, you know?
I love that. Would you agree? Is, you know, obviously don't tell me the strats, but you're saying, hey, maybe we should just play for another VR? Is that the plan?
Of course, we're gonna try.
I love that. Obviously, you've got all these fans who erupted with you guys. What would you say to them? Because they're with you. They're standing behind you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What would you say to your fans?
Oh, no, I love them. I love every single one of them.
What would you say to your fans?
I can only thank them for being here.
I love that. Now, one last question for you guys. Obviously, if we make it straight to finals, competition is going to be that much crazier, right? Is there a duo out there you're thinking, man, last day of EWC, I really want to fight them just one good time?
I think there's only like Peter, because we can't fight them on EU, you know? So it's just great to fight them always, you know?
That's a good team. That's a good team. What about you? Do you feel like there's one duo? Is it Peter Bonapoyo? Is it someone else?
It's no one. We're better.
You're just the best. You're going to win all of EWC.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, guys, shout outs to you again. Congratulations on the victory. One more time, EWC, make some noise! Take it on over to you guys.
Welcome back to your favorite Fortnite Reload Championship duo, 7 and 11. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be exploring everything that's going on here at EWC, and we're going to be testing out, Levin, our reaction time.
You're always quick with the jokes, so you better be quick with the reactions, brother.
I might not be, but you know what?
No,
I'm going to put you on the spot. You're going to go first.
Of course I go first. I'll set the standard.
Yeah, you got this.
4 hours of sleep, it don't matter. I'm ready.
I think you'll be able to clutch it up. All right. He is pretty much taller than the actual thing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm about to get punched if I stay too close. Oh, he's quick with it. That one, you can never get that one, honestly. If I'm being... Ooh, okay, you got one so far. Oh, 2. Okay, 11. You got this. You already got me beat. 3. Why not? Make it 4. Okay, that one's hard. That one's so hard, too. Hey, yo, hold on. That's kind of cheating right there. I lost count already of how many you have. Uh-oh. Okay, all right. Here we go. Here you can
little warm up.
You can have your mic back.
A bit of pressure on you now, though. A bit of pressure. I'll be honest. I think I got what? How many did I get? Did I get 4, 5? 1 for every hour of sleep I'm on right now. Reaction still on point, crisp. No pressure though, 7. No pressure. As the name goes, I'm expecting 7, to be honest with you. As the name goes, it's in the name. You gotta get 7, brother.
Sir, hear me out. I'll be happy if I even just get 2, okay?
Oh, 2,
I've been here for 7 weeks, and the most I've gotten was 2. I'm setting my standard at 2.
That was the first time I've ever done one of those. You've been here for 7 weeks. You've probably been trying this every single week. You better get more than 2, man. Come on, you believe in yourself.
You know what? Coach talk? Give me a coach talk right now.
I believe in you. You can do better than 2.
I got this.
You got this.
Watch this.
Come on, lock in. Lock in. It's time.
I won't let you down.
Ready hands, stay active. Stay active. Don't worry, that don't matter, it don't matter. Keep going, reset. Don't worry, it don't matter. Keep going. Beautiful. It's fine. It don't just reset, come on. All right, that's one. Let's go. And again, light work. Oh, light work. Beautiful. Don't get too cocky now, It's all right. All right, nice and slow, nice and easy. Can't mess this up, surely, right? Can't mess this up. Walk in the park, beautiful. And he was talking about getting 2. Come on, man.
I got more than 2. Did I make you proud?
You actually made me really proud. That was very impressive.
That's what I'm talking about. Your favorite Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26 Duo 7-11. Back to more.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
I lost count. Honestly, I lost count of how many we ended up getting, but we still did good. And one team that did really good here is none other than the Polish duo, Darm and Dimas. And they needed it too, because before this game, they were in 15th place. I think with this performance here, they jumped up now in contention for that top 7.
I think the conversation that me and Levin have kind of been having, he keeps reminding me. He's like, listen, Armadillo, they can be really, really good. Their ceiling is super, super high. They can have really good games. We just haven't seen it from them here today yet. Finally, they figure something out here in the later half of the day. I mean, 114 points from a single match, Levin.
That's almost as many points as they had the whole day. Like, that's actually insane. And this is honestly why it is so frustrating that it's been such a slow day from them. You know, Dom acknowledged it there. He was like, our games have kind of been, let's not talk about it, right? But again, they rip up the game plan. Kelly, we have seen them do this in EU so many times over the past year that they've really popped off in the scene where they'll have a terrible tournament, but then they just start WPing everyone and they just look unstoppable.
I thought today was going to be the story of Sky and Scroll repeating what Peterbot and Pollo did yesterday, but honestly, it's more of Darm and Demish that are proving that by Zone 5 having 10 eliminations and then not slowing down, being able to carry that aggression into the end game and then pull out a victory royale. Hopefully they are in the top 7 right now, but obviously we do still have a little bit more to go. Speaking of teams that I know are so close in that top 7, Victor V and Canada. I mean, you know that they have been stepping up time and time again, but if we're talking about stepping up, it is Victor V that has really been stepping up, Vivid.
Yeah, I can't wait for us to actually get an opportunity to take a look at the leaderboard, because if anybody at home hasn't had an opportunity to do so yet, it is very, very close. And I want everybody to keep kind of 3 teams in the back of their mind. We were just taking a look at that match rankings. The team that walked away in game number 8 with the most amount of points, of course, was Darm and Demish. The team that walked away with the second most amount of points was Canada and Victor V. And then Oatly and Spooks also walked away with the 3 most amount of match points in that one. And for those 3 teams, it's going to be a big difference maker when we do take a look at the overall leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, Canada and Victor V here picked up a 2nd place. Darm and Demish picked up the 1st place. Incredible effort from both of those teams.
Not just that, not just the top 7 that we're currently keeping an eye on. We're also keeping an eye on those bottom 3, because those bottom 3, they aren't going to get that survival stage. They're going to be getting just a flight home, straight home. They're not going to get a chance to continue on here on Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And one theme that actually comes to mind, we got a chance to talk about them earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. And it's none other than 7 in Exodus, because after the first game, they were able to put up good numbers. But since then, since that first game, they've been averaging a 17th place. And that's just not going to cut it. We've been seeing go down the leaderboard.
I think that really speaks to the expertise out of a lot of our top teams that are kind of starting to show up right now. They get to go and compete against the best of the very best time and time again. But a lot of our smaller regions don't have the same amount of events that the bigger regions do. So I think maybe some of our bigger teams kind of struggled at the start because this isn't the lobby that they're used to, but they have that experience of evolving as this tournament goes on. So I think those smaller region teams are struggling on that end.
Yeah, I think it's tough. There's all so many dynamics that go into play here, right? It's not like the early days of Fortnite where we didn't have as many lands, and so everybody was always like, who has experience, right? Everyone's going to be feeling a bit nervous. No, there's such a depth of different levels of experience here, and I think, again, I was hoping that Reload would mitigate a lot of the factors that mean usually some of those smaller region teams struggle. But the reality is, the top talent from EU especially, of course, it's just too hard to handle sometimes. You just really got to step it up.
As we take a look at that overall, the top 7, you were talking about gaps, you were talking about points. T1 Darm, T1 Demons being able to push up to 8th place, only separated by 15 points.
So remember how I was talking about those 3 teams that walked away with the most amount of points here in game number 8? Take a look at where all 3 of those teams are at. I mean, you got Kanata and Victory, they got 2nd that game. Darm and Demish, they got 1st that game. And then Oatly and Spooks, they got the 3rd most amount of points that game. All of them fighting for what feels like that 7th place spot right now. So honestly, game number 8 might be the difference maker for whether or not they actually qualified to the finals.
The problem is again, it is so close that anybody really in that sort of 4th to 7th range could just get dragged into an absolute brawl here in these final games. Like, this is way closer. So many of these different teams here would just be super disappointed if they weren't to get top 7 now.
You know what I'm more disappointed by is that Levin just lied to us. He said that EU's doing really well. And if I'm looking actually at the 7 teams in the top 7, I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 4 NA teams. And who's in first place, Levin?
I'm glad you learned how to count, Kelly. I mean, it weren't seeing many counting yesterday, but of course everybody got the numbers out today. All right, cool. I'll give you credit. I actually don't mind just because I am a big Cold fanboy, so it's good to see Cold Rapid in first place. But look, the reality is, it is going to be a very fun last 2 games. It's so close there.
It's going to be super close, especially if we look at 17th place Fnatic being able to get 35 points in that last match. It pushes them out of that bottom 3.
Woo! Some riveting stuff happening towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Yeah, I mean, Enact can suck, but they got to go ahead and clutch up. Let me go ahead and take a look at where they actually placed that game, because you got to imagine it was their best game. Yeah, 5th place with 6 eliminations. If they can kind of pull that off again, then they will pretty much secure their qualification to the survival stage, which is really fun about this format, because it's like, obviously we have teams towards the top of the leaderboard. We have, what was it? It was like a 34-point difference between 10th and 4th place. So just crazy stuff going up there for the qualification to finals. Then you also have this pseudo fight at the bottom of the leaderboard for the survival stage and whether or not you're going to get relegated from the competition.
Guys, I just want to watch this last 2 games. I just want to see how it plays out. Not just because I want to get the chance to dunk back on Kelly, because she was, very quick there to jump on me. I respect it, because I would have done the same to you. But obviously, again, I really want to see how the finals lobby is going to shake up, right? As far as, who's going to secure their spots, who's going to claim spots on the actual final drop map across both the maps, and, really give themselves a boost going into the finals.
Obviously, we're talking about finals. That's what we're all here for. But also, that survival round tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. We obviously know which 7 teams are going to go forward into Saturday's competition, but Fridays as well is something that we need to look for. 20 of the best teams in the world fighting for just 4 spots. It's going to be so much more contentious tomorrow. So, like you're saying, obviously these teams want to be in that top 7, but I'm also very excited for tomorrow's games as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely leave an open for some of those duos that are going to be going to survival, because the top dogs from these groups aren't going to be there because they're already going to be waiting in finals. But as we're going to be heading here to the final 2 matches of Group B, I can't wait to see how that leaderboard is going to be shifting. And I know Mini and Jacob are going to be keeping a close eye on that.
And we are 100% going to keep our eyes glued on the competition. Beautiful breakdown for the whole team, by the way, showing how close it actually is. Not only at the top of the leaderboard, but for the spots to qualify directly to the finals, and for the bottom as well, that are looking to keep their dreams alive.
So much at stake right now. We've got 2 more games of competition here. Match number 9 coming up. We've got Legacies on the line right now. The teams that you'd expect to get an easy qualification through, not quite finding themselves in that position right now. So lots of questions to be answered. And for the teams that are further on down below, everything comes down to these final 2 games, because you would have planned the trip for the entire of the weekend. And if you're down and out in only Group B in your group. And is that an early trip home? That's not what you want.
I mean, maybe an early trip to the Eiffel Tower. Do some sightseeing before you actually go home. But one thing that we have to talk about and continue to mention is AGAL Sky and Scroll in 10th place. So with 2 games left, their back is up against the wall. And they're only down 25 points, though.
Axodaz and 7 already eliminated? Maybe not. Snow, his duo fully eliminated right now. So yeah, Axodaz and 7 are able to get back into it right here. Lots of action at Steamy Stacks, lots of action at Dirty Dogs as well. Lots of these early fights being dominated by Cold and Rapid from Twisted Minds. They're a team that we've just seen the best of today. I think we have high expectations of them. And like the analysts were sort of breaking down earlier on, it's always a little bit interesting to sort of see how the teams that maybe haven't played together in a while actually do come out here for the reload competition. As Bolts look as though he went down there in the feed, so difficult start for him and Acorn. But I think this is where we're going to start to see a little bit less craziness off spawn, particularly from some of our teams like Oatly and Spooks, who do need a solid last couple of games here because they just find themselves outside of that top 7 by around 18 points.
Yeah, just kind of playing a little bit more methodical, a little bit more careful. It's going to have to be the name of the game. You don't want to have to look back on tonight's games and be like, man, if I would have just did this different, if I would have just kind of pushed instead of pulled, any of that sorts of type of 50-50 decision-making is going to be huge. And you kind of see even Vazen, Anon trying to take the fight towards the back. Vazen getting tagged up just a little bit, and that's going to be Oatly who actually secures the knock, eventually leads to an elimination. So 3 points for them to try to start this game.
It's weird, though, because I feel like we've sort of seen Vazen and Anon going down early in a lot of these games. So they, of course, did have a really good start to the day, 6th place in game number 1. I just feel like they've either got a decent end game in them or it's just a complete disaster at the beginning of the game. So they need to try and find some sort of semblance of consistency when it comes down to their game. Oatly and Spooks won't mind about that at all. They won't care if they find their first of the game. And I mean, it'd be great to see Oatly qualify through straight into the finals. So many fans out there watching on. Not just a content creator, not just a good player, but a top-tier player as well. And oh no, Inat and Salco, they are here to play. They were the team that were just on that bubble, remember, from Fnatic. Had a good last game. And they're here to fight here. Sky and Scroll down to just Sky.
And the interesting thing is, this is another one of those teams that kind of split. They went their separate ways after they initially qualified. Yeah. But looking at them as individuals, and Act in terms of his NA West region, probably known as one of the best fighters that we have. He makes a run for it, similar like Peter Bot and Poyo do on Central. And then you have Salco. He's won an FNCS championship before. He just needs to be able to channel that here. But Vazen and Anon, we're talking about kind of their lackluster performances. Some good, some bad. This time, they hold themselves steady.
Yeah, it's important. This is what they need to do. They need to just keep themselves in this game. If they have a solid game here, that could be just about enough to sort of guarantee them into that survival stage tomorrow. Rapid and Cold, though, they're looking to try and make them have a few questions to be answered of their own. Look at that. Vazen not. Anon is inside of this box. Interested to see how Cold and Rapid do now actually approach this. Do they go for that full elim, or are they just going to allow Vazen to actually reboot and then get another one?
I mean, it's something we've seen pretty often where, yeah, they typically do. They look straight up, they see the rift in the sky, and they're just going hunting. Unfortunate enough, Rapid's going to end up going by himself. Cold actually lurking back, so maybe they want one more elimination and then get the clean wipe.
Unfortunately, I think that might have been the play from them. I think they were trying to fake the crash pad away, and that's why Cold is still looking for some of those shots right there. And on the other side of the leaderboard, Salvatore taking down Scroll again. That's Scroll going down for the second time this game there at Slurpee Swamp. But this has got a very similar vibe to Cold and Rapid versus Mini Pio. Poor Mini Pio in that last game just kept getting chased down. Anon and Vazen, the team that they've got their eyes set on right now. And Cold looking at this fight from another angle will take down Anon quite straightforwardly as well. You can sort of see in the distance right there, Vazen is away, but nice mythic pick up there for Cold.
Oh, this could be it. This might be the game that Cold and Rapid finally pull off a first place finish in. But I do like the kind of wherewithal from Anon and Vazen to stop kind of going back to each other when they're getting rebooted. That's going to keep them from going on the cycle. Yes, they're going to be out of loot and having to start fresh, but at least they got a chance here to continue keep things going. Darm is going to go down. Demus is going to go go down as well. After a phenomenal 18 elimination victory royale, they go down in 18th place.
I thought that was going to be their moment. I thought this was going to be the start of them launching their way into that top 7, 8th place going into this game. So I'm sure Victor V and Canada will be looking at the feed very, very happy right there. Of course, they're just one spot ahead of them and only 3 or 15 points ahead of them. So they need to make this game count now as well on the complete other side of things. Boots and Oatly fighting it out against Gon and Knight. Spooks and Oatly getting involved in these fights, but no. Spooks, Oatly, both down here early game. And their hopes now, Jacob, of breaking into that top 7 have severely dwindled. They've only got one more game to do it now. And that's even if it's going to be mathematically possible for them.
Yeah, no meme intended. Knight and Gon started this game 67 points away from that top 7 spot.
Yeah.
They've already got both Darm, Demus, Oatly, and Spooks out of the way. So they have a clear path and a clear objective from here on out in this game. They really need to utilize it because that not the same results in the last and final game of the day as Koyota and Yuma. Also trying to rise up the leaderboard here. Starting the game in 16th place. They might not necessarily be fighting for a top 7, but they're fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, they are. They need it. They're going to stay in this lobby. It'd be a real shame not to see a team like Koyota and Yuma playing in the finals. We don't want to see them getting eliminated. At the very least, I want to be seeing them play tomorrow. They're just that good. They're that entertaining. They're that great to watch. And honestly, with the point differential between them and 18th place, they could really solidify their spot in those survival stage games after this game. So they have to take that on board. But Canada and Victor, what an opportunity for them.
Yeah, and you can see as you get to the 4th zone, more and more teams kind of stray away from that king, the solo player, trying to get the eliminations and just kind of play full into the long game. They don't want to get trapped. They don't want to put themselves in a bad position while reboots are turning off. So they're trying to be preemptive along with a few other teams. You see in the mini-map, there is another team based up as well. But as it stands, for Canada and Victor V, there's not too many targets in sight.
Yeah, there's not. Of course, the 2 teams below them going down. You can see the leaderboard on the right side right there. Sky and Scroll, also huge game for them. You can see Demus and Dom just tumbling down that leaderboard, of course, as well, now that they are out. And Sky and Scroll need to make this game count. North pull zone for us here, up towards Boom and Base. I think that's Yomzo and Josh that like to land up there, so not too much of a rotate for them this game, but all eyes here on Sky and Scroll. You said at the beginning of the day, Jacob, that you definitely expected these guys to qualify on through. And I think a lot of people would have definitely agreed with you. I was certainly expecting these guys to just walk away and run away with the competition. You know, first place, eliminations, low ground consistency. I thought everything played into this team's favor, but it's been quite strange to not see them play at that level here, and they still have it all to do now with 2 games to go.
Yeah, and I honestly think this is kind of like one of those moments of what are you made of?
Yeah.
Are you the best team in the world, or are you the best team just for a moment? I know we have a bunch of finalists already waiting. We've got the survival stage tomorrow. Plenty of Fortnite action still left at the Reload Elite Series Championship at the EWC 2026. But as we continue to move in this endgame, you're kind of seeing the variation of the loadouts from a lot of teams. Some have the Flowberry Fizz, some have straight shield, but I'm noticing Khan right now with that exotic pistol. That go ahead, if you're on high ground and you get tagged up with that, you just kind of float into the sky, giving you a little bit of a shockwave effect. So he definitely can disrupt everything that's going on here.
Yeah, and Khan's the sort of player that can cause disruption in these sort of box fights as well. One of those sort of players on EU that we see as a very, very strong fighter, but we haven't seen that level from him quite as much. So maybe this is the sort of mode that he can really perform in. Of course, they do find themselves inside of that top 7, but it's really, really close. But again, teams like Oatly and Spooks and Dom and Demus going down will be really good for them. So another great opportunity for them to make it through and solidify their spot in that top 7.
Seeing more and more teams here, including Acorn and Bolts, 3rd place going into this game. Not too far off from Sky Jump and Momsy, just a few points away. This game could not only turn the tides in that top 7, but at the top of the leaderboard as well, especially if anybody's looking to close the gap, but hopefully take 1st place away from Cold and Rapid. You see, look at Swizzy and Pixie here inside of the top 5. We did see them go down, I think, relatively early in that last game. but no harm, no foul, as long as they can stay within contention range.
Yeah, they've played well enough really today, haven't they, to qualify and through. It's not absolutely guaranteed right now. They don't find themselves in a really just a little solidified position. Yeah, exactly. Just need that really. The final sprint towards the end. If they can get a win here, like we saw them getting earlier on, that definitely solidifies their spot inside of that top 7. And I've been really impressed with how they played today. They haven't been consistent necessarily, but they've shown us what they're about in terms of those big moments that Swizzy and Pixie seem to find themselves in quite consistently.
Taking a look at the leaderboard here. This is a live leaderboard as well. Kanata, Victor V, 1 point away from moving up into 6th place. We've got to take a look at Faded and Khan, Josh and Iyamzo. I know Vivid was kind of giving credit to a few teams. Josh and Iyamzo may not have scored the most points in one of those last games, but they definitely made it to the end game, eventually going down to either Kanata and Victor V or Oatly. Either way, just goes to show how close the actual leaderboard is for the spots that matter. Momsy Sky Jump, they found the spot in towards the zone. They're just trying to make sure it's the spot that they actually want.
Yep, more than happy with this positioning from them. And I do feel like we haven't seen loads from Iyamzo and Josh. They've just sort of been very consistent. Sort of looking at their placements, their worst game was a 20th and a 14th. The rest of them were top 6s, and they've sort of been hovering around that 6th, 5th, and 4th region throughout the entire of the day. So they're playing the format really well. You know, playing those consistent games. It's not like a 6-game format or a 5-game format where you can have one big pop-off and everything changes. But as I close on out here in 7th zone, that is now Reboot disabled. So Victor V and Kanada, the pressure is on. 0 eliminations for them right now. The world is watching. Can they move themselves up the leaderboard in this prime opportunity to make their way and stay inside of that top 7?
Saw Pops there on the side, cheering his boy on. Acorn getting elimination on the 7. Sky and Scroll, and I think this is almost a little bit of a different pace from Sky and Scroll. If they've been paying any attention at all, you look at the feed, you kind of realize your closest competition is out of the game already. And on Basin dropping down below, they're just trying to take this moment. 3-2-1, the double shots on the Basin, knowing a knot's not there. There's only so much pressure he can hold on to. But as he go ahead and reunites with his teammate, that's going to stop the roll of Sky and Scroll. And they're even now looking up. They're making sure that they have all options covered.
Well, remember, they won the game from height, right? So why not have a look while it's looking pretty free? Salvador and his teammate Yasin is looking to try and spray them in the back. Swizzy and Pixie still alive and well in this game as well. They don't need much, they just need a solid placement. They need a solid game to keep their way inside of that top 7. Of course, 4th place right now. Salvatore, they're going down in the feed. Not going to be able to get rebooted right now either, so disaster for that team, now down to a solo.
Yeah, for Enact and Sauco, though, just playing for their tournament live, literally 1 spot away from being eliminated in these group stages. They will not go down without a fight. Neither will Sky and Scroll, neither were Cold and Rapid for that matter, even though they are 7 eliminations, 1st place. Remember, I want to see them kind of pull off the win as they take down Yasin. That's another team sent back to the lobby. 14 teams remain. There's somebody running around as a solo right now.
Yeah, that was a great shot though there from Cold and Rapid. Kanada, Victor V find their first of the game. That was in Acts right there going down. So that's that team entirely out right now. That's his team in 17. So important that the teams below them don't keep making their way up. Kanada and Victor V, I feel like I've played this game really well here, Jacob. They understand the gravity of the situation. They need to keep moving up those standings. Opportunities for them to keep doing so. Cold and Rapid, the team that doesn't need to move up, but are going to keep doing so anyway. They've been super consistent. 8 eliminations here going into this endgame. Because for them right now, it's not just about qualifying through. It's not just about this individual game. It's about proving that they are a team to watch in the finals as well.
What everybody came to see. Who's one of the best teams in Fortnite as of now, but Rapid actually gets knocked by Momsy, Pixie, Swizzy staying ahead of the curve. Sky Jump going to be able to clean up that elimination as well. There's a lot of loot left behind for Swizzy and Pixie. They're just taking their time right now as Cold finds an elimination onto Josh. He does have the Mythic Iron Pump. 1 pumps are possible, and that's going to be his 9th elimination of the game as Josh gets cleaned up by somebody else. So he gets the points, but no reward.
Important situation here for Cold. A lot of the best teams here this first 2 days have been teams that can solo clutch. We've seen it from you previously, Cole. Can you reignite some of that magic yet again as Sky and Scroll playing these mid-ground layers as well? This is a team that's outside of that top 7 right now. They still need to break their way in. and they're a team that can find consistency. 0 eliminations for them right now, but they're so efficient at using all of their materials. You can see them editing a lot of these cones, getting towards that front side, looking for a spray down here as well as the materials continue to dwindle. Sky looking for an opportunity. Cole getting absolutely beamed from all sorts of angles and goes down. That's our first place team out.
Hopefully somebody could try to continue to close the gap, but for Sky and Skrull, they're doing just that. Gon and Knight up above. Again, all the direct competition is in this game in terms of 6th place, 7th place. Sky and Skrull, Knight and Gon. This is the game that truly matters if you want any control of your destiny at the end of the day. And right now, they're really not looking back. They don't want to go ahead and end this game with no regrets. And Sky and Skrull, yet again, they end the run of Elite. That is another team inside of the bubble that not a lot of points to build that cushion yet.
They're not just getting their own points to get there, they're also thwarting the other players and other teams that are inside of that top 7. They are forging their own path into qualification directly into the finals right here. Lots of pressure from different areas, but I'm under no concern at the moment. Acorn there down to Knight. Gon and Knight doing a very good job at continuing to apply that pressure all the way up in the Sky right now. Sky Jump still in the lobby as well. Momsey, only their 3rd elimination of the game. We've seen them get so many before, but they're playing things out right now. Momsey is now down to a solo as well.
Yeah, you see him trying to lurk around. There was a shockwave back there, but I don't think he spotted it just yet. He's more worried about somebody else trying to break into his box. But right now, he's just basically playing Disruptor with his spot already secured in finals. He can only end runs here, but they peek through at the perfect time. They get a shot. He gets flanked yet again. Oh my God, Sky staying alive, taking down Momsey, the Siphon, the Medkit. He needs this.
Solo clutch time for Sky. This is your time. This is your time to put your team on your back. How can he do this? AGAL are watching. He goes down, but squeezes out so many extra placement points for his team right there.
Definitely closing the gap, but we still got Kanata in this game, taking down Mini Pio. Swizzy and Pixie underneath. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Acorn and Bolts, forcing him outside of the zone, tick by tick. The zone is there. He finds the Slurp Truck outside of the box, thinking for Bolts. I think he hit a zipline as well, but he finally goes down. Swizzy and Pixie, they may have got surprised, but it wasn't too big of one.
Swizzy and Pixie are back. We've seen them have big games. Now let's have another one from them here on the low ground. Khan, a team that do find themselves just inside of that top 7 right now. Solo clutch opportunity for one of those fraggers in the lobby that you expect big things from, but Fukun shuts him down in this endgame. Swizzy and Pixie trying to find their positioning on the low ground. Gon trying to solo clutch here as well as Swizzy finds Knight. Fukun on the other side of the wall chucks a big shot to Swizzy, and they're the only duo left in this, but maybe it's down to a solo. If Swizzy can't get out of this position, it's awkward, it's tough. Swizzy is able to go down right now, but Pixie's able to take him out. It's Gon against Pixie in a 1v1 for the match. Pixie down on low, has the health advantage, goes on up, misses the shot, and Gon hits it. Pixie and Swizzy go down, and Knight and Gon. A game that was so needed for them, Jacob. They didn't just have a good game, they had a great game.
Starting this one in 12th place. They needed it just like you said, and they delivered. I knew there was something about him teaching me a couple of those emotes that would definitely work out in the end of the day. I found a new friend, and friends celebrate friends.
That's what it's about, and that's what they needed right now. It's going to shake up the standings so much. It's going to keep things interesting, as it has been throughout the entire day, going into our 10th and final game here of Group B. So many storylines to break down going into this final game. Will we see some of our bigger teams not make it into that top 7? Who will end up getting their keys crushed at the end of the day? So much on the line right now, but that game for Gon and Knight played this really well. Look at this from Gon, playing back inside of that storm. Swizzy, of course, went down. Pixie drops him into the box. I thought for sure that Pixie was going to be able to take him out, but of course that Siphon kept him alive. Swizzy misses, or Pixie misses the shot. And of course he can close it on out with a nice hit of his own. And that's just what you need to do. It's those ice in the veins moments in those final standings of the game. Oh my goodness. Nice.
We got it in there, just celebrating yet again. Knight and Gon. These guys deserve all the credit in the world, because before this game, remember the one prior, they were putting themselves to the test, getting Elim after Elim on Anon and Vazen just to go ahead and try to close that gap. And now early on in this one, we saw Demus and Darm go down. We saw Oatley and Spooks go down. And those are the teams that were kind of in the direct competition outside outside of that bubble, and that was their perfect chance to close the gap, and they did. But also good credit, Sky and Scroll, phenomenal performance when they need it most. Mini, Pio, and Fukun, either one of these guys figure out a way to clutch up, and they do it for another top finish in that game.
Yeah, Mini, Pio, Fukun, they just haven't been able to find that consistency today, but the big games they've been having have been extortionately big indeed. They just need to find that little bit of magic here at the very last game. But we have got to take a short while right now before we get into our last and final game of the day. It's going to be electric, so don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
I mean, that last game, Monster, these players are delivering on the hype.
What an incredible game. AGAL once again stepping up. You saw Sky really pushing the limits there, but the tournament overall here has been neck and neck, and I'm sure anyone watching here and at home are feeling it.
Well, yeah, let's talk about AGAL for a second, because that game means so much for them. Of course, the expectations for Sky and Scroll today was to come through and dominate. It hasn't quite been that, but the day's not over. They can still secure a space, and that space is so important, especially after the Crossfire mishap today. Knocked out of that game. The club championship means so much to that team. They're relying on the Fortnite duo to make it happen.
And I gotta say, talk about the runway opening up, competition 6 and 7 falling, and then other players jumping on over. So as we lead into the last game, I'm anticipating about 4 spots might be available. And you know, after 10 games of Fortnite, if you're up in the top 7, you deserve it. That's how I feel.
I mean, I'm with you, man. We've had enough Fortnite be played. I feel like that game was just a game for the bubble teams, man.
Yeah.
Sky and Scroll, one of them, did a lot there. But you look at the Asians, Mini Poyo and Fukun, they had a phenomenal game right there to push themselves up. Golden Knight, I mean, they could have had a better game, winning that one from outside of the top 7. Again, all of these teams, we were already bigging up how close it was, how tight it was on that leaderboard. These guys are making it even tighter.
Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, it is going to come down to performance. We've seen a lot of folks come up short when they had these leads, when they had opportunities. And now, even with the club points, you got to think about it. There's a little bit more on the line here.
It's going to get very exciting in this Oscar. And of course, it's not over for the teams that don't make it into the top 7. They get a chance at Survival Day. But I think a lot of the players on the stage, at least from the ones I've been looking at, I was peeking over, looking at Sky for a second. I think a lot of these guys would appreciate the day off, right? They want to make themselves, you know, straight into that final. Give yourself the day off to recover.
Yeah, and you can see even from the reactions, those live and pair shots down in the corner, the family, the friends, the fans, everyone is really feeling the emotion of what's going on here, and they're wearing it on their sleeves. But at the end of the day, Levin, I don't know how it's going to go down. I do think I know someone that is, and that's our casters.
That's right. But here we go, Jacob. This is the time for all of our teams that are outside of that top 7 to break their way into it as much as they possibly can. For our teams that are on the lower end of the leaderboard, it's about survival. It's about staying in the competition. And even for the teams at the very top, Cold and Rapid, it's about proving why they deserve to be in that position.
Yeah, 479 points, 207 points off elims. That is almost double everyone else in the game. Wow. It's just their placement, unable to get a win. That worries me, but at least they made it to the finals. But when you look down, 7th place, Yamzo and Josh representing Elite Esports, 318 points. That's only a 19-point lead. That's what scares me a little bit. You could throw Victor V and Kanata in that as well, because how well everybody, honestly, that bottom 5 have been playing to close out the day.
Yeah, they've really just taken the final few games here and really just grasped them because they need to at this point. It's not just about getting a good start, it's about getting a good finish right here. And for Sky and Scroll, we've seen them have wobbles in final games on LAN, of course, most recently the Summit, getting landed on and getting taken out. So for them, they're going to try and put that aside and qualify on through here into the top 7 with not the performance that everyone was expecting, but realistically, it doesn't matter. These don't count. These points don't count when it comes to the finals. It's a completely clean new leaderboard. As you take a look at the other side of things, unfortunately, the less exciting side for the teams that are down there in the bottom 3. They've still got it all to do. I feel like there's a couple there that probably are just out of reach, but Enact and Salco, it's a big game for them because they're the team that realistically could be the ones that drop in.
Yeah, if they go down here without any points, that bottom 3 teams, it's going to be like sharks in the water. They're just going to be chomping at the bits to try to go ahead and take that spot away. But you can kind of see down that leaderboard, you got Oatly, you got Spooks, you got Darm, Demas. Both of these guys have already proved that they can put up big points in big games when it matters. But they not only need to put up those points, they might need to start thinking about taking out their nearest competition towards that bubble.
Yeah, that's something to think about as well. Will teams now start to try and push the teams that are above them just to try and get them out of the lobby? Because, of course, yes, you do have reboots, but if you take out the duo entirely, they are out, and that is them gone in that game. So going to be excited to see how things play out in that side of things as well. Shout out to Victor V and Canada as well. What a performance from them in that last game, making it into that end game. We're speaking to sort of Pops earlier on as well. Barney was, and he was sort of saying, yeah, it takes them a little while to grow into the tournaments, and it's nice to see them in that top 7 right now. But this is really where your mettle gets tested. How can you hold on out? How can you stay strong in this final game? And how can you hold on through?
We'll see who can hold on and who will let go, because the last match of the day, Group B, who goes home, who goes to the survival stage, and who advances to the Reload Championship EWC 2026.
So much at stake. Rapid there gets the first elimination. You can see him looking to try and actually landing at a slightly different drop spot right here, of course, as well. Trying to take down, oh my goodness. It's a disaster for the duo in last place, but oh no, Rapid down here early on to Anon. A team that aren't really in too much trouble down there at the bottom of the leaderboard, but even just for the confidence sake as well, Jacob, you know, for Anon and Vazen, they haven't had the best day. They've had moments of decency, but nothing too crazy. So I think just proving to the world that they can do it is going to be as important as, of course, getting a decent game here.
Yeah, you can see Rapid kind of filling himself with the outfit choice.
Yeah.
Triple T, that can get spotted out from anywhere. But I also did see Sky Scroll get an early elimination onto Bolt. So again, they're in contention of that last and final 7th place spot. Maybe even more depending how things go. As you see here, mini-map spread out all around. Rather typical gameplay. Not too many solos pushing around. It's the teams that are trying to jump on people not paying attention.
Yeah, Sky and Scroll were a team that didn't have too many of those eliminations early game. Last game, they went into the end game with not too many at all, if any. And they're the sort of team that I was fully expecting to be more W key focused going into today. But look at this, gone. Is gone, unfortunately, having to get rebooted. Knight you can see in the distance right there as well. It's an important game for them as well. What a performance in that last one, picking up the win. They need something similar in this last game just to try and boost their way up and break into that top 7. Because they're a team, again, that can have those big moments. We've seen it already today, and they want to showcase that in finals.
And you can kind of see that Gon is just going through the ringer right now. He's trying to get some loot, but they're already closing the distance, trying to push him. So Knight has no choice but to disengage, create distance, and stay alive here as a solo. But Spooks, Oakley, they also trying to join this fight. They need it as well. It may not be down to just a victory royale for them, so they need to combine with eliminations, but this definitely puts them in a tough spot. Spooks doing a good job from up above, landing a couple shots on the Momsy, but now he's in the palm of his hands. A couple of misses there for Spooks is going to allow for Momsy to finally clean that one up. Oakley is now going to be left by himself looking to survive.
That was an awkward fight, but Momsy did the job, which is important. Oakley just inside of this box right now. He's got a couple of different angles to try and cover. As Momsy sky jump, look to try and close this one out there. Darm in the feed going down. So it's an important game for them as well. They find themselves outside of the top 7. Oakley looking to try and get some return fire onto Momsy and Skyjump, but unable to connect right now. Spooks goes down again. That's tonight. That's another team in the air. So Oakley desperately has to try and stay alive right now to keep his hopes of getting into that top 7 alive. And oh no, Oakley down, but of course, it looks as though Spooks is able to get the reboot just about in time.
A couple of misses from Momsy is literally the difference from a full wipe and Spooks getting back in this game. A little help from Night and Gone as well. They've been disrupting this whole thing, but Spooks now towards the back, stays alive just long enough for Oatly to now get back, but this is a tough final game in the day. At least they know in the back of their head they do got tomorrow, but if you want any shot at that top 7, you have to start pulling it back.
It's a horrible, never-ending cycle for Oatly and Spooks right now because, yeah, one of them gets rebooted, then the other one goes down and they get rebooted. It's absolutely it's horrible to try and play in as Khan and Faded are out as well, so that's one of our top 7 teams now completely down and out of this last game. They're going to have to watch on as all the teams below them try and chase down their position inside of that top 7. Disaster for that duo. Momsy Skyjumper, not a team that are in too much danger really. 3rd place on the leaderboard right now. Panzer goes down right there to Rapid and Cold as well. Looking to try and find yet another elimination. 3rd of this game so far. And they just keep plowing on. They just keep the train going. It never seems like they ever give up. They never just chill. They never take a step back. They're always on the front foot.
Yeah, he's just literally flying around in this game. We saw him land on the full western coast of the map, and now we see them all the way towards the north, just kind of rotating around where the eliminations bring them. Panzer's going to go down. Yapko doesn't have too many players pushing him, so he should still be able to survive. Mini PO towards the side, probably trying to buy time, along with Demus, who got quickly cleaned up by Swizzy and Pixie. They got their 3rd elimination of this game, and they're just fighting to secure their spot in the actual finals with a couple more points, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in those finals if they do indeed make it. Because they've shown us today that they can win games. They've shown us today that they have that resilience to keep going when things aren't necessarily going their way. So excited to see what Swizzy and Pixie do end up doing when it comes to that side of things. Rapid and Cold continue their momentum in this game. That's their 4th of this game. Hands are there going down. You got a feel for those guys as well. They're not in danger of dropping out completely right here, but they're very firmly in between, I guess you could say, of that bottom 3 and that top 7. You see Yuma there up on top. Rapid losing a lot of HP right now, so Cold having to try and get back towards his teammate. Koyota and Yuma are a team that are just trying to solidify their spot in the survival stage, and Rapid goes down. Cold looking to have a try to do a solo clutch of his own. There's Yuma going down. It's all about Koyota now versus Cold. Huge shot returned there from Koyota. Cold has no whites though, so just gonna have to try and buy as much time as possible to try and get Rapid back in this game. Koyota into the box, takes down Cold, but crucially, it's only a knock.
Hey, you need miracles, and Koyota will give you miracles. 171 points is where they started in this game. They probably need a ton of eliminations, but that is just the start. Cold did buy enough time for Rapid to get back in the game, and you can kind of see where they ended up in the exact spots where they got a couple eliminations in the early game.
Yeah, they've been... We haven't really seen them in that position, I suppose, throughout today. You know, going down, having to sort of clutch up, going back into the storm. Because for them, I suppose, yeah, they're in 1st place. So they also want to maintain that. You want to be the team that's crushing those keys at the end of the day. You want to show, quite literally, that you are the top dogs in this lobby. So that's what they're fighting for right now. They do have a decent enough lead, of course, 76 points, but that can be turned around if they're able to go down early on right here. Darman Demon still in the game as well. Gon goes down. Knight left as a solo. Yasin and Salvatore are the team that take down Gon. Cold there in the feed going down again, so their game's been really rough, but Salvatore and Yasin, this is a team that they're, again, in that sort of middle zone, but again, it's about confidence, it's about momentum, it's about carrying that thought process into tomorrow.
This is where Gon just got eliminated by Salvatore, and we're already in the 4th zone. So I'm already questioning where he's going to get loot from. And then you add in the fact that they're in the center of the zone. And then he's going to spawn relatively close to above where Knight is currently positioned at. So good luck to him, not only trying to get back in the game, but getting into a position. They got a big moment ahead of them. They just got to figure out what way to capitalize and really get back into this. For Yassine and Salvatore, they're the ones just trying to grab a couple eliminations and rise up the leaderboard as well.
Yep, even if it's just for the mentality's sake, you might as well make the most of it. We've seen a lot of our teams going into competitions, and for Salvatore and Yassine, they need to try and do that in the survival stage. Oatly there in the feed going down as well. They've had a really rough time earlier on in this game. They haven't been able to get the momentum going. And for Salvatore and Yassine, this is difficult for them because they're just trying to find a little bit of loot, a little bit of those materials. but they do find themselves in the zone, so they shouldn't have to worry too much right now.
Yeah, they started this game 13th place, 228 points. I should say 243 now with those 5 eliminations. Still need to continue look to close the gap, because between them, Oatly Spooks, Darm Demas, Mini Pio, Fukun, and everybody else that are outside of the top 7, that's where the gap starts to get built. Jump on board Kanata and Victor V, 6th place to start this one, 321 points. Those 2 eliminations are definitely going to try to help them separate themselves and the rest of the pack down below.
I really like this position as well, just sort of towards the north of Lockdown Lighthouse. Trying to get another elimination to add to the tally as well. Not able to get one right there, but looking at the way the map sort of shapes up here, they're very much on their own, which is exactly the position that they want to find themselves in. Sky and Scroll. This is Sky, looking for angles. Trying to find an opportunity right now to get a big beam onto Salvatore. Gets spotted out though, so Sky's not able to find one. Yassine and Salvatore, they've been very, very aggressive in a lot of these fights. Middle East versus EU. Who's going to come out on top? Sky and Scroll haven't been at their best when it comes to these mid-game fights as of right now. Sky very, very weak on the left side of the screen. Scroll looks as though he's just going to use this opportunity to disengage. Yassine and Salvatore are going to try and get on the wall of the 2-time back-to-back FNCS Major Champion. And Sky's doing a very good job at staying alive right here, and Yassine is just not able to find that final shot. Can he now? Great shot there, return from Sky. Holding out and holding on to this position and to his spot in the game right now. And for Yassine and Salvatore, they're wasting time right now, really. You know, they need to take down Sky as soon as possible. Opportunity was forming right there, but couldn't quite get the shotgun out in time.
Yeah, I think they're realizing this is taking a lot longer than they would hope. We're now in the 6th zone, so I think Scroll made the right decision to abandon ship, but Sky needs to start to figure it out. He's on the clock here to try to figure out a way towards the zone. We already have one disengaging. Yassine is going to get knocked. You talked about one being out of the HP. Well, he is as well. Sky looking over the top. He gets the elimination for the Siphon, but now he's in the line of sight of Salvatore. He goes back to the scene of the crime, trying to finish off that elimination, but Scroll is here as well. They realize we have a strength in numbers. We need to figure out a way out. We have about a minute to go.
Scroll just puts it in reverse right there. Initially, he was like, yeah, I'm just going to get out. You can reboot. Scroll says, actually, you stayed alive. They're smiling about it. They're happy that they can still stay in this game as a duo, which could be so, so crucial for them, because remember, this is a team that do need to break into that top 7, which sounds crazy to say here for a team like Sky and Scroll, but that fight right there could have been absolutely vital in them actually qualifying on through here if they end up doing it.
A lot of questions about these guys here.
Yep.
We did see Gon go down in the 4th zone, I do believe it was. And Knight was doing a good job, was able to bring him back in the game, and now look at him. You almost would never guess outside of the materials. But we already got the club championship that is kind of so important for this last week, and Fortnite could literally be the difference between 1st and 2nd place between Team Falcons and AGAL.
I absolutely love it. You know, it adds extra stakes to the competition. Eyes are all on Sky and Scroll. Team Falcons, of course, we saw their little wobble in a couple of the other games as well. So it's opportunities all across the board. AGAL fans are looking on to Sky and Scroll to be that points-grabbing team, the team in Fortnite that can really solidify their spot at that 1st place. But remember, Falcons, they have Peter Botpoya. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the final. So for Sky and Scroll, they've just got to make it here, and they don't find themselves in top 7 right now.
Oh no, Mini Pio, Darm Demas, Sky, a lot of the people in contention have just lost one of their 2 members of the team. This is pressure like any other, but at least they're in the top 15. Placement points are starting to set in, but can you stay alive long enough to be the difference maker? Because Josh Yamzo, Victor V, Kanata, they're all still up, and they're all still together as Darm has just been eliminated.
Darm out, Scroll still in. We've seen Scroll solo clutch so many times, from the FNCS Summit to the FNCS Majors. So many times Sky and Scroll have relied on big solo clutches from either of them. But Scroll, you've got your team on your back right now. You've got Sky on your back. You've got AGAL on your back. It's time to make that count.
Yeah, even with a spot essentially guaranteed in the survival stage if they don't make it. We know this team. They're used to winning entire tournaments. They don't want to fall short of expectations here, as everybody else probably in that same boat. Kanata and Victor V, they're in 6th place 333 points and counting. And this is a team that's trying to play a sound game. Kanata looking on the other side of the wall, and he finds the elimination, the siphon, everything they need to make themselves stronger.
Really great patience right there from Victor V. You can see the nerves are not getting to him right now, and how crucial could that be in terms of their success in this endgame. Huge amount of materials refreshed from that position right there as well. Bolts and Acorn, team that we haven't really seen too much in the last few games. They've been showing up right now in this endgame. 2 eliminations to their name. The RPG in hand as well. They're looking to cause absolute havoc. They're the team that definitely inside of that top 7 already, so they can have some fun right here. And Salvatore and Yassine find themselves up on high. They're not here to ensure that they don't just get eliminated. They're here to try and break into that top 7 if it is even mathematically possible.
Hey, they just need a couple of eliminations. It is definitely possible. It's just probability might be a whole nother question. Got everybody lurking underneath, trying to follow underneath the radar so they don't go down. See Yapko in the distance. Replay here of Skyjump and Momsy just taking them out of the lobby entirely.
Nice positioning here from Scroll, getting towards that front side every single time, but no, Canada is down, gone, and Knight takes him out. But Victor V is still alive. He has to do it all as a solo. This is your time. Hops was hyping you up earlier. This is time to clutch. And for Scroll, he's only down to 17 HP, and now he's down and out. Is that going to be enough?
I'm not sure it's enough. Sky and Scroll might have just been forced down into the survival stage by Salvatore and Yassine. They need a little bit more points. They're the ones I'm talking about that need eliminations with the Victory Royale, but it is still possible, even more so with Sky and Scroll out of their path. We saw Kanata go down as well. Victor V might still be up, but Josh and Yamzo is the other team. They started this game in 7th place. They are literally on the line.
This is their time. Josh and Iomzo, they've been under the radar for a lot of today, but they've been very, very consistent. And now that consistency really needs to pay off. Just one more game, boys. And for Fukun, he's got the team on his back here as well, just to try and find their way into that top 7. Look who's on height, though. The French favorites, Momsy and Skyjump, looking on down at the rest of the lobby. They want to end as they began, with a victory royale here in Game 10.
I could have closed my eyes and just listened to the crowd and figured out who this was on high ground. They go crazy every single time, just like Fukun. This guy is holding on to their chances single-handedly as Victor V finds another elimination, but he instantly burns through a lot of those siphon materials just to stay alive here. With teams in front, this is where you really separate the difference between players here. As Gone and Knight, they're the ones that are in the path as well. They're the ones that you really have to watch out for in the rest of this endgame.
Gone and Knight, they need to try and break into it. This is a good game for them. They've had a big one just recently as well. Can they have another 5 eliminations for them? They're trying to get into the box. Salco does a decent amount of damage, but he does escape. Gone, unfortunately, going down to the storm. Knight has to try and make his way in. Goes for height here as well, but only one build. Has to settle for low ground, and so weak in the process. Iomzo losing Josh here as well. This is an awkward situation for him now.
There are way more than enough points on the board for them to try to catch up until now. Gone and Knight have just been eliminated as well. I'm not even sure who's still in contention here, but for Yamzo, he just wants to end on top. Victor V wants to make sure that there's no regrets left after today's games, but it's Fukun here. This is the story. 320 points. He has the entire support of an entire region on his back right now. Can he do it?
Looking at that height, but decides to go back down towards the low ground. He's got a few builds to work with as well. Zone pulling over towards that west, gets ahead of everyone else as well, but he's got to be careful. A couple of teams there down on the low ground, and this is awkward here for Fukun, trying to play sneaky in between all these builds. Only 2 builds on his own. There goes Iomzo as well. That Skyjump, the crowd go crazy right there. Victor V goes down right there as well to another solo in Fukun. He's going crazy right now in amongst all the chaos.
That's literally their next competition. That isn't team inside of the bubble that's out. Fukun with everything on the line here. A solo towards the bottom. He takes down Skyjump. He is trying to qualify directly to the finals. We are witnessing history in the making.
What a shot there from Fukun to keep him in the game. Pixie's weak. He has to retreat. Fukun down on low, still trying to keep himself in the game. 1 HP, needs to find the shot. Aoxy on the wall, and Jojo and Aoxy will find themselves the victory royale. Is that going to be enough to launch them out of that bottom 3? Huge game for them, but for Fukun, Talk about carrying the nation on your back, proving why you belong on the LAN stage. What a clutch from him.
A serious clutch deserves serious props. I'm not sure if he got enough points to make it into the top 7, but I'm sure if he does make it in, he has to be one of the most celebrated players on the day, coming from a region that nobody really gives 2 looks at any given moment. And he was taking down Victor V. He took down Skyjump. He was taking down Titans of the game in order to make that one happen.
Oh, I love it. What a solo clutch. You can see what it means to them there as well. I mean, what a performance from Eoxy and Jojo as well, a team that were down on that lower section of the leaderboard throughout a lot of today. And we saw it yesterday. Winning that last game has proved so important, and has it proved important again for this team right here?
Yeah, Eoxy and Jojo Fishy, I believe to start that game, were either in the bottom 3 or around the bottom 3. And if you guys don't know, top 7 go to finals, the middle 10 go to the survival stage, and the bottom 3 go home. And for Jojo Fishy and Eoxy, a 6 elimination victory royale. You gotta be crossing your fingers and hope that's enough to keep your dreams alive at EWC.
It's all about that leaderboard, of course. Who would have made their way into that top 7? Was that solo clutch from Fukun enough to put them in those finals straight away? For a team like Sky and Scroll, a day to forget. They've now got to dust themselves off and come back tomorrow with a fresh mind, a fresh approach to how they play, because they must have learned a lot today, but also a little bit of shock from them, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, players like Mini Pio, Fukun probably coming up with a huge amount of swagger, whether they made it to the finals or they have to go again tomorrow in the survival stage. You had Gone and Knight as well throughout the course of that game, trying to put everything to the test. And honestly, it was just very interesting because at one point or another, we saw so many teams both inside of that bubble and outside lose one of those players.
Yeah.
So I feel like almost everybody who may have qualified into the top 7 in this game specifically has to at least thank one player for solo clutching.
Yeah, Victor V, I mean, you know, what a performance from him there at the end. So much talk about his potential, so much talk about what he can do in the game. And it's the moments right there where you have to prove why you've been given that status, prove why there's people talking about you, prove that right there he can put the team on his back and solo clutch. Because they, remember, they were in that sort of top 7 going into that last game, so they just needed a good game. And the way that they played that entire game was super strong. Even Spooks and Oatly defied expectations, I think you have to say, from especially, of course, Oatly's first LAN, quite famously his first LAN. They don't look too pleased, but let's have a look at this leaderboard. He's done it!
What?
Fukun and Mini Poyo! They make their way into the top 7 via a huge solo clutch from Fukun.
He deserves all the credit in the world. He may not have won that game, but tonight he is definitely going to feel like a winner. We also have Elite Esports Josh Diamzo. We got Dignitas, his Victor V and Kanata. And again, Victor V with a solo clutch.
Huge moments for Victor V right now. I know Pops is in the background, absolutely vibing. He's loving it right there. Cold and Rapid, though, what a performance from them overall on the day there. The team that we were looking at as one of the better teams in the lobby, and they delivered right there with a huge performance, even with a little bit of a wobble in that last game, going down a lot earlier. It didn't matter.
Got to see AGAL, Sky and Scroll in 10th place. We will see them tomorrow in the survival stage along with Darm and Demas again. One of them going down, forcing the other one to play as a solo. They were the team that got the 18 elimination victory royale, but by then they were already kind of down, but at least they're not out.
And look at that for Eoxy and Jojo.
They did it!
They did it. That win actually propelled them out of that bottom 3. So for teams like Enact and Salco, they drop on down. 7 and Enact, as we saw those guys going down a lot earlier in those latter games. So it wasn't the day to remember for those guys either. Those guys will be going home. So it's really, really difficult for them. But what a performance from some of our top teams here.
Yeah, definitely was a performance to remember for some and a moment to forget for others. But a moment we will not forget here is Barney has our leaders of today's games on stage.
One thing that we look for here in the Gadia City grid above all else is consistency, and these guys have it in spades. Cold, Rapid, congratulations for securing the top spot in Group B and securing your spot as well into the finals the day after tomorrow. Quickly, let's have a chat. 5 top 5 finishes. Like I said, that consistency you proved throughout the entire day. Has that kind of set the tone for you now going into the finals? Has that given you a little bit more confidence?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we knew we were going to do this good, and we showed it here, so we're just planning on doing that in finals too.
Definitely did. I mean, even in the games where you didn't secure those, higher placement points, you're still just getting eliminations. You're just providing that extra consistency on 3 different occasions, double-digit eliminations, which is amazing to see. Tell us a little bit about the dynamic between you guys, right? So you've got, I'm guessing, Rapid, your IGL. So you just kind of let Cole do his thing, secure as many eliminations as he can, and run back. What about, tell us a little bit from your perspective, the dynamic.
It's honestly just a great game plan from Rapid. He sets me up for all the kills that I get, and thanks to this guy right here.
Thanks to that guy right there, repping Twisted Minds as well, so congratulations. Now, let's get to the fun bit, right? We're here to crush some keys, aren't we? I bet you guys are excited. So, let's set the scene a little bit. These 3 keys we got in front, we've got Snow and Mohamed. We've got Seven and Ashadas, and we've also got Enact and Salco from Fnatic. Any surprises in there, or...?
No words.
Fair point. Okay, now before we do this, I'm going to get you, Rapid, to open up the iris and show the nasty teeth that's going to be crushing up these keys. Go for it, Rapid. Okay. That one was eager to jump in. Okay, so before we now throw this down, is there anything that you would like to say to the eliminated teams?
Have a safe flight home.
Have a safe flight home. I love that. Okay, buddy. Pull on that handle in 3, 2, 1. And just like that, 3 teams have been eliminated from the Fortnite Reload Championship. That means 6 teams in total, leaving 34 still in the race. Tomorrow in the survival stage, 20 will duke it out for those 6 remaining spots in the final. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Once again, congratulations to Cole and Cold and Rapid from Twisted Minds. And for now, let's head back to the studio to round out day 2 of the group stage.
Thank you, Barney. And yes, that key was eager to just get absolutely crushed. One key that didn't want to get crushed is none other than Ioxy and Jojo Fishy, because when they needed to clutch up Vivid, they did just that and were able to just get themselves out of the bottom 3.
Listen, we kind of saw the reactions as well from that game. It was like, all right, well, we're not going to go home, but today was still, a little bit of a stinker, as Levin would kind of call it. But yeah, clutching up that so that way they get the opportunity to kind of play tomorrow and have another opportunity to make it into the finals. It was great to see them kind of get that last game win.
Also, that last game win is going to give them an opportunity to VOD review, see what they did right. Maybe there was just certain rotations, maybe it was just a zone pull, but obviously something changed for them in that game. So an opportunity for them to kind of review and come back in tomorrow with a fresh mindset.
Yeah, they're going to need that, man. They're going to need that. I mean, as far as those last couple of games go, man, I don't know how much there is really to review out of them. They sort of spiraled into just utter chaos. You had so many teams, I think, realizing almost that you actually just had to just fight your way into a qualification spot, right? And so regardless of today, clean slate, tomorrow, you're running it back again.
That's the beauty about it, right? Especially when we go to survival stage, it is going to be a clean slate. Everybody's going to get a chance to start 0. And there we have the top 7 teams that are going to be moving on to the match point finals. And Mini Pio and Fukun were able to jump up all the way from 10th place to 7th place.
Listen, I got to go ahead and chase those guys down, man, because I need another woo from those guys, right? They got the game win today. Now they got the qualification. Just barely skimmed by there. You can see an 8-point difference, not only between them, but Gone and Night, Khan and Faded there as well. So a great clutch. It all came down to that last game, actually a solo effort there at the very last moment. Great to see one of these smaller region teams kind of make it in out of Group B.
And they've been pretty consistent throughout the entire day, and we've actually seen a lot of smaller regions really step up. Gone and Night just barely missing out in that moment, and you actually could see the moment that they were eliminated and they knew that they might not be in contention. But same reaction from Mini Pio and Fukun where they went down, but you could tell that they were cheering. We thought for a second that they thought they won, but then we realized, oh wait, no, they qualified into 7th place.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, right? It was Fukun in that last game, but Mini Pio himself had plenty of clutch moments where, again, you're just doing enough to keep your team in the competition, and sometimes that's what it's all about.
And I'm looking, Levin, at that 8th place for Gone and Night for Furia. Even though they had 2 victory royales today, it just wasn't good enough. That consistency wasn't there.
I mean, these games have been brutal, right? when you look at some of the teams here on the second page, the likes of a Dharm and Deemish, the likes of an Oatly and Spooks, these guys have put on a show for us at times today, and ultimately it's just not enough. You have to be way more consistent to really make it in here.
Yeah, it's really, really a shame for Oatly and Spooks. I mean, we saw throughout the day, we were getting like chat messages in from some of the platforms, and so many people were kind of rooting on Oatly, and that's because they were constantly around that 7th and 8th place. But I'm going to go ahead and read out their placements in these last 2 games. In match number 9, 17th place with a single elimination. And then in match number 10, 16th with 0 eliminations. They effectively got like 0 points in those last 2 games. Outside of that, they were going to qualify.
I think a lot of it actually was due to they seem to have a much bigger advantage with Elite Stronghold than they did with Slurp Rush. So I'm wondering if maybe they were necessarily preparing just for one map over the other. And hopefully they'll be able to kind of look back onto why Slurp Rush was causing them some issues. It could just be the teams that were landing around them. And obviously with it being tomorrow, it's a whole new set of teams that are going to be landing near them and maybe a whole new set of opportunities.
A lot of opportunities are going to be available tomorrow. But the thing is that going into tomorrow, the survival stage, for groups, we have had top 7. For tomorrow during survival stage, it's going to get a lot harder because it's only going to be the top 6 that are going to be moving on to the match point finals. And if there's anything that we saw so far, especially in Group A and now in Group B, is that we do have some of those duos that are going to sponge up a lot of points. Going into tomorrow, is there any duo, Vivid, that you think is going to be taking over that role of sponging up points?
Gosh, listen, I got to go ahead and call out one of the teams that we saw have an incredible game today. I mean, Dharm and Deemish, I would really, really love to see them do well. Just that single game performance. Again, Levin's got to talk about it, that ceiling performance. If they can do that consistently, then yeah, I feel like they could be a team that kind of soaks up all those points.
Listen, I'm going to say the team that probably a lot of us were surprised to see not automatically qualify through, and that is Sky and Scroll. And for me, it wasn't necessarily that they misplayed. It was more so that we got that Levin guarantee. We got the Levin coach, and I thought that would have been enough. But Levin, obviously, you fell short. And I think that we can obviously point our fingers towards you. No, I mean, but honestly, Sky and Scroll, it definitely seemed like they were going back and forth. And it seemed like they kind of found their footing in the middle of the game. And then once again, in that second, kind of like the last 3 games, just kind of fell short.
Yeah, honestly, I think the 2 lads they've had their fair share of struggles today. And honestly, I wouldn't panic if I was an AGAL fan. I wouldn't panic if I was, a Danish fan watching these guys, because they came very close. They had great moments. I think we saw sort of, some of the things you expect to see out of Sky and Scroll today, where again, they can provide you with good clutch moments. In the end, it's not enough. I think now, in the grander conversation of what does a finals look like, their stocks have definitely gone way, way down. But for them, they can't even worry about that. It's just about making it through to the final tomorrow.
It could be just one of those things that usually ends up happening in Battle Royale, where a team just needs that extra day to get them over that hump. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to get. They're going to be able to get an extra day, an extra night too, tonight, to just go back and VOD review like you guys were saying for some of the other teams. But I can't wait to see what AGL is going to be doing, because they are in contention for that club championship. And a lot of the other spots too, the duos that we got a chance to see, SAUL and Furia, that were so close, but yet so far away. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26 to find out what's going to be happening. Who are the next 6 teams that are going to be joining the finals?
Yeah.